Being a real estate agent can really suck if your systems suck. Too many agents want to be the next Ryan Serhant, but then they're just buying Zillow leads, or they join a team and they're begging the team leader for leads like, "Please, I want some more." Like, how does that make sense? So let me tell you who I am. I've been a real estate agent coming up on 5 years now. And this past year, which was a pretty difficult year for agents, I cleared $270,000 in GCI personally. And I also have a team of 7 agents, which generated even more GCI. I'm with Compass, a brokerage that was named the #1 brokerage in terms of sales volume last year within the United States. And on the side, I have a staffing agency that's doing really well as well, where I help realtors and business owners get virtual assistants for $5 an hour overseas. I've helped a lot of people make money, like all these people that you could see here right on the screen. And I've been featured on Yahoo Finance, Market Watch, Investors Observer, Morningstar. I've traveled the world and I've purchased my dream car. Now that we've gone through the credibility, this course that you're about to watch, that's hours long, I've sold in the past for $1,997. No exaggeration whatsoever. And when you go through this course, you'll understand why I charge that much. We're going to be talking about Go High Level, the CRM that I use as a real estate agent. It's my favorite CRM for real estate alongside Follow Up Boss. And I'll always choose Go High Level over KV Core, Real Geeks, Chime, and all those other crappy real estate CRMs. And I'm not going to dive into that too much here because I've already made a video about this and compared all of the real estate CRMs, which I'll actually be linking at the end of the video. But the main reason why I like the CRM over all other CRMs, to put it simply, is because it's a dialer, a website builder, a text automation platform, email automations, it has a calendar manager, and a review/reputation management system. All in one, plus way more stuff for only $97 a month. KV Core, I think, is like a couple hundred. Same thing with Real Geeks and Chime. Super expensive. And then on top of that, if you want to get a dialer like Batch Leads or Mojo, that's another $100 to $200 that you got to spend per month. You get all that stuff within one platform for only $97. And in this video, I'm going to go through how to set it all up, how to use the automations, use the dialer, how to build out websites. And I'm even going to go through how to hire virtual assistants for $5 an hour to manage your leads, call your leads, and do anything for you that could be done on a computer instead of hiring somebody locally for $20 an hour. And I'll even show you how you can white label this Go High Level software to basically make it your own so you could sell it to other people for $97 a month or even more than that to maybe other real estate agents or to whoever you want if that's something that you're looking to do further down the road to make additional money. Now, I'm not going to drag out this intro. Obviously, I want to jump straight into the course. I'm also going to timestamp it down below so you can easily navigate through this video and even come back to it if you decide to watch this over multiple days. So again, I don't want to drag this out, but I want to quickly go over some free bonuses that I'm going to give you if you get Go High Level using my affiliate link. Some crazy bonuses. Real quick first, I want to show you the 270K here. A client that I helped get 23 deals under contract using the stuff I'm about to teach you. Some of this lifestyle stuff and the car. But yeah, these are all of the bonuses. I'm not going to sit here breaking them all down in detail. You could pause the screen if you want to read through it. But you're getting my ebook and audio book, cold calling SOPs, appointment SOPs, social media management SOPs, virtual assistant hiring SOPs, 9 of my courses, access to my free school group, which is $37 a month. You'll get in for free. The price is actually going to be going up to $197 a month, and you'll be grandfathered in just by signing up for Go High Level. You literally get grandfathered in for free. You also get access to weekly calls with me where I can look at your automations, your email automations. I can help you with sales calls. I can help you with your pitch deck, your presentation, and all that crazy stuff. And you also get my real estate funnel templates, website templates, my SMS automations, my email automations, 300 tasks that VAs can do, PDF. And again, all 9 of those courses. And those courses go over ads, hiring virtual assistants, sending 1,000 DMs a day on Instagram, and all the stuff that you need to know that we're going to go through in this course as well. In order to get the bonuses, okay, if you have Go High Level right now, you can upgrade from 97 to 297 or 497, keeping your own account. Just upgrade using my link. Or you can get the $79 a month white labeled Go High Level, which means you could sign up under my Go High Level, which is pretty much no different from getting your own Go High Level. You can only do this though if you don't plan to do the SaaS option, if you don't plan to add like sub accounts. But basically you'll save $20 a month, which is $220 a year if you do the math on $18 a month. Or you could just go straight through Go High Level, get it for $97 a month using my affiliate link, which is going to be down in the description below and also in the comments. If you're confused by this at all, just comment down below and I'll explain it to you. But it's very simple. You get all these bonuses if you get Go High Level using my link, or if you upgrade using my link. And listen, if you already have Go High Level, but you still want access to my school group, or if you don't plan to get Go High Level for some reason, but you still want access to my school group, you can simply join at school.com/GHR and just get it for $37 a month while it's still that price. In the beginning of the course, I go through all the beginner stuff like setting up and stuff, and then towards the end, I get more and more advanced. So if you are already using the CRM, maybe you want to skip towards the end, just look at the timestamps and see what videos are of interest to you. All right, let's jump into the course. Enjoy. So here I'm on a test account. I'm going to show you how to set a couple things up. Obviously, when you first sign up, that part's really easy. You pay, you get into your account, or you start your free trial, whatever it is. Just make sure you go down to settings. We're going to set up email first. That's what this video is going to be about. We go to email services. And then from here, you're going to want to connect a dedicated domain. Now, if you want to keep it simple in the beginning, you can click add service and then just connect directly to your Gmail by doing this and then type in your email and password. For people that have a business with a website, you're going to want to actually connect your domain. So just click on dedicated domain. This is a test website that I added here. All you have to do to get to this point is click add domain. Type in the domain that you have, right? Testdomain.com.
click add and verify. And this part seems complex, but it's not, because look, let me show you here. All you have to do is take what they're giving you, add it into your DNS records. So this is what they're giving you here. So I'm not going to actually open up my DNS records, but I'll show you really quick what it looks like. We're not going to get super deep in this part of this because, you know, there's plenty of videos on YouTube that teach you about this. But look right here, this is pretty much the goal. Okay, you go on GoDaddy or any other platform that you're using. I use WPX hosting, but a lot of people do use GoDaddy. Just make sure you go to your DNS management, and then you'll just click the button that says add, right? And you'll add these records into your server, right? So you'll add this, just make sure you click copy. Make sure for host name you're putting this, and then the values to be entered, you enter this, right? So it would look like this. So notice here how it says text. So instead of CNAME, which is the example that you're seeing here, CNAME, instead of CNAME, right here you'd put text. And then there is a part that says CNAME. There's also a part that says MX. Just make sure you copy exactly what's shown here and put it into GoDaddy or whatever other platform you're using. And then from there, you'll be able to click verify domain. It's going to verify that you did put in those records, and you'll be good to go. That's how you connect your domain and your email. And then make sure you go to integrations and then actually click sign in with Google. And then this is where you would sign into your G Suite account, right? So if you've set up a G Suite account or any other email hosting service that you're using, you'll just sign in right here. Any questions on this, feel free to comment. So in the last video, we talked about setting up your email provider. Now we're going to talk about setting up your domain. This is going to be for your websites whenever you're building out sites on Go High Level, or for other purposes as well, which you'll eventually find out. So click settings, just like you would before, but instead of going to email services or integrations, we're going to go to domains. We click add new domain. Now there's two different ways that you could do this. What I like to do is I like to set up subdomains for each type of funnel I'm doing. So let's say, for instance, I'm targeting course creators, I'll do course.gohireretire. If I'm targeting, let's say, roofers, I'll do roofers.gohireretire. This way I can have separate websites for different types of funnels for different people I'm targeting. Or you could just do your actual domain if you want to keep it simple. So there's two ways to do this, right? You could use an A record or you can use a CNAME record. If you use an A record, you would use this as the value. Now, this might sound complicated. It's not. You're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. If you want to use a CNAME record, you would use this for the value. Okay. So let's do test.mywebsiteexample.com. Okay. Now it shows you to put test for the subdomain. If you're just going to use your regular website, you would just do www. Okay. And that's going to be for your website there. Or you can literally just take out www and just keep it like this. And then you would put my website example in the domain name settings. Okay. So for this example, let's do test.mywebsiteexample.com. So this is exactly what you're going to do. I'm going to show you in this photo here. If you have GoDaddy, which I know a lot of people use, you'll simply go to domains and then go to domain settings. I use CNAME. I just like CNAME. I don't know why I'd choose CNAME instead of the A record. So CNAME would be the type. For the name, you would put either your subdomain, or if you're not going to use a subdomain, you'll just put the actual website name. So if your website is mywebsiteexample.com, for the name, you could just put, not to confuse you too much here, you can either put www. You can put your website name. Those are the two options. If you're going to use a subdomain like I do, in this case, it's test.mywebsiteexample. I would put test for the name. If I'm targeting movers, it's movers. If I'm targeting roofers from my website, I'm putting roofers there because it's going to be roofers.mywebsiteexample.com. Now for the value, this goes for either CNAME or A records. In my case, it's CNAME. We're going to put whatever it says to put for CNAME. So let's go back here. Very simple. It might seem complex with all the stuff I just said. It's not. So for the record, this here is the value. Okay, this is the value. This is the name. Very simple. We're literally just copying and pasting. That's it. Don't overcomplicate it with all the stuff that I said here. Try not to overcomplicate it. Just literally copy and paste. That's it. Okay. If you want to make it simple, let's take your website. You could, if you're a coaching business, you could just put scale dot your coaching website. If you're a movers website or something like that, movers dot your website. If you're targeting doctors, doctors dot your website, right? That's how you can keep it simple. Another way to keep it simple is just use your regular domain, no subdomain, and then put the website name, right? mywebsiteexample.com in the name section. Very simple. Just literally do whatever it tells you to do right here. So since I'm using the CNAME record, I'm going to copy this, okay? And I'm going to paste it to where it says value. And again, if I was using the A record, I would copy this and I would paste it to where it says value. Now I use WPX hosting, so I'm going to show you how I would do it on my platform. It's very similar to GoDaddy. So we would go here, we simply click add new record. So instead of name, this one actually says host, same thing. So in my case, we're doing test because it says test right here, right? Test. So I'm going to put test.gohighretire.com. That's my website. And then for the value, I'm going to copy exactly what it says here. So we copy this. I paste that here. TTL, I'll just leave blank for default value. On GoDaddy, there's TTL. You just leave it as default. Very simple. And since I already copied and pasted that here, like I said, I use CNAME. So I'm using the instructions for CNAME. At this point, I just click save, right? And then here I'll click add. I click add. This doesn't exist yet, right? Couldn't find. But once you do this, it will be able to find this on your DNS records and you'll be able to move forward. And then the cool thing is, now that we have that set up, let's pretend I did have it set up now. We would go to sites. We would go to whatever website we're wanting to connect the domain to, right? So we go here to funnels or websites. Of course, this wants to take a while to load. So we click on the website that we want, right? Let's open up this website, let's say. Click this. And then now all I have to do is click settings. Look for the domain that we just set up. It doesn't exist because I didn't actually set it up. You click this, you select the domain that we just added, and then now that's going to be connected to your website. Make sure you hit save, and then this will be the path, right? So it'll be test.mywebsiteexample.com / and then if it's going to be your landing page, you would just type in landing. If it's going to be your VSL page, you could just type in VSL or whatever you want. It could literally be anything that you want. If it's going to be, let's say the thank you page, you just put thank you. If it's the confirmation page, you put confirmation. And then each section of the website, right? So here we have different steps, right? So this one would be step 2, let's just call it, for example, path is step 2, or let's call it VSL, create. And then now for this, I can go to edit here. Actually, let's click this. Okay, so I click the little gear button here, and then now I can actually change the path for each individual step of the website. And I'm going to talk about this more in the website video. But if you have any questions on that, feel free to just put a post in the group or just comment on this video if it allows you to, and I'll be more than willing to help.
Alright, so you've been going through this course now. I know you're enjoying it. I just want to remind you that if you want all of these bonuses that I talked about earlier in the beginning of this video, my school group, which is $37 a month, which the price is going to go up to $197 a month very soon, you'll get grandfathered in for free, where you get my 9 courses, my weekly group calls where you can ask me questions directly and I can look over your presentation, your automations, and your funnels and all that stuff. You get the funnel templates, you get all my SOPs, you get my ebook, and all you have to do is get Go High Level using my affiliate link or upgrade your current Go High Level using my affiliate link, or you sign up for $79 a month, save a little bit of money, and get my white labeled Go High Level. If you have any questions about this at all, comment them down below. Any questions about the course that you're going through right now, comment them down below. I'll answer very quickly.
Now we're going to simply set up our phone number. So we would go down to, just make sure that you're logged into your sub account. Okay, by clicking your account right here, click settings, just like we did before, but now we're going to go to phone numbers. So this is very easy. Ignore this. This is going to come later. All we have to do is click add number right here. I can look up any area code that I want. So in my case, let's say 917, since that's in New York. Then we search. So this one's a very popular one, so I'm not surprised that it's not available. If it's not available, just choose another area code that's in your area or whatever area you're actually targeting. If you have a lot of clients in a specific zip code, find out the area code in that zip code. Then we would simply click this. Let's click save. I'm going to actually purchase it now for this example. Okay, so then we're going to actually open up the settings here. A couple of things I want you guys to understand is that you need to name it. So this one could just be main, right? If you're not going to have like a bunch of phone numbers, you could just call this one main if you want. You could forward the calls to your phone number, or you can leave this blank. I'm going to leave it blank for now. I would recommend you do forward it to your phone number. And then pass call number as caller ID. You could say yes to that. Use verified number as caller ID. So settings, phone numbers, you could verify phone number. No. Whisper message. No, I don't ever do whisper message. Call recording. Now I like to record all my calls, but make sure you don't leave this blank because it'll say this call will be recorded for quality assurance. Instead of doing that, just click the dash button. Okay, this way nothing is said. Incoming call timeout, I always do 60 seconds. Outbound, also do 60 seconds. Let's click update. Okay, now that we have that all set up, let me show you something really quick. Once you have your user, okay, so let's say you have your user and then you also have a virtual assistant or you have someone else that's working with you. You would want to go to my staff, okay, and these are all test emails. Let's go to add employee. I'm going to show you how you can actually add your user or add another user. You just put their name here, their email, their actual phone number. The phone number one you can actually leave blank. So let's just say Joseph test joseph@gmail.com. You can leave this stuff blank if you want. I usually do. User permissions, right? So this is where you're going to actually decide what they actually have access to. User roles, right? I usually keep people as admin, to be honest, because I want them to be able to access all of my leads and be able to do everything in terms of sending invoices and things like that. If you don't want that, then just select user. Select phone number. So this is where you would actually select the phone number that we just purchased. So you'd select main right here. And then you could forward the calls to the mobile app. So instead of it being, so let's say for instance, it's for you, not for a virtual assistant. If it's for you and you're setting up your account under my staff, right? Just go to your user and click edit. You'll go to the section here, assign the user inbound number to yourself, right? And then I would always forward calls to the mobile app. So instead of it showing up as 347 whatever on my phone, it's going to show up as Lead Connector, which is the actual mobile app. So if you guys want to download the app for this, for Go High Level, download the Lead Connector app and just log in with your username and password. Now, since I selected this, any of the calls that I get inbound, so let's say I'm making a lot of calls throughout the day and people are calling me back, it'll go to my mobile app and I'll be able to easily identify who's calling me. It'll say Lead Connector and then the contact name versus it just coming in as the same phone number every single time. It's always going to show that 347 number that I purchased. I don't want that. So I do want to forward the calls to a mobile app and make sure that I'm actually getting calls to the app so I can identify who's calling me. And then for here, you could do user availability. So if you have particular calendars that you want to make sure they're available for, you would choose the available days and whether it's on Google Meet or Zoom, you could do all those things. I usually leave that blank and figure that out later. Same thing for calendar configuration. I do that later. So let's click save. I didn't fill everything out, so it's going to ask me to do that. But yeah, we would click save and then it would be right here in our list of users with all the settings that we set up. If you have any questions, feel free to add that in the group or to drop a comment if you can. So I almost completely forgot. This would be for your voicemail, right? So you would do 20-second timeout and then whatever voicemail you want to use. A lot of the time when I'm first setting up new accounts, I don't want to be bothered with this. I leave it on no timeout and I don't upload a voicemail. But you can put it to 20 seconds so it'll ring for 20 seconds and then upload an actual file here. right? To where that would be the voicemail that they hear when they call you. So just wanted to cover that too as well. Okay, so as far as compliance goes with sending text messages and things like that, they passed some sort of law, United States, I believe, where you need to register all the phone numbers that you're using for marketing, and that has nothing to do with us, has nothing to do with Go High Level. It's all about Twilio, and then the laws behind SMS and all the compliance stuff that's really annoying, of course, but we have to deal with, right? Go to phone numbers, right? Click on settings on the bottom. Let's start from the top. Click on settings on the bottom here. Click on phone numbers. This is how you're going to sign up for A2P. It's very, very easy, very fast. Like I said, it's like a upfront fee of a couple of dollars here. So I'll show you how to do it, right? So I do recommend that after you start the registration for this, you also submit your business profile, you submit the shake in and stir. This is how you avoid showing up as scam likely or a spam caller when you call people. And then the CNAM. This is something that's coming soon, so you can't do this now. You should definitely do the A2P as soon as possible. Don't wait, because if you don't do the A2P brand and campaign registration, you're going to have to use a toll-free number, which is a 1-800, 1-855, 877, like 888 numbers that just you shouldn't be calling people with because no one's going to answer. So as far as the A2P brand and campaign registration, it is very simple to do. Okay, so don't stress too much. I do highly recommend having an LLC. If you don't, you're gonna have to do, you're gonna have to be a sole prop basically, which is it has like an extra step. I believe they text you, and then you have to like say yes to them or something. And I've heard of people like missing the text message, and then they're wondering why they don't get approved. So I highly recommend if you don't have an LLC, definitely get one. It takes about 4, 5, 6, 7 days. I've seen it sometimes take up to like a week and a half. Sometimes some people have gotten approved in like one day, but it's around 5 to 7 days that you get approved. First step here is you determine the A2P brand needs. So you're registering tax ID, yes, or you could say no, right? Most people you're going to say yes, you have a tax ID. Always choose low volume. High volume would be if you're like a massive company, right? Talking about north of 600,000 segments per day, which is nuts. Most people are going to be low volume, okay? And this is also the cheaper option. If you choose high volume, it's going to be a lot of money. You can see here on the bottom how much you're going to be charged. So high volume, it's 65 bucks and then 12 per month. Okay, so it's not an astronomical amount of money, but still 65 bucks instead of 20.95. So that's the price at this time that I'm recording the video. It could potentially go up. And yeah, so let's hit next. I'm going to do low volume. We've got some fake information in here that I just quickly filled out. Click next. Fake address here. Click next. So a lot of this stuff you'll have already filled out in the business profile, right? So if you go to settings, you click business profile. A lot of this stuff is going to be in here already. So make sure you fill this out before you go ahead and do this. Okay, so let's go back to phone numbers. Let's go to Trust Center, start registration. Let's do that same thing over again. So we end up here, right? Make sure you choose the business industry that you're in. Try to just choose something that's as close as possible to the industry that you're in. Business EIN number should be 9 digits. I'm an LLC. For you, if you are a regular corporation, cooperative, anything like that, you choose that. I'm an LLC. Website, obviously put your real website, put your real email. Now, as far as your email, definitely choose your business email, your business website. But as far as your business name and business address, make sure it's whatever actually shows up on your EIN number registration form that you were sent when you first started your LLC. If you're a sole proprietorship, you're going to just choose, I guess, your home address unless you have a virtual mailbox. So street address would be exactly the unit number, everything, suite number, whatever it is, exactly like shown on that registration document. Okay, if it's not an address that matches, they're going to deny you. Next, right, we put our name, our email, your position, which would likely be CEO, your phone number. Next, low volume. So the cool thing that they just recently added, which I like a lot, it's helped a lot of people, is they actually have examples now. So what I'm going to recommend you guys do is literally grab an example from here that you think most closely matches your situation. So I'm going to grab this one, and I'm going to paste it and change it to what my needs are. So this one sounds pretty accurate. Sends appointment information, confirmation, reminder. I'm going to say appointment information. I'm going to say promotional and appointment information, okay? Booked an appointment, blah, blah, blah. This sounds pretty accurate, okay? We're going to move on to the next thing, and I'm going to look at examples for every sample message here. So see example, hi, John, this is Jane from blah, 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 right? So this is a great example. So I'm going to change this to my company. Now, as far as company name, put the company name that's on your LLC, even if it's not what you actually go by. So for instance, mine is like my name and like some initials and stuff, and then, you know, group or something like that, LLC. So I put my actual, so I'm just going to say John D LLC, right? Put that, because you just want to closely resemble your LLC, your business name, unless you filed a DBA, doing business as, just do the LLC. Okay, and then make sure 100% you have your opt-out language. Make sure you read all of this thoroughly. Must include lead name, your name, business name, and opt-out language. So I'm going to say, hi, John, I'm going to say Joseph from XYZ. Reach out to in case you need to reschedule. Right now, I'll put whatever our business number is. I'm going to actually take this part out because we don't need it. And let's just keep that reply stop to unsubscribe. And then same thing here. I'm going to grab an example from this. I'm going to grab this one. Okay, this is, I'm going to say the LLC. This is Joseph from John D LLC. I'm making this up. We are confirming your appointment tomorrow at 9 a.m. Okay, reply stop to unsubscribe. As far as embedded link, I don't have that. As far as including phone numbers, no. And then we're going to move forward. Okay, this start, comma, subscribe are great opt-in keywords, pretty much your standard opt-in keywords. So I recommend you guys use the same. How do end users consent to receive messages? Okay, so I'm going to literally copy this. They pretty much gave you all of the information you need right in the examples. End users opt in by, and then I'm going to put my actual website. Now, this is very important. Make sure that on your actual website, you have actual opt-in language on that website. Okay, so if they're opting in and they're agreeing to receive text messages from you, they need to be checking a box that says they're agreeing to receive text from you. So I'm going to keep this company name here. I'm not going to change the website. I'm going to keep this website here, and filling in their details, right? Users check a box to receive notifications and promotional text from us to provide their consent. Additionally, end users can also text start to, and then you'll put your phone number, your Go High Level phone number here. You could just take this part out. This is not needed, okay? And just make sure you're saying that they're checking a box. Make sure you put in a website that actually has that checkbox. And on Go High Level, the cool thing about the forms is that you can look for, I believe it's like TC or TLC compliance or something like that, is something that you can select to add into the form, and it has the opt-in language right there. So you don't have to do much thinking. You don't have to worry about like, where do I find this checkbox stuff? Just look for something that says like TLC or TC compliance, something like that. Click on that, drag it into your form, and you're going to have your checkbox ready to go in your form. Okay, opt-in message. This looks good. I'm going to copy this. All right. And must contain business name and opt-out keyword. So I'm going to make sure that we have our company name here, right? John D LLC. And then we're going to submit this. I'm not submitting this right now. Okay, but that's pretty much the end of it. You're going to submit this and then just wait 5 to sometimes as much as, 10 days, 11 days. If you have any questions on this, feel free to put it in the group. So in this video, I'm going to go over the pricing, all pricing associated with Go High Level, including text messages, emails, things like that you need to be aware of. Now, when you first sign up for Go High Level, as we all know, it's 97 bucks or even more than that. I believe it's 297 and then 497. If you sign up with me, it's 79 bucks. And a lot of the features that you get with the $497 package, like split testing, which you can see right here, you could split test funnels and see which one performs better to get you more opt-ins. Things like that you do get for the $79 package with me, which is really cool. And just to break down some pricing of other platforms like Active Campaign, which I've personally used before, a lot of people need to get the professional account once you start to get a lot of contacts and use a lot of the features. And as you can see here, it's $239. And then if we look at the insanity of, we could see HubSpot right here, which I've heard a lot about, which is somewhat similar to Go High Level. It's over $1,000 a month, right? Depending on obviously the amount of contacts that you have, but over $1,000 a month. And then I think there's smaller packages like 500 and 300, but still it's just astronomical pricing that you don't have to, pay for. You don't need to pay for a CRM that's that expensive, because everything that you can find in CRMs like that is 79 bucks or 97 bucks. You can click on the link below if you want to sign up for 79 bucks for Go High Level. Now I'm just going to quickly break down kind of costs associated with text and stuff. A lot of people get confused and they think that right when you sign up for Go High Level that you get all texts, all emails, calls for free, and it's just unlimited. That's not the case, of course. So just like with other platforms, they connect with Twilio. Cool thing about Go High Level is that you don't need a Twilio account, right? You don't need to make a Twilio account, make a Mailgun account for email, connect it to Go High Level. You used to have to do that. You no longer have to do that. Now they have Twilio built into Go High Level. They have Mailgun built into Go High Level. And just to quickly break down the pricing for that, for the text messages, it's somewhere around, it's under a penny, literally under a penny. So it's like 0.008 and change or something like that. And then you've got phone calls. It's like 0.01 and change, like a penny and some change. Same thing with voicemail drops. Depending on how long your voicemail is, it's a penny and some change per minute, by the way. Every minute that you're on the phone or every minute of the voicemail, it's a penny and some change. Okay, so it's very, very cheap. For the emails, it's really, really cheap. It's less than a tenth of a penny. So it's somewhere around like 0.008 or something like that, I believe. Then if you want to get phone numbers are $1.15 per month for the regular DLC numbers, meaning 10 digits. And then for the toll-free numbers, it's like $2 and change per month. And then of course you do have to sign up for A2P, which has like a one-time fee of like 15 bucks or something like that. So that's kind of all the pricing that's associated with Go High Level. If you're thinking that, oh man, but this is all going to add up, it's going to be crazy. I do a pretty considerable, volume, a pretty considerable amount of texts and calls and things like that. I get charged like 10 bucks pretty much every 3 or 4 days. So even considering this, it's still significantly cheaper than HubSpot. It's still cheaper than ActiveCampaign. You're saving a lot of money, especially if you go with my Go High Level white labeled account, which you can see looks nice and pretty. Looks a lot better than the regular standard Go High Level account. If you have any questions on this, let me know. Put it in the group. And last thing that I do want to say, by the way, like as far as pricing for text messages and emails and calls and things like that, it has nothing to do with Go High Level. It has nothing to do with me. It has to do with Twilio, and it has to do with Mailgun. They are the companies that connect with Go High Level and basically provide us with the ability to text and call and do all these things. Okay, any questions, put it in the group. All right, so we're gonna go over the dashboard in this video. First thing I want to say is, listen, if you want any of this stuff built out, right, and you need help with lead generation, right, you want to run ads, or maybe you want to do cold email campaigns or cold calling or SMS blast campaigns, voicemail drop campaigns. On top of that, you want a virtual assistant, right, and then on top of that, you want some mentorship. Okay, and if you're wanting all these things, right? So we hire your virtual assistant, we help you with lead generation systems, and then on top of that, we're also building out the entire CRM for you. If that's something that you're interested in, we do that. I'm going to put a link down below. If you want to work with us, let me know. You could book a call with us and we could chat about it, or you could just get some free value on the call. But it's most likely just going to be geared towards, listen, how can we help you? Where could we best fit in your business? What are the gaps in your business, and how can we help you out? So if you want that help, definitely reach out. But this is the dashboard, right? This is where you're going to see the total pipeline value. I like this dashboard a lot because it pretty much tells me how much my whole pipeline is worth. And on my main account, it's over 1 million right now, which is really cool to see. As far as your conversion rate, that's going to be based on which leads your marketing closed and what the value is. If we scroll down here, we could see the funnel, top of funnel, bottom of funnel. We could see a pie chart for different stages within our pipelines, manual actions that we have pending, the tasks that we have pending, and then the lead source report down here, okay? I'm going to show you how you can actually set up an automation to properly mark people and move them along from stage to stage if they're not qualified, right? Or if they just say no to you. We're not going to want to keep that lead value to say 2,000 or 3,000 or whatever your price point is. We want to make sure that we're actually updating them properly so that we don't have this incorrect information up on our dashboard saying that we have over 1 million in potential value with our pipeline, when it should really be like 500,000 or something like that, right? We want accurate information. So one of the things we need to do is, whenever we mark somebody not qualified, or we mark them as hard no, or we mark them as like hasn't replied to us in a year, or whatever it is, we want to make sure we update them to be worth 0. Okay. And then whenever somebody closes, we want to set up an automation to where they're being updated with the proper number on how much they're worth, how much they paid, and then moving them to the closed stage. But in this video, I'm not going to get too deep with it. I'm just going to show you how you can mark somebody with the not qualified stage. So basically what's going to happen, you're going to set up a contact trigger where if there's a tag added, and in this case it'd be the not qualified tag, because if anybody's going to determine it's not qualified, it's not really going to be an automation, it's going to be a real person, right? So if you're talking to them and they're like, oh, I don't even have a business, if you're selling to businesses, then you would mark them as not qualified yourself, right? That would be something you do manually. That would then initiate this, because that would be the trigger. Okay, so let's save this. And then this is what this would look like, right? So you're going to move to not qualified stage. We're going to put them in the proper pipeline. Not qualified at all would be the stage, or for you, it would be just not qualified, or whatever you name the stage. Put the contact name. And then instead of the lead value being what it might have previously been, which is maybe 2,000, 3,000, 10,000, whatever you guys charge, we're going to update it to say 0. Okay, and this is going to update our dashboard. And then we're going to say status lost, right? Because we didn't win, they didn't pay us, and it's lost because we're most likely never going to talk to them again. Okay, so then we save that, and then that's how we're updating and creating a workflow to move them from into the proper stages and mark them 0. Any questions on that, just make sure you put it into the group and I'll be able to help you. But you could do the same thing for people that do qualify, or if you want, you can manually update leads that pay you and just tag them with closed, and then tag them and update the value, update it to whatever they actually paid. So if they paid you 5,000, you'll update the value to 5,000. And then that would also update the dashboard. If you're getting tons of closes a day, like a bunch of purchases, then you might want to set up an automation for that close. But if you're only closing like a deal a month, 2 deals a month, that's something you could just do manually. Okay, any questions on this? Like I said, put it in the group. Thank you.
So in this video, I'm going to go over contacts. These are all fake contacts here with fake numbers, except for this one. This is my Google Voice number. Don't try to text me. But I'm going to show you kind of how you can navigate this, add more filters and things like that. So right here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 contacts. Okay, so look, I could select them all and I can edit them, right? I can export them, or I can send them all an email, or I can send them all a text. I can add them all to a campaign. Interesting thing I could do too is I can click proceed. I could choose a random workflow, and then I can actually add them in drip mode, right? So this is for the internal notes, this action section. I'm going to say, let's say adding to text campaign or something like that, or whatever it is that you're actually doing. We'll start it, we'll start it now, 5:04 p.m. And then for the quantity that we're going to batch it in, I could say I want to send 30, and this is what I usually do, okay? If I'm going to send people texts in bulk or voicemails in bulk, I'll batch quantity 30, right? I'll repeat every 3 hours, okay? This is how I like to do it. And then as far as, Monday to Sunday, I do like to hit them every single day, but I'm only going to do after 9 a.m., and this is going to be my time zone, no one else's time zone. So 9 to 5, not 9 to 5, we'll do 9 to 7, which is pretty much around dinner time, because I don't like to go a little, too late to where people are going to complain to me, or for anybody to have any reason to not want to work with me because they're like, oh, this guy contacts people when they're asleep. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that. So make sure you choose the proper times. So that's how you can add in drip mode, or you can add them all at once if you want, right? Adding them all in once would be the same thing, except you just click add all at once, or you can add them all at a scheduled time, which is great. Now you can also do filters. Okay, so if I have certain tags on certain people, I can type in right here tag, right? And then I could do is a particular tag, or I could do is multiple tags, right? I could stack this. So is both of these tags, okay? Or is not, let's say I don't want to contact anybody I've already closed. So I'll say is not closed, right? If I have that tag, you need to actually have that tag. Or is not, like not qualified, right? Maybe I don't want to contact not qualified.
And then if I want to actually stack, right? So let's say is not answered, and then I want to stack. I'll do and is lead, right? So I could say is not answered tag and is lead. Okay, that's how you stack them. And then I could also say and their first name starts with, their first name is Joseph, right? So if I have a bunch of Josephs, or I could say is created, has been created between either this range, right? You can create ranges, or you could say more than 5 days ago, or more than 30 days ago, right? If I want to see all the leads that came in last month and before, right? Or is less than 30 days ago if I want to see everybody from this month, or 7 days ago if I want to see everybody from this week. Okay, and then we click apply. So I'm stacking all these different filters, and the cool thing is I can actually save this as a smart list so that if I'm constantly having to do this, if let's say this is a list I like to kind of grab a lot and reach out to like old leads and stuff, I could save this as a smart list, right? I can name this is not answered, is lead and created 7 days ago, or however you want to name it, created within 7 days, right? Save this, and then boom, look, it's going to be, now instead of me having to add all those filters in the future, all I have to do is click is not answered, and this whole thing, right? This is the smart list. And then all the leads that I get in the future that fit this criteria will pop up in here, and I'll be able to easily access them. You'll also be able to import contacts if you want. You'll be able to add individual contacts. You could change pipelines of certain people. You could send review requests. You can also adjust the columns and see particular columns, like if you want to see people's addresses, if you're in real estate, if you want to see their birthday, so you can say happy birthday to people. If you want to see all the people that are, do not disturb, and you're filtering that, you could choose to see do not disturb, or if you just want to see if anybody's on DND in general, you could turn that on there. You can also check your bulk actions, right? Any bulk actions you've done in the past, you could check the results. You can click show stats and see what happened here. 100% successful, or if there's any errors, you can click this. You can also, filter by user or filter by, certain status. And you can also restore any contacts that you've deleted. You could check on tasks, right? And this is pretty much the gist of it, okay? If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the group. Anytime you guys have questions, definitely put them in the group, because sometimes I'll make new videos based on your guys' questions.
In this video, we're going to go over conversations. This is where you're going to manage all of the conversations that you're having with all the clients, all the leads that you have, okay? First off, you go to conversations, you click conversations here, you go to unread to see everything that has not been either responded to or you just haven't read it yet at all, right? And then you can also filter it to my chat, meaning people that are assigned to you, or you could filter it to people that are assigned to other people, or people that are just unassigned in general. And last message, inbound or outbound, so messages that you sent out or messages that you sent in, whatever was last. And then also manual and automated. So if you want to see all the conversations that you've been having with people automated, you click on this. If you want to see, filter only the ones that you've manually been doing, then you do that. You can also attach your Facebook, your WhatsApp, your Instagram, and things like that, and filter it to WhatsApp or Facebook or Instagram, which I've done in the past. So, and also email and calls and things like that, okay? Now, you can also go to all to see all the conversations you're having. You can click on people and click actions and star them. So if you have a really hot lead, you don't want to forget about them. You should definitely use that feature. And then you can also click multiple people at once and mark them unread or read or delete them, whatever you want to do, okay? I'm going to demonstrate here how you can also book an appointment, right? You could book an appointment just by clicking on the conversation, click book appointment, and then you could select one of your calendars. Okay, so let's say we're selecting this one. And then the interesting thing is if they've ever booked an appointment with you in the past, their time zone will be right here, okay? If they haven't ever booked an appointment with you in the past, there's a chance that it might not have the correct time zone. So you'll need to ask them their time zone. And let's say they're in LA, so they're in PDT. You would need to select, you could type in Los Angeles or type in PDT, and then you can also update the contact's time zone by clicking this box. So in the future, it'll always save that. and then it'll always be there at the top, right? It'll always say Los Angeles at the top. You'll still have to select it, but it'll be there at the top, okay? And then for date, you just select the date that you want. You select the time as well. All right, and then you don't have to put the appointment title if you already have appointment title settings in your calendar. So I always leave this blank and let it name itself. And then you can also check additional preferences like calendar default if it's confirmed or unconfirmed. I always just leave this alone, and then you can book that appointment there, right? You can also create an opportunity, right, where you can update the value. Like for instance, if someone purchases, you can move them to the close stage, and then you'll select the lead capture pipeline, select the stage to close, enter the value, they close for 3,000, right? And then add all that stuff in, okay? Another thing that you could do is send them a text. This is probably one of the most used features that we have. So, hey there, right? Send this out. Or you could actually schedule it to go out in the future. You can also do all of this from the Lead Connector app. You could download the Lead Connector app and send texts and emails and do all these things here. So let's send this out, right? You can also send attachments here. You can also do emojis. You can also send out templates, right? So if you already have templates built out, which you can access from here, click on templates here. If you find yourself saying the same thing over and over again via email or via text, just add a template here, create it, right? So you can add text template, and you can see what it looks like on the right side there, right? Right on their phone. And you can also attach a URL for the file, or just attach a file that goes out for that template. So if you're constantly setting a photo with like instructions or something like that, you could do that. Also manual actions. I showed you earlier in the automation section and workflow section that you can actually add manual calls or manual texts. So if you have automations where you're going to follow up with someone after, let's say they didn't reply to you for 8 days, let's say wait 8 days and then you do manual SMS, it'll pop up right here. And what's interesting is all of these manual actions will stack, right? And then when they stack like this, you can have like 100 at a time, 50, maybe just a dozen or 5. You click Let's Start, and it's going to go from task to task, one after another. So if it's calls, it'll initiate the call, you click Next, and then you'll do the disposition, like they answered, they became a lead, whatever, things like that. And then once the call is done, let's say the next thing you have after that is an SMS, it'll move to the SMS after that. And it'll just automatically move from action to action based on all the manual actions that you manually set or that your automations have set for you. And this is a really good way to create streamlined processes for follow-ups, okay? Let's go back to conversations. You can also send an email directly from here, okay? And you can change the from email, change the from name, things like that. Type in the subject there. Just make sure you have your email integrated, all that good stuff, okay? You can also attach all these things here. You can also request the payment, right? So you could send literally an invoice directly from here, and you could do that via text as well. This is probably the easiest and fastest way to collect a payment ever that I've ever seen before. And if you're typing a bunch of things out, you can just click clear to clear everything, okay? Now, if you want to go directly to the contact, well, first, before I do that, let me show you. You can actually add them to campaigns here and workflows. You could select workflows. If you want to initiate a certain automation while you're talking to them, you could do that there. You can also add tags from here. You can also adjust their email, their phone number. You can also configure the do not disturb. Like I said, if they say stop to you, they'll no longer be able to receive text messages from you. You'll still be able to call. Like this is automatically all going to be selected like this. You could turn this off. You won't be able to text. You'll never be able to edit that. The only way around that, and I'm not going to go too deep into this, but the only way around that is to delete their contact and then re-add their contact. You won't be able to text them from that same number that you had before, but you'll be able to maybe use another user that has a different phone number to text them in the future. That's the only way around that. So if you want to write that down, you can. A lot of people don't know you could do that. Okay, but you could turn all these back off, right? If these activate when they say stop, you could turn these back off, okay, and then still be able to call them, send them emails, or delete their contact, add it back, contact them from another number, okay? And then if you want to go directly to their contact, you click on these initials here, and it's going to take you straight to the contact where you'll be able to see even more settings, like their additional info, their general info, okay, the campaigns and workflows, the opportunities they're in, the offers and things like that, and also the audit log, where you can see all of the automations that have happened for this person or anything that's happened for this person in the past, and you can see details in their company as well. And then over here, now you're not able to add notes when you're in the conversation tab, but you can click on the initials and then go to this part and then click on notes here. And this is where you'll be able to add notes if you're calling them or if you're on a call with them, like a booked call. You can add the notes like this, or you can also, this is all in the contact section, by the way. So when you click on their initials, it takes you to the contact section to where you can then add notes, appointments, tasks. Like if you want to remember to do things in the future, you can assign the tasks to particular users. You can see all the activities that have happened. But that's basically the gist of it, right? You can also mark them unread. You can also assign them from here. One thing to note really quick as well, before I go, let's go back to the conversation tab. One thing to note that a lot of people don't realize, you can change users, and I'm going to show you how to change users right here. You'll click this, you'll click login as, and you'll be able to change the user based on all the users that you have in your database. And those users might potentially have different numbers depending on the settings that you guys have set up. So if you want to quickly switch numbers and call someone from another number, you can click this and click login as, change to a different user, and then call them. Or, right, you can actually assign them to a different user. You can change users directly from here. Okay. And then you can also click call right here. And let's say we're going to a particular contact. Let's search these contacts. Let's click my name. You can select the number that you have here. Okay, so instead of switching users, you could just switch the number that you're calling from right from here. Okay, so if you have multiple numbers, you'll see the numbers here, and then you can click call. It'll initiate that. You can also put them on hold. You can mute. You could dial. You could do a blind transfer, warm transfer. Okay, you can also do dial and manually dial phone numbers if you want, and then also switch the numbers here. You can also send messages to people that are not here in your all or unread by clicking on this, right? Create new message, type in the contact that you want, okay, and then click continue, and then this is going to bring you to that conversation. Okay, also I have call recording on so I can see all the recordings of the calls that I have right here. I can also speed up the calls while I'm listening to them. So if I want to listen to the calls that my VAs are having, I can, listen to it and then put it on 1.5 times speed or 2 times speed. I can turn off the volume, turn it on, or I could actually download this message, send it to them, and say, hey, listen back to this. I don't like how you did this. Please tweak this. I like how you did this. Great stuff. But make sure at the end of your sentence you're mentioning this, whatever it is, right? So this is a really great way to see calls that are recorded. And then also another thing I wanted to note before I hop off this, you can also initiate conversations directly in the contacts tab. By going to your contacts, you click directly on their name, okay? And then when you do this, you're able to see the contact here, and then you can call them, right? You can assign to a specific person. You can call them from here. You can also call directly in the contacts tab or email directly from here by clicking on the symbols. Let's go back, and then you'll be able to see the last activity here. Okay, any questions on anything that I talked about here, definitely put them in the group. I could potentially make videos for you, or I'll answer directly in the group. So this is the payments section. This is literally my favorite section. And the reason for that is because I'm collecting pretty much all my payments on Go High Level right now, because it's just so easy to just send invoices directly through conversations, or right when I'm on a call with somebody, I collect payment. It goes to them instantly through email and through text. So I'm going to show you how to use this here. And by the way, you've probably been seeing this symbol here for a while. This is because of my virtual assistants building this out for me. So it's in Filipino peso. This is a test account. But on my other one, obviously, it's US dollars. So first thing you have to do with this is integrate a payment gateway, right? So you can either click this or you can click this. But if you have any questions regarding integrations in general, you'll be able to just go to settings and go to where it says integrations here, so you can see all your integrations, right, including Stripe as well, which is right here. But I'm going to go back to where we were just at, payments. Okay, this is where you would connect Stripe. And then you would move forward there, right? I'm not going to show you all my stuff. So then let's go back to invoices, right? So we go to invoices, all invoices. You can also have people do subscriptions. So if you have like a monthly membership to something, like a monthly membership for a group or a course or something like that, you'll be able to do that here as well. But I'm not going to get into that in this video. So we could do one of two things, okay? First thing we could do is send a regular invoice, right? New invoice. Or we could send a recurring invoice, right? Although it says new recurring template, that's just new recurring invoice. Now, let me tell you the difference. Regular invoice is exactly what it sounds like. Regular one-time payment invoice. Recurring invoice means that you can send out an invoice for multiple payments, right? So maybe something that recurs for an entire year or something that's indefinite or, right, so that would be for memberships. Or let's say, for instance, you sell something for $3,000 and you give people a payment plan, right? So instead of 3,000, maybe if they're doing the payment plan, you charge them a little bit more since they're doing a payment plan instead of paying up front. You charge them a little bit more, which would be 4,000, let's call it. And then we break that down into, let's say, 3 payments. Okay, so that would be 1,333.33 for the recurring invoice. And you would make it to where it ends after 3 payments. I'm going to show you to do that. Okay, so this is first a new invoice, regular invoice that we're sending out. Okay, let me just make this smaller. Regular invoice, cool thing, you can actually just select the person right from here. I love that so much. You can put address, city, state. I just never do. It's not that important. Make sure when you're sending out your first invoice, it doesn't say one, right? Because you don't want it to look like they're your first customer. So add some random number there. Make the due date for today if they're supposed to pay today or tomorrow. All of this will say your business information, which is fine. You can also select a file and put your logo here. Okay, you don't have to in the beginning. So then you'll either select the product that you've already had, you'll select the price that you've already had, or you'll just create a new one, right? So let's do test product. Product name is for you, okay? This is only for you to see. They're not going to see this. This is so that if you save it, you can easily identify which one it is, which product it is. Price name, they will see, okay? So let's still do test product. So you'll want to put the name of the product that you're actually selling, and you'll put the amount here, right? So let's call it 3,000, okay? And you can actually save it for later use. Okay, so let's do that. Let's save it. And you can also add multiple items if you want. You can select a particular price or you could select a particular product. And you could just add new products every single time you're sending an invoice. Or if you just have one standard price that you always use, you could do that as well. Okay, you can also add a discount. This is really cool because instead of just sending them an invoice that says the amount that they're paying, let's say it's $3,000, and I'm like, listen, I'm going to give you a 10% discount today only. I can actually show them that discount that I'm giving them, and it seems way more authentic this way because they really feel like they're getting that discount instead of it just seeming like, oh, well, he gave me a discount of 300, but you know, who knows if he actually sells it for 2,700, right? You can also put notes, so just like payment due today or thank you for your payment, right? Whatever you want to put. And then all you would do at this point is click send, and this is what I love right here, right? You could send via email and text. Now, if they don't get it via email, like if they don't check their email that often, you're definitely gonna have it get to them via text. And you can also test these payments here. You could test these invoices by putting it into test mode, or you could do live, which is what you'll usually do, okay? And then you'll send that out, they'll receive it, and you could prompt them to pay it. Now, if in the case you're going to collect a payment right on the phone or, you know, on a call on the phone, whatever, you could say, hey, you know, while you're on the call, hey, so listen, you know, once you run through the whole price, listen, so it's 3,000 today. What's your card information? I'll pop you in now. We could schedule your onboarding session right now. Sound good? Okay, and then from there, click these 3 dots, click record payment, click charge a card, okay? You're going to need to obviously connect payment integration. So you can record manually. This means if you've already received the cash or they paid you separately on another on another platform. So let's say, for instance, you do some of your payments on Stripe and you do some of your payments on Wise, or let's say Wave.com. If they paid you on Wave, you could still record it manually so you have all of your payments in one place. Okay, so I still recommend if you have them pay you somewhere else, still record it within your database on Go High Level so it's all at least in one place on Go High Level. If you're going to charge the card, you just click charge a card, and then you'll literally enter their credit card, their expiration date, their CVV or CVC, whatever it's called, and you'll put it through right there. Do a little bit of small talk while it's processing. Oh, how's the weather out there? How's everything going? Okay, great. Your payment just went through. Let's schedule your onboarding call. When are you available? Okay, I love that so much. Next thing I'm going to show you is how you could do recurring invoices. Okay, so you click new recurring template. How often? So usually it's going to be monthly, but select whatever you usually do. Now you can do on the first of the month, the second of the month, third, fourth, or the last day of the month. I usually do date. Okay, so if I'm going to charge you today, which is July 12th, I'm going to charge you on the 12th of every month. So every 1 month. You can also charge them every 2 months or every 3 months, right? So you could say, listen, we could break it down into a payment plan. Let's say it's $12,000. Let's break it down over the course of the entire 12 months. You only have to pay me every 3 months, right? So they would pay you $4,000 every 3 months. Okay, that's an easy way to do that too. That's another option. So let's do 1 month in this case. Start date is today. It ends. So you can either do end by, right, and do a certain date, or you could do end never, right? So if it's like a membership that they have to contact you to cancel, you could do that. Or you can end after the amount of occurrences. So in this case, we're going to end after 3 occurrences because they're going to do 3 payments of 1333.33 and send the invoice. So if this is going to be for them to make a payment like in 3 days from now, you'll send 3 days in advance. But this is also going to be what's sent to them in the future. So if they're doing 3 payments next month, right, they're going to receive one 3 days in advance. I usually just do 0 days in advance because I want to make sure that they get this first invoice right away as well. Okay, we make sure we select the client. We add in that product that we saved. Okay, but here's one very, very important thing to note. Okay, it's $3,000 here. They're gonna pay $3,000 now, $3,000 in a month, and then $3,000 a month later. So we can't do it this way. Okay, we have to click add an item. We're gonna create a new one. So test product, and we're gonna name this payment plan. So we know it's the 3 payment plan. 3 payment plan. We're gonna call it. Okay, and then this is gonna be, our product, test product. This is what they're gonna see, and then it's gonna be 1333.33. Let's call it. Okay, and then we could save this so that we could save our payment plan option as well. Now they're going to receive this. It's going to say 1333, and then they're going to receive this once a month for 3 months, which I love so much because offering payment plans is so amazing because we're getting so many more clients in the door like this. So anybody that's not doing payment plans, I highly recommend it. Now for recurring, you have to click save. Okay, you have to click save. And then what's so great about the recurring option on this is that most payment platforms, they'll let you do the first payment. Like if it's a recurring invoice, they'll let you do the first payment and then they have to manually go in and pay on the second invoice and manually go in and pay on the third invoice. With this though, we can actually save their card information and automatically charge them every month so we don't have to think about it. Okay, and if you're wondering like, oh, what if they change their card information, stuff like that, that's fine. Let's say they're trying to, let's say, scam you, right? If they're trying to scam you, they just get all your services up front. They're paying you over 3 months. They change their card information. They say their card got stolen, and then you're not able to charge them anymore. Make sure you have an agreement in place where not only are you having them upload a picture of their credit card, the front and back, but you're also having them upload a photo of their ID, and on top of that, you're having them upload you're having them put their address and their actual bank routing and account information. This way, even if they think like, oh, I can get over on this guy, once they fill out that agreement, they're like, oh, I'm not getting over on this guy. Okay. Because some people out there are scammers. We don't want that to happen. That's never personally happened to me, but I do that with all my agreements because I don't want that to ever happen. I've heard so many stories about things like that happening. You guys are getting so much value on this course. I mean, this is not even something I was planning on putting in this course, but I'm kind of just walking you through my entire business and how I do everything. Okay. Now at this point, you'll click schedule, and then you'll be able to send it via email and text. And then if they've already paid you in the past, you can just click saved cards and select their card. Okay, if it's a new card, you can click new card, but just do customer card. Okay, this way it's going to auto charge every single month, like I just mentioned, and then you click schedule, and then it's going to get sent out, and then it's going to go from there. Okay, any questions, put it in the group, and I'll be able to help you out. Okay. So this is going to be a bit of a longer video. This one's going to be a bit more complex. I'm going to try my best to keep it a little bit less complex and just give you some real actionable steps and help you understand how to immediately get started with these workflows. So I'm going to break down how to use workflows, how to set them up, how to start, and what you could use them for. So let's go to automation. We're going to create a brand new automation workflow. Okay. So first I'm going to create a folder, and this will be lead automations, let's call it. Okay, first let's put test so I can differentiate. Now we're going to actually open up test lead automations. We're going to create a workflow in here. I always start from scratch. Okay, start from scratch. And this is with the new update, by the way. In the building websites video, I showed you how you can launch those new updates. Make sure you turn on the campaign and workflows update. So we'll name this like new inbound lead. Let's call it inbound lead workflow. So this is one way that you could use workflows, okay? And I'm going to try my best to break down different ways that you can use workflows, different ways you can set up triggers and automations and things like that. So first things first, if I'm running ads, let's say, okay, this is a good example. I'm running ads, Facebook, TikTok, whatever it is. Whenever a lead comes in, and let's say they fill out a specific form that I've created, which I'm going to have another video on how to use forms, how to create them, and things like that. So if anybody fills out one of those forms that I show you how to create, it'll trigger this workflow, right? So let's go here. Let's go to forms, or actually form. So form submitted. So this first thing here is this first section at the very top, that white box, is for triggers. This is what's going to initiate the workflow, okay? So form submitted. So I'm going to type in, let's call it Facebook lead form submitted. Okay, let's always, no matter what automation or trigger we're dealing with, you want to name it and differentiate each trigger, differentiate each automation, right? So this one's going to be Facebook lead form submitted, and I can create two workflow triggers. So maybe I can also create another one that whenever I tag someone with, let's say, lead contact tag, right? And let's actually open up filters. Let's go to tag added, and it'll be you can create new tags right from here, by the way. You don't have to go to your settings and create a brand new tag. I've seen some people doing that. You don't have to do that. So let's click add new tag. So if anybody gets added with the lead tag, which you could do manually, or you can have automations that do that, whenever that happens, it'll also initiate this workflow. Okay, so those are two examples of how you can initiate this workflow. I'm going to break down a couple other lead workflow triggers, right? So let's say appointment status. Let's say somebody, one thing to note here, and write this down if you can, because I really want you to remember this, okay? There's two appointment triggers: customer booked appointment or appointment status. If you do customer booked appointment, which means that maybe you have a calendar embedded on your website, they can immediately book an appointment directly from your website without any involvement from you. They did it right on your website. You had no involvement there, okay? You would use customer booked appointment. When I first got started, and what a lot of people don't understand, is that this literally means if the customer booked the appointment. Now, if you have setters, or if you yourself are manually talking to people and creating the appointment yourself, it won't trigger this workflow. So I've had so many workflows not get triggered when they were supposed to get triggered by appointments because I didn't understand this. Okay, so understand this. This is only for if the customer books an appointment. So I can make sure if it's specifically within a certain calendar, right? So let's say they booked 30-minute Zoom session with Mel, or maybe they did one of these other calendars. So this means that whenever they book onto a particular calendar, so maybe you have different calendars on different websites, or maybe you're doing a follow-up with somebody and you're going to put it on the follow-up calendar manually, whatever it is, different types of calendars. And then you can also go as far as making sure that this only initiates if someone has a particular tag. So let's say you have lead tags and then you have, let's say, affiliate tags. People that are affiliates are obviously not leads. People that are leads are obviously not affiliates. So I could differentiate those two and have different automations that trigger for different types of leads by differentiating them by tags. So I could say add filter has tag, and they have to be specifically a lead, right? So I don't want to overcomplicate this. This is literally a trigger whenever a customer books an appointment and they booked particularly on this calendar and particularly had this tag. Now I can create multiple triggers for different calendars all in the same workflow. Or I can create different workflows. Okay, I can have one that's for a 30-minute Zoom session with Mel, and then I can have one that's for a 30-minute Zoom session with Brian, right? And then those will be two different workflows. Or I could say anybody that books in the calendar 30-minute Zoom session with Mel and 30-minute Zoom session with Brian, both of those will initiate the same workflow, right? And let me show you how to do that. Right, let's say I did customer booked appointment, and then I could do the same thing here in calendar, and then I could choose Brian, right? Now, if they schedule on Mel or schedule on Brian, both things will initiate this workflow. That's how easy it is. Now, the thing that I want you to note here, like I said, this is specifically if the customer books the appointment. If you want to make it to where while you're having a conversation with someone, you manually book the appointment and you still wanted to initiate that workflow, we need to do something different, right? So we're going to do it here. We're going to do appointment status. Okay, now remember this. Event type normal, in calendar, we can do the same thing, Zoom session with Mel. And then we want to do appointment status is confirmed. Okay, and in your calendar settings, make sure that the appointment, it will automatically be confirmed. There's going to be an option, which I'm going to show you in a separate video with calendars. Make sure that it is always automatically confirmed once created. The reason why you want them to automatically be confirmed is because you want them to be able to immediately be put onto someone's Google Calendar without them having to confirm it, okay? Because it'll automatically be confirmed. That's how it always shows up on their calendar without you wondering, oh man, is it on their calendar? It'll always show up on their calendar. And then on top of that, you'll be able to use this workflow because it'll always be confirmed. So whenever I manually book an appointment on the calendar, I have appointment status, right, is confirmed with Mel, but this is technically booked on Mel's calendar. Okay, and booked on Mel's calendar, that's a trigger. Now this will initiate whenever I book a calendar manually, or even if someone goes to my website and books on the calendar, okay? It'll trigger for both. That's why it's better to use this instead of even using this customer booked appointment trigger. There's no use in this. I don't use this ever, okay? So I'd rather do it the other way. This is how you set up automations for leads, and that's how you set up automations for triggers for people booking appointments. Okay, moving on to the next thing. What do we actually do at this point? Okay, so let's cancel this. At this point, maybe I want to add a tag, right? Maybe I want the lead tag to get added at this point. And then in this case, I wouldn't want the lead contact tag to initiate this. Or maybe I can have them both, okay? It's however I want it to be, okay? The reason I might want to add a lead tag is just so that I can easily, when I'm looking through my contacts, go to filters and go to lead. And now I'll see everyone that's a lead. And then I can also do a filter for lead and say anybody that's been added into my contacts within the last month that has the tag lead. And I can add different filters and stack them on top of each other. So like I said, you want to make sure you always name and differentiate the triggers and the automations. Okay, so in this case, I want to say add lead tag. So I know exactly what this is, right? Just by looking at it. Okay, next thing I might want to do is add them into a pipeline, which there's going to be a separate video on pipelines, but basically what pipelines are are a way for you to track your customers' progress over time, right? They become a lead. Maybe they book an appointment. Maybe they have a follow-up call, and then they purchase, right? Or maybe they don't purchase, and you put them in a follow-up pipeline stage, and you just track every single lead throughout the entire process. Okay, that's what a pipeline is. So maybe pipelines are also known as opportunities. Okay, pipeline, opportunities, same thing. So let's create / update opportunity. So I'm going to name this to say added to lead stage, right? And within those opportunities and pipelines are stages. Okay, so stage 1 would be lead, stage 2 could be booked an appointment, stage 3, like I said, those are stages. Okay, and then I'm going to choose lead capture pipeline. And you can actually create these pipelines. I'm going to show you that in a separate video. But I'm going to show you all the automations that I actually use within my business so that you can go ahead and do the same. And I'm going to give you as many ideas here as possible. Okay, so new lead. I have 2 different types of stages, new leads and old leads. The reason why I have an old lead stage is because sometimes leads don't purchase and months go by and then they become an old lead, and I'll tag them with old lead because I'm going to start a new campaign, new workflows for that old lead, like sending texts and sending voicemails and emails for specifically old leads, people that have been in my pipeline for a long time. So I differentiate those 2 things. So new leads, I'm going to add them into new leads. The opportunity name will always be contact name. That way, when I'm looking at my pipeline and all the stages, the actual thing that I'll be seeing is their name. Okay, so I can have multiple people and I'll be able to easily identify each box because it'll say their name. Okay, so I can see Jesse, I can see Brian, I can see Jacob, all these different names. And I'll see them moving throughout the stages and be able to easily identify with their name. Opportunity source, you could choose to leave that blank. Value, I personally like to set value on each of my leads. Right? So if you have different price points, right, this is going to be an easy way for you to differentiate, or easy way for you to come up with a lead value. Okay, so let's say you sell something for $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, and let's say you're kind of selling them all equally. The average of those 3 prices is 2,000, right? So when I'm looking at my dashboard and I want to see my value of all my leads that are within these opportunities, I'll be able to see the total number, and it'll be an average. It's not going to be exact, but it'll be around the average of all these leads put together. So the average of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 is $2,000. So lead value I put here is $2,000. This means that whenever this workflow is initiated, they're immediately going to get the lead tag, and they're going to be put into the first stage, the new lead stage in my pipeline, and they're going to be marked with $2,000 of value. So now on my dashboard, I can get that exciting number of like, oh my God, I have $300,000 in my pipeline, which is great. Status would be open, meaning that they didn't purchase, nothing happened. I didn't lose them, they didn't abandon, nothing like that. It's just open, nothing has happened yet. And then later on, you could set workflows where they will actually be won because they purchased. Okay, so you could set automations for one, right? Because this is the create or update opportunity. All right, so I'm going to try to run through this fast because I know I'm getting a little bit too complex. We're already 12 minutes in. So that's how you add someone into the opportunity. Let's save, right? So like I said, you want to make sure you name this. And then maybe the next thing I want to happen is they get removed from all the other workflows. So let's say they just came into the pipeline and maybe they were in a main nurture workflow, or maybe they were in another workflow where they were getting a different set of texts. I want to remove them from all workflows, okay? I want to remove them from all workflows because I don't want them receiving any other automations aside from this one. So let's do remove from all workflows, okay? And we're not going to include the current workflow because then that obviously means they're not going to get any automations after this point. So if I start to build out all these text messages, they're not going to get any of the text messages down below because they'll have been pulled from the current workflow. I don't want that, so let's take this off. Okay, remove from all workflows. Next thing, I want them to get a text from me, right? So let's say SMS. Send SMS, and I'm going to name the SMS. There's going to be lead SMS 1. Like I said, I want to differentiate every single automation. Remove from all workflows. I didn't need to change the name on that because it's self-explanatory. It's removing from all workflows. So I could say, hey, and then I can click custom values, contact, first name. User is for the person that's actually doing the texting, right? So if you have multiple VAs, you got Jim and Harry, right? You can assign it to Jim, right? So I'm going to show you how to do that now. You can actually assign right at the very top, assign to user, and I could assign it to Jim. Let's say there's a Jim, right? And then we say assign to Jim. So now when I'm sending this text message, it's going to come from Jim's number, okay? I don't want to get too complex, but listen, if you have any questions about this, put it in the group and I'll be able to answer you. So there's going to be lead SMS 1, okay, custom value, and I'm going to say, hey, and I could say contact first name, their name. I don't want to put their full name. Hey, Jimmy O'Brien. I'm not going to say all that stuff. I just want to say their first name. Hey, Jim, or hey, Bob, right? Joseph here, or actually we're Jim now. Jim here. Just I saw you filled out the form on my ad. Just wanted to reach out and see what kind of business you have, right? Something simple. It doesn't have to actually be this, okay? And then you can actually test this by sending this to your own phone number and then click send text, test SMS. I can also add attachments like photos, okay? I can also add a URL where if I have like a Google Drive URL, I could put that here and it'll attach a photo from Google Drive. I'm not going to do that now. So save, that'll be the first SMS. And then I can also send an email if I want that says maybe the same exact thing. So I'm going to grab this, I'm going to copy, and I'm going to do another email. Usually I'm not going to do the same exact thing that I sent through text, but for this example, I will. And I'll say maybe I want them to open and then I'll put contact first name. So it'll say their name, Jim or Bob. Look at this, right? Something eye-grabbing. All lowercase and no capitals because I want it to seem authentic, like a real person. And then I could just put that message that I. Now, custom values, like this is where the user custom values come in. User first name. So now it's going to say, and I'm going to put a dash here. Since it's assigned to Jim, it's going to say dash Jim at the bottom. Okay, you understand that? So now, later on, I'm not going to get too complex here, but later on when I have multiple VAs, different people working for me, I can assign it to Jim, I could assign it to Harry. And then when I'm assigning these different leads, right, by using round robin, okay, so let's say I'm using a calendar that does round robin and gets assigned to different people. At this point, whenever this email gets sent out, it'll say dash Jim, and if it gets assigned to Harry, it'll say dash Harry. That way we're able to differentiate who it's being sent from and not confuse people with it always saying Jim, even though maybe it's sending from Harry's email. You get it? Now, since I assigned it to Jim, I don't have to put Jim's name here and Jim's email if I have all those things created and connected. If in the case you don't have those things created and connected, then you will need to put their email. So my example website.com. So I will need to say this is being sent from Jim O'Brien, right? From Jim at myexamplewebsite.com. That's not real, but this is what they're going to see when they receive the email, okay? And then I can also test this again. Now I can also add attachments and all those cool things. Now I personally like to change the font also, system font. I don't really like the way that looks. If you often use Gmail is sans serif. So I'm going to make sure it's sans serif, and I like to use a bigger font, 14-point font. That's what a lot of high-level email coaches will tell you to do. They'll tell you to do a larger font, so it's easy, more eye-grabbing, seems more authentic, doesn't seem like a marketing email like Casper or like an Amazon email or things like that, right? It's going to seem like an authentic email coming from a real person, not an automation. So let's save. Let's actually name this. This is going to be lead email 1. Now, at this point, I want to wait until they reply to me. There's two different ways that we can go about doing this, right? I could choose to just wait, right? I can make it wait, and then I can make it wait 1 hour, okay? And then within 1 hour, and make sure we name this wait 1 hour, I can make it wait 1 hour and then send another SMS. That's one way you could do things, okay? And this will be lead SMS 2. Hey, Jim. Or hey, and then we'll put their contact first name. I'm not going to do that now. I'm trying to show you this quickly and try not to get too complex here. This is one way we could do that. Okay, and then if I want, I can do copy all actions from here, or just copy the wait 1 hour. But in this case, I'm going to copy all actions from here, and I'm going to paste it down here. So now I have two things. I duplicated that exact sequence. And then for this one, I can make it say, wait another hour, right? And then this will be lead SMS 3, okay? This is one way to do things. This is good for nurture emails, nurture texts. If you don't necessarily want them to reply to you, but you want them to get updates, things like that. So I could send out emails over the course of, I could send emails once a week. So I can make that say, wait 1 week, wait 1 week, wait 1 week, and it'll be email 1, email 2, email 3. Whether they reply or not doesn't matter. It'll continue to go. Okay, that's one way we could do things. And I can make this send lead SMS 2, and I can make it send lead email 2. And then for this would be lead SMS 3 and lead email 3. And I could build it out just like that. I could build it out for, I could send out emails once a month, once a week. I can make it send out for 15 weeks, send out for 15, months. I can make it send out for literally 36 months if I want, 3 years. I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to show you another way that we can go about doing this, right? So instead of making it do wait 1 hour, here's another way we could do this. And watch, I could delete all actions from here. I could delete just this action. I can copy all actions from here, or just copy this action. I can move this, or I can move all actions from here. But I'm just going to move this action, let's say, and I can move it down here. I'm just demonstrating different things you could do by clicking these 3 dots and doing all this, right? So I'm going to delete all actions from here because I'm going to start from scratch at this point. Delete all actions below that point. Okay, everything below that point was just deleted. Now here's another way to do it. This is how I like to do things for lead workflows. So I'm going to do wait, and I'm going to do, instead of time delay, I'm going to do wait for the contact to reply. Now I want to wait until they reply to my SMS, okay? And I can also wait until they reply to my email, okay? And then I'm going to do what's called a timeout for 1 hour, okay? Now this is going to time, and what this means is if they don't reply to me within 1 hour, it's going to do whatever comes next, okay? So wait 1 hour, and if they don't reply within 1 hour, it'll move on to the next steps. Now, what I typically do, okay, is there's really no point in waiting 1 hour or they reply if you're not using if else, at least in my opinion. And again, play around with this as much as you want. What if else is literally means what it sounds like. If this happens, then this will happen, or else this will happen, okay? So if else, let's type in if. This is an if else, it's basically conditions, right? And branch, this is going to be what happens if they do something. So in this case, if they do reply, this is what's going to happen. So I'm going to name this, I'm going to leave condition name, I'm going to leave this to say condition because it's quite literally just conditions. I'm going to rename branch to say replied. So if they do reply, right, this is how we're going to build it out. Contact reply, contact replied. You can also do intent type. So intent type would be, is meaning they said specifically something, or is positive or negative. So if they say yes, that's positive. If they say no, that's negative. Or I could say is not if it is positive, or if it is negative, or is empty. If they send me a text that's empty, or if they send me a text that's not empty, okay? Or replied message, right? Contains a specific word. So if I could send out automated text that say, reply yes if you want this specific thing, or reply millionaire if you want something, right? If you want my free book, reply millionaire. So if this contains millionaire, maybe I'll make something happen. Like I'll initiate a zap, like from Zapier. That something will initiate, the zap happens to where they get sent a book. Or maybe they'll receive an email with a link that gives them something for free, right? So that's something that we could do. I'm not going to do all that complex stuff, but I wanted you to understand that that is possible. So in this case, I'm going to do contact reply. Contact did reply, true, okay? But there's really no point in false because that's what's going to happen. there's going to be two branches. One's going to be for replied, and one of them is going to be for not replied. So there's no point in the false option. We're always going to do true. Okay, now we're going to save at this point. Let me show you what it looks like. Condition, replied, right? They did reply or they didn't. So if they did not reply, we're going to continue to send them these texts. Okay, so let's look for SMS. Okay, that's not actually going to be my text. You would say something like, hey, just checking in here. Or we could do, hey, just bumping this. So I would say, hey, just bumping this, maybe put a little smiley face. I can make this say lead SMS2, so we can name it, right? That's one way we could do things. If they do reply, maybe I want to, if it's a specific message that I sent before, like asking a question or something, I could send a specific message back. But I don't really like to do it that way. I like to actually just send an internal notification, right? And this could be an SMS, which could be sent to, let's say, me. In this case, it would just be a assigned user. So it gets sent to Jim. Okay, he's going to receive a text. And he's going to say, we're going to put contact, full name, just replied, please check and respond. Okay. Now, sometimes I will say reply yes if you do want to confirm, if you're confirming our appointment, or reply no if you want to cancel the appointment, things like that. Sometimes I will use if else and use intent type positive, negative, or things like that. So that's an idea for you guys. Now, if they don't reply to me, this text, right? Let's copy this, copy action. We're gonna put an email. If they don't reply to these two, I'm gonna do the same exact thing again. So let's copy all actions from here, put it down here. So now this is just gonna keep happening, and they're gonna keep on receiving new text from me. And maybe this third message is gonna say, hey, let me know if you are no longer interested. Or maybe I could say, hey, really want to help you in your business. You definitely don't want to miss. Well, don't try not to sound salesy with these texts. That's the absolute key, especially with automations. If they sound really, really salesy, no one's gonna reply to you. I promise you that. Okay, hey, I really want to help you and your business. Maybe I'll offer them something at this point. Let me know if you want my free crash course. You want my crash course for free. Maybe I have like a 25-minute video that is like a crash course I could send to them. If you want my crash course for free, I'm more than happy to send that over. Period. Text me when you can. And I won't do things like sincerely or from or dash Joseph. I'm not going to do that because it seems more like an automation. Okay. So let's save that. This will be lead email 3. And then I could just continue this on and on until they reply. And then, usually by the second time, like we already had them wait 1 hour. By the second time, I'll wait 3 hours. And then maybe that next time I'll make it wait 1 day. Okay. So this could be wait 3 hours. And then I could do the next one to say wait 1 day. And then the cool thing is I can actually go to my settings and I can make sure, let's see, account time zone, time window. I can make sure that nothing is being sent out outside of the times of 8 to 5, right? So if I have an automation that says wait 1 hour and they came into my pipeline at 4, it waits 1 hour, it's then 5. It's not going to send them a text at 5. It's going to wait for the next day at 8 a.m. to then send them that next message. I said I didn't want to get complex, but I really want you guys to have all the sauce you guys need to take this and run with it. I'm going to probably end this video at 30 minutes and create a second one so we don't have such a long video. All right, so that's just a little idea for you here. That's what I like to do. I like to create these things and continue to follow up until they reply to me. Once they reply, and I get an internal notification. Let's make sure we always click publish and save, okay? And then you can also see all the execution logs. Okay, so we're getting an error saying that we have to actually assign the wait 3 hours. So make sure that when you duplicate things, you open this back up and actually assign. Because I duplicated this, it doesn't automatically assign messages. So we did that. And that's our simple sequence. It goes for 3 times. I can make this go on and on for days and days until they finally reply. An interesting thing that you could do too is I can actually duplicate this, copy all actions from here. I could do this one more time, but now this time it's going to actually assign, this time it's actually going to assign to someone else. We actually don't want to assign beforehand. We want to assign afterwards, because if they reply to me, then it's going to go to another user, and that's going to be confusing. So let's do it to, if they don't reply to me, it's going to now assign to another user, which means, depending on if you have multiple phone numbers, if you set up multiple phone numbers that get assigned to different users, this is a really good strategy. And I usually don't tell people this. I'm surprised I'm even putting this in here. You can assign it to another user, and it doesn't have to be a real person. You can create go to settings, go to my staff. I can create 10 users, and I can create 10 different phone numbers. Okay, so I could do assign to user, and then I can assign this to a new user that'll have a different phone number, and it'll almost be like it's a brand new conversation. So assign to, let's say, Brian. It'll almost be like it's a brand new conversation, because sometimes if I'm getting like 20 text messages from one person, there's pretty much zero chance I'll ever answer that person if I haven't yet answered, right? But if I get a brand new text from a brand new phone number and it's the same company but I don't know, there's more of a chance that I'll actually reply, because maybe it'll just say, hey Jim, is this Jim? I can make this message here, lead SMS 4. I can make it say, hey Jim, right? And they'll be like, who's this, right? And then we finally get a reply, and then maybe at that point we have our VA's SOPs, or any of our workers' SOPs, or your SOPs. Your standard operating procedures would be, if they finally reply to you after it got assigned to a new phone user, we call them immediately, right? We could set it to where now at this point we get an internal notification, we set up manual call, and then this is going to be added to our tasks, a manual call, okay? And then now at this point, when they finally replied, now that they finally replied, we're able to hop on a call with them. So since it's assigned to Brian, like, this is just where it gets a little bit confusing. It assigned to Brian, but it's gonna if they do reply to you, they will not have been assigned to Brian, and it'll still be assigned to the previous person, which I believe was Jim, which is a fake made up person. Jim is going to get that internal notification, and it's not going to have anything to do with Brian. So at this point, we're going to do an if else, and then at that point we'll set up a manual call, because they'll have responded to the texts from Brian. I hope that's not too complex. Okay, but I'm gonna end this video now, and I'm gonna create part 2. Okay, let's make sure that we actually assign this to these. Boom, let's click save again. And there we have one of our first workflows. I'm gonna create a part 2 now. So we just created that workflow here, and I didn't want to make that video too long, so here's a part 2. I just wanted to go over a couple more things, okay? Now, these are premium actions. These cost, I believe, 2 cents, something like that, but they cost extra money on top of whatever you're paying for other emails, SMS, things like that, phone calls, voicemails. A regular voicemail, I believe, costs 0.006, something like that, and then SMS costs 0.0079, okay, for every text. These cost, I believe, 2 cents. So if you're sending things out to Slack, it's either 2 cents or 1 cent. Don't hold me to that. Definitely look it up. But that's what I believe it is. I don't ever use this, because I don't want any reason at all for there to be, extra charges on my account. I don't think it's necessary, because, for instance, let's say I want to put things on Google Sheets. I could simply, what I could do is just send email. I can make this email send to myself, right? So I can actually do, no, not send email, sorry. I could do internal notification. I could send an internal notification that's an email. I could email this to myself, from myself. I can make the subject line say something very specific, like add this to Slack, or add this to Google Sheets, or something like that. And then I could put in data here, right? Data, like whatever data I want to enter. Let's say, lead name, value, like anything that I want to add into Slack. Let's say I want to put a notification out into my Slack chat, one of my channels. Instead of spending more money on that Slack workflow automation, I could just do this and then have Zapier look for emails that specifically say, add this to Slack, right? And then I could set it to where it grabs the body of the email and sends that through Slack into a specific channel instead of me spending money on Slack, okay? Another thing for you to note, they just recently added ChatGPT. I think it's very, very good. I think it's awesome. We're definitely moving forward with this. AI is becoming amazing and people are using it in their conversations with automations. But ChatGPT cannot remember conversations, so it's really only good for like the initial text. So they say something to you, you have a prompt that's set up, and it responds. But it's not able to have full-on conversations or remember things that were said previously. For that, you could just use Zapier and just look up ChatGPT, right? So those are a couple things to note, right? A couple of other things I want you to note are voicemails, right? I love sending voicemail drops. Okay, voicemail drops are great. Basically what that is your phone rings, like if you're sending it out, the person's phone will ring briefly, and then it'll hang up and then put a voicemail into their inbox. Really good to reach a lot of people with your actual voice. You could record something really quick on your phone using voice memo, send it to your laptop via email or however else, AirDrop, and then you can upload the file to here and then make it voicemail 1, voicemail 2. This is really good to integrate into your automations. Okay, that's a nice little plus. Just trying to give you as many ideas as possible here. Messenger, if your leads are coming through on Facebook Messenger, you could set things up on here, right? Messages go back if they say certain things. You could do if else if they reply with yes. You have a messenger send out, things like that. Instagram DM, same thing. You can connect your Instagram, your Facebook, and you can also connect TikTok leads. You can connect all these different platforms, but with specifically Messenger and Instagram, you could set up automations for those. A couple other things here, you can add tags, you can remove tags, you can add to opportunity, which we talked about. You can add certain notes. So if they reply yes to you, you could add to the notes, they replied yes, so they might be interested in our product. If they say no to you, this lead might potentially be interested in the future, but so far they've said no to us. You can assign a user, you can remove assigned user, right? You can add to different workflows, right? So I can actually make it to where if they reply yes to me, now they move to a different workflow, right? Maybe they get removed from all workflows, and then after that, they actually get added to a different workflow or something like that. Okay, I can remove them from opportunities, which we talked about. I can set the contact to DND. So if someone says no to me, hey, did you mean to book this appointment? No. I could say, you know what? I never want to talk to this lead again. Forget it. Let's set the contact to DND. Now they'll never receive any text from us in the future. And if we ever try to text them, it's going to tell us this person's set to DND. We can't text them or we can't email them. We can, of course, turn this off. The only case that we can't turn this off is if they say to us, stop. That's why we don't want to sound spammy, because we don't want people sending us stop, and then we can no longer speak to them ever again. So be careful about that, okay? Edit conversation basically means like I can mark someone as read or unread. Now we also have Stripe one-time charge. I can make them get charged. I can add a customer ID, right? I can add a customer ID here. Just custom values. You would need to set up your custom values here. That's a little bit more complex. You could look that up on YouTube, and you could charge them a certain amount, right? Which I think is really cool, automated payments. And then we could do AI appointment booking bot. I've never really played around with this, but I hear it's not so good, so maybe don't do that. You could do appointment update, appointment status, update appointment status. So if in the case someone wants to cancel, right, did you mean to book this appointment? And they reply no, if you're doing intent. I can make it update the appointment status to be canceled, right, to where we'll no longer talk to them. I can also add tasks. So on your dashboard, there's going to be a section that says tasks. So if I set up an internal notification, maybe after the internal notification, I also want to add a task. Internal notification, Jim gets an update, hey, this person replied. And then on top of that, I might want to add a task within the dashboard to where it says, go reply to that user, go reply to specific contact names. So I could do add task, reply to, and then I'll click this little flag button here or tag button, and then I'll do contact first name, or I'll do contact full name so that I can easily identify who it is. Contact full name. and then I can assign it to a specific person. And then maybe I could just assign it to contacts assigned user, whoever's assigned to them at that time. And I can make it due by tomorrow. They need to get this done by tomorrow. And then when they're done with it, they need to mark it that it's been done. That's a great way to add tasks for your VAs or anyone who's working with you. Okay, another thing to go over here. If else, wait. What I like right here, membership grant offer. Now, if you have a course built out in Go High Level, which I mean is absolutely amazing, you don't need to pay for Podia, Thinkific, Teachable, all these platforms. You can build courses right in Go High Level. You can actually grant people the offer. So if, for instance, if you're saying to someone, hey, do you want my free course? And they reply yes, and you're doing if else intent type, positive. If they say yes to you, maybe after yes replied yes, you can set it up to where they get immediate access to the course, right? So membership grant offer, and then you'll choose the offer here, whichever the course name is. I don't have any set up in this test account, but whatever the course name is, you'll put it right here, and they'll get access to your course. That's a really great way to automate access to courses. Now, if someone hasn't replied to you in a long time and you're like, F this guy, I don't want to send him anything else. I don't want to send him anything else. I don't want him to have access to my course. Let's take him out. I can actually revoke the offer. Or if someone says no to me and I've already given them my course, I can take them out of the course now automatically. Okay. And we can also do go to. This one's actually an important one. I'm going to go over go to and goal event right now. So go to. So let's say, for instance, they finally reply to me or something. I could set it to where it goes here, okay? And let's actually move this. Okay, we can't move this. So let's pretend I put go to over here. If they finally reply to me, and let's say, for instance, I didn't set up internal notification and all that extra stuff, and I already had something built out that was really intricate up here. Like let's say I had like 3 texts that get sent out, an email, they get a membership offer, and I don't want to necessarily copy and paste that down here. I could set it to where once they finally reply to me, it'll go to this part of the sequence, okay? And it'll go back up here. Or I could set it to where I'm sending out all these text messages, and let's say they're reminder text messages or something like that. And then when they reply to me, I want to initiate a new reminder. I can make it to where it goes to the top of all the reminders when they reply, and then it'll continue to send the reminders again or something like that. Like for instance, if I say, hey, just a reminder about making that payment. Like, do you want to make that payment today? And then finally, they say, no, I don't want to make that payment. Like they say no, and I set up intent to where it's negative. I can set it to where once they say no to me, like no, and reply no. I say to them, reply no if you don't want to take action today and you want me to remind you tomorrow, right? And my automations are set to be like throughout a whole day. And they say, yeah, no. Now I can set it to go to the very top, and it'll send all those reminders again the next day. So that's what go to is used for, right? It could be used to go to any part throughout the workflow, and that's a good idea for you to use it in the future. Now, the next thing that I want to talk about is goal event. Now, I could set this to where whenever they do a specific thing, they'll jump to this goal. So let's say, for instance, I set up 5 SMS text messages. And once they reply to me, throughout any of these text messages, I want the workflow to end, right? I'll set up a goal, right? And then once let's say they reply to me, or let's say they book an appointment, right? They book an appointment finally in 30-minute Zoom session with Mel. Once they do that, it'll end the workflow, right? So let's save, missing some people, confirmed. So now the goal is, and let's make sure we name this, booked with Mel goal. So now let's delete this go to, delete. Now, if at any point in this sequence they book an appointment with us, it'll jump straight to this goal and all the automations will be stopped, right? So that's a really good way to use the goal, okay? That's if we want an automation to stop. Another thing that we could do is we could set another workflow. Maybe we don't want to use a goal, right? Let's say we don't use a goal. I could set up another workflow that when they book an appointment, they get removed from all workflows, and then it moves on to the remainder of the workflow. So let's say, for instance, I have someone in this workflow, and then I have a second workflow that once they book an appointment with us, it removes them from all workflows, and then it sends them 5 other text messages, like reminder text messages. I could set it up that way, right? And then once they book an appointment with me, it'll automatically pull them out of this workflow, and then that other workflow that I just mentioned will start. Okay, so that's a great way to use that automation. Now, like I said, I didn't want to get too intricate with this. I went over a lot of things here, went over a lot of stuff here. One last thing I want to touch on is I can actually set this to default, right? So if I was to ever leave the email from name and from email blank, it'll always default to this. So let's say I don't assign it to a user, right? I don't assign it to a user. Let's say I don't fill out the name and the email within those email automations. I could set this to be a default. So let's say if it's not assigned to a user and there's no name or email in there, it'll automatically just say Joseph Henry, which is me, and it'll automatically send from my email. Okay. Now, no matter what, it'll send from these credentials. Okay. Now, any questions on this, put it in the chat in the group. I'm more than happy to answer. So in this video, we're going to talk about calendars. This is how you're going to set up calendars and then integrate them with your automations that I showed you how to set up. So click calendar settings. You're able to create a new calendar right here. I always recommend you do round robin because the simple calendar and the round robin calendar for some strange reason look different. And the round robin calendar just looks way better. It looks way closer to Calendly. So anybody that's using Calendly right now, lo and behold, you can use this program instead of Calendly. If you're paying for the premium on Calendly, stop. Just use this. Also, if anybody ever no-shows or cancels, you're able to use your automations, whereas if you're continuing to use Calendly, you're not able to do those with automations in Go High Level. So if you're considering doing Go High Level as well as Calendly, that's what I considered for a bit until I realized that a lot of things can't be done if I continue to use Calendly. So let's click round robin. Okay, we're going to name it. It's going to be, let's just call it free strategy session. We'll call it. Okay, with Joseph. Team member would be me. Let's just call it test user. And then this is where you'll actually name the URL. So it would just be Joseph strategy session. I'll call this one. Again, you could do whatever you want. So for strategy sessions, I'm going to keep it 30 minutes. And then I'm going to do a buffer time of 15 minutes. So the call will be 30 minutes. And then afterwards, there's going to be a 15-minute buffer where people won't be able to book calls with me. So I'll say I'm available Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. If you're available on weekends, do weekends. If you're only available from like 12 to 3, 12 to 4, 12 to 5, 10 to 5, 10 to 4, make sure you adjust that here. Another thing for you to note, your actual account availability could trump this. So if your account availability is only like 12 to 3, but then the calendar availability is 8 to 5, it's not going to do 8 to 5. It's going to do that 12 to 3 or whatever your availability is within your account. Okay, so let's click confirm at this point. We're going to move on to the next step. So you can preview calendar. I'm going to go back and actually edit it. It looks like with the new update, they changed a couple things. So let's do free strategy session with Joseph. Let's click edit. All right, here we go. So let's just go through everything and make sure it all looks good. Forms and payment, you can collect payment. You can add guests. So if you have, let's say, a VA, or let's say you have a VA, right? You create a calendar for the VA. Maybe they're going to do the first call. You're going to do the second call, however you want to structure it. You can choose to add yourself as a guest, which I like to use a lot. You can also have a confirmation page where it just says, thank you for your appointment request, blah, blah, blah. Or you could just do redirect URL if you want to be able to redirect this person to a thank you page. And if you're running advertisements, it's going to be very important that you have thank you pages so that you could track with your pixel whenever they actually book the appointment, right? So on the thank you page, that's where you'd have your pixel and track that they actually booked an appointment. Now, if you're using attribution tools like Hyros, it's especially important as well. So you could track all those calls, and then that'll be able to calculate the cost per call, all those, cool things. So I do use a redirect URL for this example. I'm just going to do default. And you can also insert a Facebook pixel as well to track even better if you're using Facebook ads. So always do auto confirm new calendar meetings because that's the way that it's going to actually end up in their calendar automatically without them having to manually add it and then confirm it there. So always do this. Notifications, I always do an acknowledgement email to the contact and then also to the assigned user. Allow Google Calendar to send invite. So you can do this if you want to where they'll get an invitation. Assign contacts to the respective calendar. Yes. Okay. Customizations. I just like to keep it classic. So let's go to meeting details 2. Over here is where you can actually adjust the color. This is going to be the color that it shows up as within your calendar. So whatever color you like, make sure you choose that. I like to, when I create different calendars, differentiate them with colors, right? So if I'm targeting different types of people, I want to make sure I'm doing, orange for roofers, red for coaches, just so I could easily differentiate and identify who I'm going to be speaking with so I could be better prepared on that call. Make sure that the meeting invite title makes sense, right? So you would say, free strategy session with, and then that's going to have their name. So it's going to say, if their name is Jimmy, it's going to say free strategy session with Jimmy. Okay. Now that's everything that you need. You click save, you're good to go. And then this is how you're going to actually copy the calendar. Okay, let's touch on availability first. So here we go. 30-minute interval, the duration. So interval means that when they're choosing what time they want to speak with you, it's going to show it in 30-minute intervals. So it's going to be 1, 1:30, 2, 2:30. Meeting duration is going to be the actual duration. These are two completely separate things. So you can have, hour-long meeting durations, but 30-minute intervals. So they could still choose 1, 1:30, 2, 2:30. But if they choose 1 o'clock, it's going to be from 1 to 2 o'clock. And then no one will be able to book at that same time from 1 to 2 o'clock. Anybody who wants to book in the future is going to need to book from 2 p.m. beyond or before that, depending on your availability. Minimum scheduling notice, I personally like to do 2. I don't want anybody to be able to book an appointment with me at 2 days out. Actually, let's do 3 considering the weekends, right? So 2 to 3 days is that sweet spot. Anything beyond this, you're going to have a higher no-show rate because they're going to be booking appointments with you too far out. And then by the time the appointment comes up, they're not going to be as excited or they're going to have completely forgotten, especially for people that don't look at their calendars often. Good chance they're going to actually even, completely forget about the call. Date range. So minimum scheduling notice 3, date range. Okay, so this is actually 3 days, yeah. So let's see, minimum scheduling notice 3. I'm not sure what the difference is here. I haven't edited a calendar in a while, but I'll check on this and I'll put it down in the description below. Maximum bookings per day, I'm not going to touch that. I want it to be able to pack out completely if I wanted to. Maximum bookings per slot per user. So this is so we don't have like one user that just comes in, books up 8 appointments back to back for no reason because they just want to clown you and troll. So this is buffer time. This is what I meant. Now, this isn't going to be buffer time, meaning that it's only going to show 1 and then it's going to be 30-minute intervals with 15-minute buffer time, meaning it's going to show 1 and then 1:45, and then it's going to show 2:15. It's not going to work like that. It's going to be only if someone schedules an appointment with you, there's going to be a buffer time afterwards. So if I do 15 minutes, that means it's going to be 30 minutes. And if the duration is 30 minutes long, it's going to pretty much be 45 minutes. And then since it's 30-minute intervals, if someone books for 1 p.m., it's going to be 1 until 1:30. And then there's going to be a 15-minute buffer time. It's going to be a 15-minute buffer time. And then they're not going to be able to schedule 1:45. They're actually going to only be able to schedule the time after that, which would be 2 p.m. All right, so that's how you schedule set up a calendar. And I'm going to show you how to grab the link. So we saved it. Let's click close. We're going to go to free strategy session with Joseph. Click this. Click copy scheduling link. That's the actual scheduling link where people can book. And then if you were to ever embed right into a website, whether it's WordPress or ClickFunnels or in Go High Level, you would copy the embed code. And then when you go to your website, you go to sites, you'll be able to just do the code and then just insert the code there. So next thing I want to show you is automations. Like I said, you can set up triggers. So if you're creating automation specifically for calendars, let's start from scratch. And then your trigger, like I said, it's not going to be, so let's go down here. It's not going to be customer booked appointment. It's going to be appointment status. And then now I'm going to just select appointment status is confirmed, and then select in calendar, and then I'll choose the one that I just created, okay? And like I said, you can create multiple triggers for different calendars all within one workflow if you want. So I'm going to actually name this booked strategy session with Joseph, okay? And that'll be the trigger, and then now I can have reminders happen. Let me show you something really quick as well that I didn't show you earlier. You can actually do wait before, right? So let's do event or appointment time. So before literally means it's going to send out before the time of the event. So if I do wait before 3 hours, that means 3 hours before the event, it's going to do the next action, which in this case could be a text message. So it's 3 hours before, it's going to send a text message beforehand. Now you might be confused. Just remember, this literally means 3 hours before the event. You might be thinking, how is it going to know which event? What if they scheduled multiple events? The chances that people are scheduling multiple events on your calendar are highly unlikely. It's just going to happen for the next event, whatever next event is happening. that's what they're going to get reminders for. So make sure you're not having people book multiple things in your calendar. And then I can also do another one where it says wait, 1 hour before, and now they're going to get another reminder. And I'm going to name this wait 1 hour before. I like to actually say wait 1 hour before, right? I'm going to name this wait 3 hours before. And then I like to do another one where it's going to be like wait 1 minute before. And then this one's going to basically say, hey, I'm just about to jump in the call, right? Wait 1 minute before. It always capitalizes this for you, so don't worry about that. You see here, all capitalized. And then I can send an SMS that says, hey, contact first name, about to hop in the call now. Boom, okay? And that's how you do that, and then you click save. Make sure you name all your workflows as well. Any questions, just put them in the group or comments below if it allows you.
So once you've connected your Google account, you've made sure everything is integrated properly, you've set up your calendar, all the automations are working properly, there's one last thing that you need to make sure 100% is connected. So first you're going to go to settings in Go High Level, you're going to click on My Staff, you're going to go to your account, and it's got to be the account that's actually connected to your calendar. And make sure you don't have multiple people connected in the calendar. Unless you have multiple salespeople, then you're going to put all those people in and do round robin. But in your case, most likely, you're going to have one person, which is going to be you. So you're going to click on the pencil icon next to your name. You're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom where it says user availability. And if this is not properly connected to where it says Google Meet, like on some accounts I noticed it says custom or it says connect Zoom, but there's no actual, like nothing connected, like let's say Zoom is not connected, or you have custom and there's no link in there, then whenever the event is created, it's not going to be put on the other person's calendar. It's not going to be put on your lead's calendar unless this is properly set up. So make sure you have Google Meet, right? So that way the call is actually generated. There's a real Google Meet link. And then whenever someone goes onto your calendar and books a call, it's immediately going to be put onto their Google Calendar and your Google Calendar with an actual Google link. And a lot of the automations are set up to where that link is also going to be sent to that lead via email. And if this is not properly set up, no link will be sent. It'll just be blank. So make sure you set this up. You set up all your availability. On your personal availability, you should have it completely open, like 8 to 5, 8 to 6, 8 to 7. And then on the actual calendar, you're going to set up the availability. And that's the one that's going to matter the most. I would keep this completely open. Like you'll notice mine says 8 to 11 because I want the calendar to hold the availability, not my user. Unless I'm adding more salespeople, then we could talk about that at another time. But make sure you have this connected and set up properly. If you have any questions, put it in the group.
Okay, so I'm going to show you two different booked call reminder workflows. I'm going to show you a simple one, and then I'm going to show you a little bit more intricate one. So if you're looking to get started fast and just want like a simple one that's straight to the point and you don't want all the extra stuff, I'm going to show you that. And then if you want one that confirms the call and also switches users and all this extra stuff, if you think it'd be helpful for your business, then you can use that one as well. And I'm going to show you pretty much how, the mechanisms of both. So both of them are initiated by a trigger where they're booking a call with you. And as I showed in the CRM crash course, instead of just choosing like a call is booked, we want to actually make it to where it's appointment status instead. So instead of right here, customer booked appointment, we don't want to use customer booked appointment because that's quite literally only when the customer books an appointment. So sometimes you're going to be booking an appointment through the conversations or the contacts or directly onto the calendar yourself and the customer's not doing it. So you want to make sure that those people are also getting reminders. So instead of doing the customer booked appointment trigger, you're going to do the appointment status. You're going to name it booked Zoom call or booked, free discovery call, whatever it is. Choose the event type normal. It's going to be that by the default. Choose the proper calendar, the one that people actually book onto and that you book onto when you schedule calls. Do appointment status is confirmed. And whenever you or them book an appointment, Go High Level automatically confirms it. So it's confirmed on their calendar and yours so that it automatically shows up on their calendar and obviously yours as well. So this is the best way to do it. And then if you have multiple calendars that you want to trigger these reminders, then you'll just set up a trigger for each of those calendars, right? So this one's another calendar and I set up a trigger for both. This is the simple one. I'm going to break down the simple one really quick. You assign it to the main user, which is you. Remove from all other workflows because we don't want them to receive any more SMS from us. And listen, they might not be sold. So there's two ways that you could do this. You could do remove from all workflows, or you could do remove from workflow and do another workflow and choose the one that you want to remove them from. So you would remove them from the SMS one. Maybe you would remove them from the dialer, remove them from this, remove them from that, and just do each individual one instead of removing them from all workflows, because maybe you want to keep them in the email sequence. So in case they don't buy, they still receive emails from you. And then you add the booked call tag. This is important because it triggers other things or it pulls them out of other things based on that goal. And I showed you guys goals in another video. Wait 3 days before. So this is how you set this up. You look for the wait action, right? So you go here, you type in wait, you click on wait, and this is what it looks like. You click on wait for event appointment time instead of time delay. And then instead of after or exact time, you're waiting before, which literally means that it's going to send them a message 3 days before the event. Okay, one very important thing to note here is this right here. Always select skip all outbound communications till next wait or event start date action, because you don't want them to move to a specific step. You don't want them to move to the next step. You want to skip all outbound communication actions until the next wait time if it's 2 days before or it's 1 day before that they book the appointment with you. So for instance, if it is June 1st, right, and someone books an appointment for June 2nd, you don't want a 3-day reminder text to go out, hey, our appointment's in 3 days, because that wouldn't make sense, right? So you want it to skip this if it's already in the past, okay? Skip this if it's already in the past. Till next wait, okay? So read this right here. If the timing of this wait step is already in the past, how should the contact proceed? Skip, okay? Simple. And then we have our 3-day reminder, which looks like this. Reminder for 3 days, user email, user first name. And we don't need to put this because it's automatically going to fill it with the user information. It's not necessary, but you can do it. And you can name this email reminders for appointment in 3 days. Hi, contact first name. Please be reminded that our call is in 3 days. Appointment meeting location. This is literally the link. So if it's a Zoom call, it's the Zoom call link. If it's a Google Meet, it's the Google Meet link. If it's a phone call, though, there's not really going to be any meeting location here. So just delete that if it's a phone call. Thanks, and then your name. And again, I'm using sans serif 14-point font. And then the text looks like this. Hey, quick reminder, our call is in 3 days. Thanks. Right? Simple. Then 24 hours before, it's the same thing. Okay, same exact thing. Text, same thing. Wait 3 hours before. So I like to do 3 days, 24 hours, 3 hours, 30 minutes. Okay, I think that's more than enough. And in the next one, I'll show you that we have a couple more, obviously. So 3 hours before looks like this. If you want to pause this, you can. Okay, 3 hours looks like this. And then 30 minutes looks like this. Pretty much all the same thing. This is reminders in its simplest form, okay? And then you save. Next one, this is mine. You can see it's a little bit more intricate. I have a webhook to Zapier, which is to send information to Slack. So I'll name this webhook to Zapier / Slack. So this way we get notifications from Zapier into Slack, basically saying someone booked a call. Right, so we'll send the contact name, the contact phone, the contact email. So if you're sending information to Slack as well, this is what it looks like. Go to Zapier, and if you need a little bit of training on Zapier in the bonus course, I talk a lot about Zapier. You want to send this information because we want to actually put this information in the message. Okay, so you go to Zapier, you go to trigger, webhook, and then it's going to give you a link. You pop the link into here, and it's going to send this information over whenever this gets initiated. Okay. Now we're going to assign it. This is the ninja strategies that I use. Okay. We're going to assign it to one of our virtual assistants or one of our assistants in general, one of our sales reps, whatever. The whole point is that it's not going to be me that's sending the text. It's going to be one of the assistants. Okay. We remove these tags, right? Like canceled, cold lead, lead, no show, not ready, post nurture lead. I just like to remove those tags. We add these tags, booked call and hot lead. It's more than likely a hot lead if they book a call. We put them into the booked call stage. Okay. Booked call stage. So we just do our main offer pipeline. We choose the booked first call stage. We put their name, we put the value. Okay. And then we send an internal notification to everybody. You don't have to do this, but you can. Remove them from all workflows or just specific workflows, like I mentioned before. We wait 2 minutes and we send them a text confirming that they booked an appointment right when they booked an appointment 2 minutes after. So right after they book an appointment, 2 minutes later, they receive this text. And it says, hey, this is Christine from Go Hire Retire. Your appointment was scheduled. I like to wait 2 minutes so it seems more natural, by the way. Your appointment was scheduled for start date at start time. Reply yes if you meant to book this. Reply no if it was an accident. And you'll find out why I did this in a second. And then I send this congratulations. Congratulations, your call is scheduled. Please be in a quiet place. Provide enough time for the full call. Also, before the call, please go here to watch some important videos. And these are my thank you videos, basically my pre-call videos. Here are the call details, right? So it's going to be start date, appointment, only start time, and appointment time zone. You can access the meeting here, right? So this is the link. And you can add your calendar. You can add it to your calendar here with these links. If you need to cancel, they can cancel with this link. Reschedule, they can reschedule with this link. So that's the email that I sent. And then the text message. All right, we already saw the text message. Remove from all workflows. Okay, I guess I put that twice. We can delete that now. Save. All right, so we wait for 1 hour or they reply, right? And I've shown this to you before already. You do the wait for contact reply, you do timeout 1 hours, okay? And you put the reply to and you select the email and the text. Now the condition is going to be if they replied yes, right? So we type in replied yes. Intent type, this is how we define if they replied yes. Intent type is, so right, let me just show you what this looks like. We're doing contact reply, intent type, and then we're doing is positive / yes. And then this is what happens if they reply no, like no, I didn't mean to book this appointment. And we do again, contact reply, contact intent type is no. Okay, so this is if they literally say no or not yet or no, I didn't mean to book that. It's gonna Go High Level is gonna detect that and it's gonna act accordingly. So let's click save. And this is what it looks like now. If they reply yes, we wait 1 minute so we can seem natural. We send a text back that says, awesome, your call is going to be with Joseph, who you saw in the ads. And then it's going to do a go to. This is very easy to set up. You just do go to, right? So you just type in go, click on go to, and then it's going to make you choose where you want it to go to next. So it goes to this, which is just like we saw in the other sequence. Wait before 24 hours. So we do wait before 1 day, skip. And then if they say no to us, we're going to cancel the call. So go to status, canceled. This is called update appointment status. So just do update appointment status and update it to canceled if they cancel the call. And then we send this text. Got it, we canceled. So you didn't want virtual assistants? We don't just hire virtual assistants. We also help you with scaling in general, like your CRMs, your ads, your websites, lead generation, etc. Did you have any questions? So that would be basically like your final chance to get them to rebook with you. Oh, sorry, you know what? I did mean to cancel. Did mean to hop on the call with you, and then you would adjust it and put them back on the calendar. Okay, and then you're going to move to call canceled stage, and then add them to the call canceled workflow, which I'll show you in another video. Okay, so then we get the 24-hour reminder, which looks like this. All right. Friendly reminder that our appointment is 24 hours away. And I'm going to attach a document below with all of this stuff. Okay, and then this is the text. Contact first name, just a reminder that your call is in 24 hours. is 24 hours away at, and then this is the time, appointment start time. Wait 3 hours before, okay, and then we get another text. Hey, your call is with Joseph in 3 hours. Then it switches to me now. So that, this is the thing. I don't want them to get so many reminders, because I did this in the past. They got so many reminders from one number, and then when I finally tried to text them after the call, they had so many texts from me that they never replied to, that they just stopped replying entirely. Versus if I have my assistant send all the automated messages, or I have the automations send through my assistant's number all the automations, and then I switch it to me, and all I'm saying is like, hey, it's Joseph. Looking forward to our call in 1 hour. Now they're like, oh, wow, Joseph actually texted me. That's pretty cool. And then I send them another text 1 minute before and say, the call's about to start. Check your email for the Google Meet link. Check junk if you can't find it. Okay? So I like to set it up this way so that it switches to a different person. They got a 3 hour reminder. They got a 1 hour reminder. They're getting the 1 minute reminder. Okay? So I like to, this is a little bit more advanced. You don't have to do this, but this is a great way to set it up to where you're getting people to confirm via text and say yes to you. And then anyone who doesn't say yes to you, you can actually call them to confirm maybe a couple hours before. Okay? And we actually have a dialer in place to do that, which I'll show you in another video. All right, any questions on this whole setup, let me know, and I'll be more than happy to help. If you want to add another text in here, if you'd like, you can, and just say like, hey, our call is in 30 minutes, our call is in 1 minute. Maybe you can even set it up to where it doesn't switch to you until after they sent the 1 hour reminder, and then it'll switch to you then, and then send a 30-minute reminder, and then a 1 minute reminder. If you want to do it like that, you can. Okay, any questions on this, let me know. I'll be more than happy to answer, put it in the group. So in this video, I'm going to go over pipelines. And opportunities and stages and exactly how to use it and how to use it with your automations. So this is what a pipeline looks like. These are the separate stages. Okay, so we've got old leads, new leads, responded, cold lead, booked first call, booked sale call. So if in the case you have 2 calls, like a 2-call close, that's how you'd set it up. No show if they don't show up, canceled call if they don't show up there and cancel. Downsell if you have any downsells, like people that don't qualify for your highest tier. Follow-up appointment set if you're setting up appointments to follow up with people. And then if they actually close, or if they're just not ready and to follow up later, if they just give you a hard no and they don't want to work with you at all. And then any manual follow-ups, and if they're just not qualified at all. So these are different stages that you can use. You could choose to use these or create some of your own. These are just ideas for you. What I'm going to do is actually show you what it would look like if I was to add one into here. So let's say MJ test. We're going to do opportunity value 2000. If let's say I have 3 different programs, 1000, 2000, 3000, average would be 2000. I can also assign them to someone here, but I'm not. And then I would hit create. Okay, and they're going to end up as the first person there. This is exactly what it looks like. And then when you have a lot of people, it's going to be a whole stack, and you'll be able to scroll through them, move them through here, right? And ideally, with what I showed you in the workflows, they will automatically be placed into this system, CRM system and pipelines, without you having to manually do this. Okay, and then the value would be here, and then you'd be able to move them manually, or you'll set up automations where if certain actions are taken, they'll be moved from stage to stage. So for instance, if someone doesn't answer you for 7 days, you can add a cold lead tag. You can make it to where it removes the lead tag, adds cold lead, and then you can set up a separate workflow automation that will move them to the cold lead stage whenever that cold lead tag is added. Okay, so for instance, that workflow that I showed you, let's say at the very end, if they just did not reply at all, we type in, we add the automation that's add tag, and then we're going to add the cold lead tag. That's going to then initiate another workflow that you would need to create yourself if you want it, where the trigger is tag is added, specifically the cold lead tag. When that happens, Within that workflow, we'll add update opportunity, and it's going to update this opportunity to move them to cold lead, right? So it's going to move them to cold lead. Okay, now if they ever book a call with us, it's going to automatically move them to booked first call. That's something you would need to set up as well. You would just do the triggers like I showed you with appointment status confirmed for a specific calendar, and then just make that first action, the first automation within that workflow, update opportunity, move them to booked first call. Then if they end up booking a second call with you, if that's how you do it, some people just do one call. If that's how you do it, you move them to the second call once they book on the second part of the calendar. If at any point you want to update, you want to view the conversation, you want to call them, you could do all that by hovering over these little icons here. You can add an appointment, right? If they don't show up, you can set an automation to where if they do a no-show, right, you would just do trigger, appointment, no-show. It's very easy to find out exactly how to do that. Set it to where it moves to no-show, okay? And if they cancel the call, obviously same thing. Now, if they end up closing, you're obviously going to want to set up an automation. Now, there's two ways you could do it. You could set up automations where if an invoice payment is paid within Go High Level, if you're using Go High Level to accept payments, you can make it to where it adds a tag and then moves them, updates the opportunity, moves them to closed sale / client. Or if you don't have payments on Go High Level, or if you want to differentiate different types of clients and you want to manually add tags, like let's say, for instance, I have 3 different offers, 3 different prices. I can make it say closed client 1, closed client 2, closed client 3. Those are 3 different tags for 3 different types of purchases. And then whenever someone purchases my product, I can manually type in and tag them with closed product 1 or whatever, and then set it to initiate a certain automation. Now, I like to do it that way because I have different, offers, different prices, so I manually add tags. And then whenever I manually add tags, it'll 1, move them to this closed sale client, and then 2, it's going to actually add them into a different pipeline that's going to be for the purpose of tracking fulfillment. What I mean by fulfillment is, let's say you are a business that runs ads for people. Let's say you're a social media marketing agency. You need to first set up their ad account, right? And then you need to, at that point, help them with their ads. And then at that point, you need to actually put the ads into their ad account. You would track the pipeline throughout that whole process to make sure that you have one place where you have everything. You have your cold leads, you have your good leads that are going to move forward, and you have the closed leads, and you could track the progress of those clients that have actually paid. So I'm going to show you how to create another pipeline when you don't already have one, okay? Or if you want to create a second one. So let's go to pipelines, right at the top here. Make sure you click opportunities here. Then you go to pipelines, go to create new pipeline. We're going to create a brand new one that's going to be for closed clients, right? Our current clients or whatever you want to call it. Now we add the stage name. So it's going to be first paid, right? They just paid or just paid, whatever it is. And then it's going to be connect to ad account, like if you're a social media marketing agency. The next thing is going to be help them. Let's say they're doing video ads, help them script ads. Once that's done, we want to actually have them do the video. Video is recorded. Then at that point, video is edited, or videos, maybe videos are recorded, videos are edited. Once that's done, we have start ad campaigns. And then we do maybe 1 week review. Now I'm able to easily track my client's progress right within that pipeline. Okay, so let's go to opportunities. You'll be able to switch from opportunity to opportunity right here. So let's go to close clients. And then let's say, for instance, right when they made that purchase, they were automatically added in here. And then this is where you would see all, once they get added with that tag, closed product 1 or whatever it is, they get added into this pipeline. And then now, every time we kind of move them forward in terms of fulfillment, All we got to do is kind of move them forward. And maybe you have virtual assistants that do this for you. Maybe you have an operations manager, project manager that's doing all this, managing multiple virtual assistants. Okay. And you can have them just kind of push this through and keep you updated on all of your clients and say, hey, we just moved people, we moved MJ Test to help them script ads because now we're helping them with scripting the ads, right? And then we got them to record the video. Okay. Now we finally got the video edited. Okay, now we're actually going to start the ad campaigns. Now we want to do our 1 week review. Okay, and then we can set up automations for each and every one of these processes, right? So we can make it to where if they get a certain tag, like connect ad, right? That'll initiate the connect to ad account, right? We can automate this whole process if we want. We can set things to where I can have an automation, right? So let's go to automations. I can have an automation. Let's go to automations. Start from scratch. I can have an automation where let's say a certain tag is added, right? Let's say they get contact ad setup tag. Filters, let's pretend I added a tag, okay? Let's pretend I did all that. I can make it to where it'll move them throughout the pipeline. So let's go to close clients. Now we connected the ad account, let's say. Status, they've already been won. And then whenever that tag is added, they'll be moved to the next pipeline. Or I can create a workflow where whenever they are moved to a certain pipeline, so let's go to pipeline, pipeline stage changed, and then let's say specifically in pipeline, close client, and then let's go to specifically has tag, let's say, and then for each part of that stage, I can have different tags, right? I can have different tags, and then if they have a certain tag, let's pretend I have, ad account setup tag, something like that. I can make that a trigger, and then I can make it to where I'm setting up zaps, right? I'm sending out contracts or things like that. So like I said, I like to do I like to set up Zapier with emails, or you could just do Slack, right? Or whatever it is to kind of initiate other things that happen. Or what some people do is they do a webhook, right? A webhook out. I don't like to use webhooks because Zapier charges more. And if I'm doing this in bulk a lot, it's additional money I don't need to pay if I don't have to. So you can either get, which means it's receiving a webhook, or it's posting a webhook. I could set this to where now it's going to send out a contract, right? So I could do send internal notification, okay, and then that notification is going to be sent to me via email, and I can make it say specifically send out contract to, and then put like a name, and then I could use Zapier to then send out that contract, okay? I'm sure there's easier ways to do this. This is the way that I do it, okay? This is the way that I do it. This is the way I have it set up. I'm just trying to give you guys ideas of different automations that you could be set up, for when people are your clients or when they're not your clients, and different ways that you can kind of navigate the pipelines, the workflows. And if you have any questions, feel free to just pop that right into the course. Again, we do all this for you. If you work with us, we do all this stuff for you. Okay, we're going to set up these automations. We're going to show you how to use it. We're going to get your VA, put them in here. We're going to help you with the lead generation. We do all this stuff for you. So if at any point you're like, listen, I don't have time for this, I really want to get it set up, but I'm just so busy. I'm just so, I have such a heavy workload. I want you guys to do this. We do all of this for you, right? Just feel free to book a call with us. I'm sure there's going to be a link somewhere in this course where you can just book a call with us and we'll set all these things up for you. We have no problem. All right. Again, any questions, put them in the group. All right. So next thing we're going to go over is how to build a website. Right here on Go High Level, you don't need to use WordPress. You don't need to use Squarespace and all these other platforms. If you're paying for the CRM here, you're also getting access to being able to build out websites, and it's significantly cheaper than ClickFunnels, as you should already know. So first thing that we want to do is go to settings. And what's unique about this course is that this will be one of the very few courses, if there's any, that will touch on some of the updates that Go High Level has now, which is extremely awesome. If you go to settings, you go to labs, they have a beta program, and there's so many things here that they launched recently that you have to manually turn on, okay? So new message composer, enhanced calendar creation, all these things I recommend you turn on. One of them includes brand new funnel and website builder. Okay, so I'm going to go over the new layout for building a website. So make sure you turn this on so that everything kind of matches what you're going to see here in this video. So definitely turn all these on whenever you get the chance, right? Once you have all that turned on, go to sites. Okay, I'm going to show you how we would do it from scratch. So all you'd have to do is click new funnel. Now, if you want to build out an actual website, I mean, there's not really much of a difference between funnels and websites. I just use funnels because that's exactly what we're using, right? We're not just building a website where they go and they can click contact and see like different information and things like that. It's an actual funnel. We're running ads. We want people to move throughout the funnel to where they actually purchase or take some sort of action, right? So we're going to do new funnel in this case. We're going to start from blank. We're going to name it. So I'm just going to do test for video. No way. Test for course. Okay. Create. Now that we've created that, let's click on it. Let's add a new step. You need to actually add your first step. So this would be landing page. It could be whatever you want, but this is how I'm laying it out. Okay, path would be landing page. You can also import from ClickFunnels. I'm not doing that. Create new step. And then all we have to do is create from blank. If you want to use an existing template, you can. That can get you started a little bit easier, but in this case, I'm just going to start from blank. Feel free to play with it as much as you'd like. We're going to do full width, add row. Scroll down here once you click the row, background color. I'm going to do black. You can do whatever color you want. You can keep it white if you want. I'm going to do black. I'm going to add row where it says right here, add row. We're going to do one column. And this is kind of the foundation. You first have to add a row before you could do anything. And then we can click add element at this point. Let's add a headline. You got to drag it. And then usually I'll have like a photo or a video or something like that after the headline. I usually have a headline, subheadline, video or photo, and then another like little headline below that, and then a button. I'm going to show you how I do that. That's how I do things. You don't have to do it that way. Right, so we already have a headline at this point. Let's change the color to white. So we'll do color white. Since this is bold, I'm going to have to make this white as well. If you have it italic, you'll have to change the color there. If it's underlined, you'll have to change the color there. So just make sure you change the corresponding attributes. So let's go to add video. So you could type in whatever you want here. So video, okay. And I'm just gonna add a random video from YouTube here just so that you can actually see something. So we'll grab this video, copy link. All you have to do now at this point, once you add a video, is scroll to the bottom, like click on the element, scroll to the bottom, put the video URL. If you're using Vimeo, you could do that, Wistia, any of these platforms here, or you can actually host it directly on the website. I don't recommend doing that. It takes up a lot more bandwidth. It's better to just host it somewhere else like YouTube, especially since it's free. Okay. So now we have a headline, right? So this could be take action now, something simple, take action now on this simple 3-step scaling solution, something. This is just an example. This is not something I'd actually use. And then I'm going to actually change the font here. Let me show you how to change fonts. So we're going to switch it to custom font. And then the cool thing is you can actually, this is something they launched kind of recently. You could choose any of these fonts they have here already, or you can actually search the Google fonts, right? So I'm going to look up, let's go to Y. As of right now, I don't know another way to like actually search. So once you finally find one, you'll be able to kind of save it for the future. So in my case, I'm using Yanon. You can make it larger. One very important thing for you to note here, guys, is, I mean, first off, you can edit like bold, italic, underline right here. I'm going to make mine italic, and then we have to actually change the italic color here. Let's make it yellow. And then you need to view it both desktop and mobile, okay? So make sure that the sizes are all correct with both desktop and mobile, okay? So you'll adjust the mobile font size here, and you'll adjust the desktop font size here, okay? So that's how you do the headline, and then I'm going to do a second headline. What I like to do, since I already have the font chosen, is I like to actually, so let's scroll using our fingers on the keypad. I like to duplicate this, right? So let's duplicate. This one's not going to be italic, and then this one's going to be smaller, okay? And then let's check it with mobile, see how they're the same size. Let's make sure that that's smaller, okay? And then we're going to make this say, you know, check now before it expires or something. Let's make that even smaller, okay? Something simple, something like this, right? This is kind of the same framework I use for every website. You can choose to have more of like a sub headline here below the video, and then you can also add a button, okay? Then drag the button down here, make it look how you like. So I don't like that color, so background color is green right now. Let's make it white. Let's make the font black, and then I'm going to type something in there, right? So let's go to where it says click to sign up, and then we're going to change that, right? So it's going to say click here. Let's make it all capital. Click here for instant access, right? And then you can change the size like this, okay? And then on desktop, we'll do the same thing. And then if you want to get rid of this little bar here, if you want to be able to see more of the screen, just click on this. You'll be able to see more. And then you could change the font for this as well. Same way we did before. I'm going to keep it the same font. Okay, this is how you create a simple landing page. Okay, so let's save that now that we have that. And then this is how we save time on the second page. Okay, now that's how simple it is to build a website. Make sure you use the fonts, the colors, and all those things that you want. I obviously didn't make it look like I would usually make a website look, because I'm not going to actually launch this website, and I'm sure you guys want to use your own style. So for the second website, we're going to do, for the second step, we're going to create a second step. This will be the VSL page. This will be where they go when they click, get instant access. Okay. Let's make sure that we actually have the path, right? Okay, VSL page, perfect. And then the landing page. One thing I almost forgot to note, let's click edit again. Let's edit the page. I'm going to show you how to actually put a link in the button, okay? And then the link for the button is going to be the second page. Very simple, right? So when they click this button, it's going to go to the second page. You can also make it pop up a pop-up to where they can enter their name and their email and things like that, or you can just make it go to another page. So this one says open pop-up. In my case, I'm going to do website URL, and then put whatever website you want, right? So I'm just going to use the YouTube link, for example, and then you can also make it open in a new tab. All right, so that's how you're going to go to another website with that button. But in my case, I'm going to have it go to the second website, which I just created. So let me show you how to get that link. So let's go back. Now there's two ways that you can get the link. One way would be you just go to publishing. This is the step path. So let's do VSL page, update step. And then whatever website you used, it's going to be the website. So before, the example that I showed you was my example website. So it would just be, I think we did test.myexamplewebsite. So it'd be test.myexamplewebsite.com/VSL page. Okay, that's one way you could do it, and you'll grab that website. Or you could just do, let's go here, products, no, overview. So I'm going to actually open it, right? So let's click edit, and then I'm going to click preview here. This button right here, preview. And since it's not official yet, it's not launched, it's not going to work. But once it is all launched, I can just copy this link and use that for the second page. Okay. So let me show you exactly how I'd actually create my second step without having to redo the entire thing. So that's how you create a new step if you're going to build it from scratch. This is how I would personally do it. So I would actually take this landing page. I would click clone funnel step. Make sure it just goes directly into the same account that I'm on, which is this one. Or you could just leave this blank actually. So let's redo this. So let's click clone. Let's click clone funnel in this clone step in this funnel. Let's X this out. Delete, since I'm not going to use that. And then let's change the settings on here. So let's edit page. All right. Now at this point, all I'm going to do is change this to be my VSL video. So I would go down here, change the link. I'm going to change the headline to say something else. I'm going to use the same theme that I did before, so I don't have to change much. For this, me personally, I'm usually not going to use two of the same fonts. So I'll click custom font. Let's do headline font. Or if I wanted to, I can click custom font and then choose like one of the fonts that are saved here. This is where I would see all the fonts that I've been using recently. Let's just make it Montserrat. And then let's change the size here. Let's check mobile, make sure that looks good. On mobile, I want it a little bit smaller. All right, and then another way that you can add videos, by the way, just so that we're clear on this, if you're ever embedding, so like let's say for instance, I'm not using Vimeo, I'm not using YouTube, but I'm using, for me personally, I use Vitalytics. So I'm gonna grab the embed link. So in that case, if I'm grabbing an embed link instead of the actual video element, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to add element. I'm gonna type in code. I'm gonna drag code here. I'm gonna click this, open code editor, and then this is where I would put in the code that I grabbed from Vitalytics. Now, the only thing that I want you guys to note in terms of this code, it's not going to preview what it's actually going to look like, okay? In order for it to preview what it's going to look like, you need to click this button right here, preview custom codes. When you do that, it's going to show you what the video is going to look like on the website. If you're not clicking this, it's not going to show it, okay? In my case, I'm not going to do this right now, but this is how you would build websites, and you can continue to add more elements down below, right? So I could just click this and just add, like, if I want, I can add all the testimonials that I want down here, right? So let me show you that really quick. If I want to drag things, I just grab these arrows, right? Drag it down. All right, so below the button. If I wanted to add maybe multiple videos that are next to each other, which you can usually only do on mobile, on desktop, I mean. On mobile, it's just going to be stacked on top of each other. So let's do rows. Let's go to 3 columns. I'm going to put that right here. If it would actually add. Wait, yeah, it's down here. Okay. So now I could drag this to be, this will probably be easier if I actually just X this out. And then I click add element. Let's add the video right here. Okay. And then we do that for each element. So now I can add 3, let's say, testimonial videos right here. Okay, and then I'll just paste the link right here. And then I could create multiple rows, right, just by going to this, right, which is the subsection, and then duplicating this. And now I have 6 videos. I could duplicate that again. And now I have 9 videos, okay? And then I can add another headline right here, right? So let's copy this headline, duplicate. Let's drag this down. And then that'll be my headline for my testimonials, right? So I can do testimonials. And then I can also add spacers, right? So let's look here for a spacer, a divider they call it here. So that'll add a little space, right? That'll add a little space. And then for every element that you're seeing here, I can actually adjust the padding, right? So watch this. I can adjust the padding like on this divider here. and this would essentially be my spacer. And then I can also change the color to white if I want to actually see the spacer, right? If I don't want to see it, I'll just match the color of the background. All right, I can also add padding on this button, right? So padding below and above, but on the button, it's going to actually add the padding within the button versus outside of it. I can also do margin on top, and that would be kind of the spacer above a button or below a button. And then for this, same thing. I could do padding on the left and the right, which is obviously going to offset where it is on the website. And then I can also add margins, just like I was doing before. All right, any questions on this, just add it into the group. If it allows you to comment below the video. Make sure you save for every single time you're making changes on your website so it'll actually reflect. And then whenever you want to see what it'll actually look like, just click preview. All right, and one more thing I wanted to show you before I turn this off. If you want to change the name of the actual step, which you're seeing right here, click this, and you could change the path. Make sure you don't have any goofy, weird numbers that are unnecessary. This is landing page. That's not what this is going to be. This is going to be the VSL page / VSL - page. And then this one will say VSL page, right? And then you could just do this over and over and over again, okay? Update page. And then once you refresh this, it'll all update here. And then I could just keep on duplicating the page over and over again so I can keep those same themes, delete the video, maybe add a couple photos for different pages. And that's exactly how you build out a website, right? And if you have any questions on that, again, put it into the group. Now I'm going to show you how to create forms. The purpose for forms is if you're building on a website, you might need a form to go to specific websites, right? So you might need a form to submit and capture lead information, right? And then when they click, submit information, it leads them to the next page. We gather the information and that initiates certain workflows, right? Just like I showed you in the workflows video, that could be a way to trigger a new workflow. So let me show you how to do that now. So if you want to create folders for your forms, you can. If not, just add form, create a new one, start from scratch. I always start from scratch. Unless I'm trying to make a form that is going to be pretty much identical to another one, then I'll just duplicate it. Very simple here, right? So we have a blank form. We're going to click add form element, first name, email, and phone number. That's usually how I do it. And then I actually add a button. So let's look for button right here. Let's make sure it is at the bottom. Let's delete this. Don't need that. And then we're going to click this, make sure it's centered. And then we're going to adjust colors and things like that. So the way I like to do it, sometimes I'll have the background match the website. So if it's black, I'll do black, and then I'll make everything else white. In this case, we'll just start with white. Okay, the border is going to be black. I'm going to make it 3. It's going to be a line. And then let's do corner radius 20. So it's going to be a little bit round. I think that just looks a little bit more sleek. Shadow, let's see. Shadow, the blur is going to be 20 for the back. And then for the fields, we're going to do a border also. We're going to make the border, let's see, 3, 2, 3. We'll make it black. Yeah, we'll do 2 instead. Everything just looks nicer with borders, I feel like, with the forms at least. Now for the shadow of the, let's go to the button. So if you want to edit the whole form, select the top of the form, right? This is where you're going to see styles and options. Click options, go down to sticky contact, always do sticky contact. If Go High Level has the contact's information saved in their cookies, their cache, then you're going to want that to autofill. It makes their life a lot easier. Now, this is also where you're going to decide what happens when the form is submitted. So instead of message, it's going to be open URL. And then here, if this is going to be the opt-in page, if this is going to be on the landing page, and you want this to redirect to the second page, which could be maybe a VSL page, you'll put the link to the VSL page right here. And in my previous website videos, I showed you how to find the website for the second page, the third page, things like that. Okay, so you put the URL here. This is also where you would edit the name of the form. See what else we can edit. Let's go to the button. Okay, we're going to make sure the button is centered like I said. we're going to, you could do full width if you want. I'm not going to do that. And then we're going to actually change the font size. So let's do font 18. 18. And then we're going to change it to submit. Wait, let's make it all capital. Submit form. Or something like that, right? Whatever you'd like. You can also add a shadow. So make sure the shadow is black. Make the blur, let's say 20. That looks nice. And so far, I'm pretty happy with this, so I would save. And then in order to integrate this onto your website, I'm going to show you how to integrate the whole thing. You would just click integrate, and then you could do pop-up, you could do on the side, you could do sticky sidebar. Sticky sidebar means it's all, even as you're scrolling, it's going to stay there. We're going to do inline. This means it's going to stay wherever it is on that website, and if you scroll down, it's going to go with it, right? It's not going to stay in one place. We're going to copy the embed code if we're going to put it on WordPress or ClickFunnels, right? That's one option. But since we're not using WordPress or ClickFunnels or another platform, we're actually using Go High Level, we'll be able to actually pull the form directly into there. So let's go to options. Let's name this form, test form, save. Let's go back. Let's go to sites, funnels. Let's go back to that one that I was showing you. Test funnel. Create from blank. Okay, so this is the website I created before is gone, but that's fine. Full width. Let's add row, one column. Now let's pretend I had everything here that I showed you before, and now we're just adding in the form. Okay, we're gonna add the form on the bottom below the video or something like that, right? Let's type in form. Let's click this. We're gonna click on this. Select form, test form. That's the one we just created. And then boom, now we have the form on the website, and then we just click save. If you're gonna go to the form section, you go to sites, you go to forms, you click builder. That's how I initiated the forms. So let's go back to builder. I want to show you one more thing. So two things. If you want the form to be smaller, there's two things you could do, right? Because I've had this issue before. So for placeholder, this is how you change the color here. For the actual font though, if you want to make it smaller, just click inline form. That's one option I don't often use, but it'll make the form smaller. And then you can also click on the forms and then delete the title there. If you have a required option, it's going to show a star. This way it looks like, a little bit smaller. You don't have too many words, not too clunky, easier to read, easier for them to digest and just get in there, put their information and submit the form. So I found out how to remove the stars there. So just go to label and then change that to white or whatever color the background is. And then you won't see that star. Okay, and then you'll be able to click this and then actually delete the inputs that are here. That way you just have a clean, just the words, the boxes, and then the form. As far as the padding, you can play around with these padding options to try to get those boxes closer together. You click save. I'm going to show you how to actually set up these automations as well. So how to actually choose the form for the automations. Just to be clear, whenever someone's submitting this form, they're automatically being put into your database. So let's go to form submitted, right? So we could say test form submitted or whatever the name of the form is. Form is, and then we go to test form, right? And then now I could do tag, and then this is the one that could potentially be that the lead tag, like I was telling you earlier. And then you could set up the whole sequence based around the trigger of that test form being submitted or whatever form you create. If you have any confusion on this, just ask in the group.
All right, so you've been going through this course now. I know you're enjoying it. I just want to remind you that if you want all of these bonuses that I talked about earlier in the beginning of this video, my school group, which is $37 a month, which the price is going to go up to $197 a month very soon, you'll get grandfathered in for free, where you get my 9 courses, my weekly group calls where you can ask me questions directly and I can look over your presentation, your automations, and your funnels and all that stuff. You get the funnel templates, you get all my SOPs, you get my ebook, and all you have to do is get Go High Level using my affiliate link or upgrade your current Go High Level using my affiliate link, or you sign up for $79 a month, save a little bit of money, and get my white labeled Go High Level. If you have any questions about this at all, comment them down below. Any questions about the course that you're going through right now, comment them down below. I'll answer very quickly.
Okay, video 1, here we go. My main goal with this course is literally to show you the ins and the outs of building these workflows and understanding how each of them interact with each other. My goal isn't to tell you exactly what I do so you could just copy and paste. That's not my goal. My goal is for you to be able, by the end of this course, to be able to build your own workflows, okay? And build other workflows that interact with those initial workflows, okay? And just have a big chain of workflows that kind of intertwine with each other and make you just a lot more efficient, make you, able to convert way more leads that come into your pipeline. And once you understand this, then you will be able to copy what I'm doing here in this course, but you'll also be able to understand exactly what's happening here, right? And what triggers this and what kind of initiates this and pushes this to go do that. Like, you'll understand the way that all of these kind of come together. So we're here on my test account. And what I'm going to do is first create a folder. And this is what you should do too, create a folder. And we're going to just call this whatever you want, really. Primary lead workflows, we'll call it, okay? And I'm going to show you in this video, I'm going to show you my very first workflow that I like to create whenever I launch a campaign. For every campaign that you launch with your ads, you should have a new workflow. And the reason why you should have a new workflow is because a lot of the time when you're launching new ads, you're saying different things in these ads, right? But if you have a lot of different ads that kind of say the same thing and they all just lead to one funnel, then you might be able to get away with just using one workflow. But if you have multiple ads that have maybe different lead magnets, and then all those different ads that have different lead magnets lead to a different funnel that then are congruent with that ad, which give different lead magnets, then obviously in your text messaging, you shouldn't be saying things that are not congruent with whatever lead magnet you're giving or whatever you're saying in your ad or saying in your funnel. So for instance, if I'm giving a free crash course and I'm also giving free ebooks, I don't want text messages to go out and say, hey, did you get the free ebook, when they really got a free crash course, right? It doesn't make sense. So that's why I like to create different workflows for different campaigns, unless those different campaigns have the same messaging and use the same funnel. Okay, so that's first things first. And you should have, by the way, I'm going to say this again. I should have already said this earlier in the course, but I'm going to say it again. Make sure you watch the crash course first before you watch the rest of this video and the rest of the course, because you're not going to understand what I'm doing, and I'm not going to explain little things in this course, only the big higher level stuff. So we're going to name this, let's say I'm giving a crash course lead magnet. I'm going to say crash course lead magnet opt-in. And I'm going to do form, just like how I showed in the crash course. I'm going to connect this to a form. And I'm going to select which specific form I'm wanting to use. So let's say, for instance, the form was, lead magnet opt-in or crash course opt-in or something like that. Or if you have a funnel that just tries to get people to book calls and doesn't give them any lead magnets, maybe it's just a VSL that's giving them information on what you do, then they might not be getting a lead magnet, and you might not be saying things like, hey, did you get the lead magnet? You might be saying things like, hey, did you have a chance to watch that VSL? You won't say VSL, of course. You'll say, did you get a chance to watch that video on my website? Here's the link if you weren't able to see it, okay? In this case, we're going to be working from a crash course lead magnet, okay? So we have the form submitted, and I always like to name my triggers, name my actions, name the wait times and all that stuff, and you'll see that here in this video. So workflow trigger name is crash course opt-in submitted, opt-in form submitted. Okay, submitted. And then we're first going to assign, especially if we have multiple users that each have different phone numbers. Like for instance, I have a bunch of virtual assistants that are on my account, and then I also have my user, which is connected to a phone number. Each of my VAs are all connected to different phone numbers. So I don't want for users to be kind of changing back and forth based on who talked to them last. That's not a good way to do things. Make sure that for the workflow, you're starting off with one particular user. So in your case, that might just be your name and your user with your one phone number, and that's fine. And then next thing I like to do, well, first off, let's name, assign to, let's say we're assigning this to Joseph, and then let's say that that user was Joseph, and then we're going to add tags. Okay, so add tag. I always like to first off tag them with the tag lead, and then I also like to tag them with the platform they came from. So I'll say TikTok, and then I like to tag them with the campaign, right? So we'll say like crash course campaign, so that we could differentiate not only the platform, also identify that they're a lead, but also be able to identify that they came from the crash course ads and the crash course funnel. Okay, that my lead magnet. And then I'm going to name this to say add lead, comma TikTok. Why did I say TikTok? Crash course tags. Simple. Okay. Now, if you're using Zapier, right? This is not a Zapier course, so I'm not going to break down Zapier and all that stuff. Zapier, whatever it is. If you are using Zapier, though, I'll give you this one little tidbit here. If you are using Zapier and you're sending somebody a course and it's going through like another platform or something like that, you can easily initiate zaps, right? Like the trigger for a zap could be opportunities. So you can create an opportunity. I'm not going to go in depth too much on this. You can go on YouTube, but you'll create an opportunity that's specifically for like a pipeline opportunity that's specifically for initiating a zap. So for instance, for my crash course, I have a crash course pipeline, and that'll be the pipeline that initiates my zap, which then sends people an email with the credentials for their crash course. Okay, so you'd put in your whenever you're doing opportunity, you use contact name, which is their full name. Opportunity source, you can leave blank. Lead value, you could choose to put value on each lead if you want. I only add value to my leads when they actually book a call. So in your book call workflow, you'll be able to, put whatever price you usually sell for. And this one, we just have the status open. Open meaning nothing's happened yet, but we're trying to get a lead. So I would name this one like crash course zap, right? This would be for my zap. Now, if you're not using Zapier and you're not doing anything like this, don't worry about this, okay? Then we have our other opportunity, right? And we're going to dive into opportunities a little bit later in the course. But our other opportunity should be like our main pipeline, our main sales pipeline, right? So this should say something like main sales pipeline. And the pipeline stage should be new leads, okay? Opportunity name should be the contact's name. So you could just click this, click contact, click full name. Simple. All right, and I'm going to name this move to new lead stage, right? I like to call every opportunity that I create as an action within my workflows. I like to name it move to XYZ stage, okay? Lead value, like I mentioned, I don't put anything here at this point. We're going to do open and then save. So we have our Zap, we have our, you can ignore this if you're not using Zapier, and then we have our move to new lead stage action here. Now, I always like to start off with an email, right? So if you're giving a crash course, you can give the crash course right here. Like if it's just a YouTube video or it's a specific website or something like that, and you're not using Zapier, you can simply just send them whatever it is that you're giving them here via email. So if you're sending an ebook, you could send it right here via email. I also like to send an email initially because I like to let them know who I am and that I received their opt-in and stuff like that. I like to start the communication via email. Also, in the case if they put a fake number or if they put their number incorrectly by accident, they'll still receive an email. So as far as from name and from email, this is automatically going to be filled in with the information from the user. So I assigned it to Joseph, so I know it's going to send from Joseph Henry, and it's going to say Joseph Echo High Retire. And my subject line, I like to tell them what they're going to get, right? So I'll say contact, first name, and I like to do capital letter in my subject line always. This is not going to be a copy course where I'm going over tons of copy and giving you strategies on how to write the best copy. It's not a copy course. It's not a Zapier course. It's not a how to build a course or anything like that. It's simply my strategies for building out workflows and converting more leads. As far as copy and things like that, I'm going to give you suggestions, but I'm not going to dive super deep when it comes to copy. Okay, but you'll still be able to see kind of inside of my brain on how I write things. So contact, first name. Here's your crash course, right? No exclamation marks, no all capital letters. Those get flagged for spam often. And on top of that, if you're having exclamation marks and stuff, you look like a salesperson. So don't do that. Now, I never use the system font. I always use sans serif because that's what Gmail uses. And I never use 12-point font. I always use 14-point font. So it looks really big. And like I said, I'm not going to dive too deep into copy, but this is the email I'm sending. Hey, contact, first name. Excited to get you in the trifecta course. We've proven time and time again that these three things help scale service-based businesses to the moon, right? So you can just literally pop in your business and what you do, break it down into 3 steps or 4 steps or even 2 steps, and say we've proven time and time again that these 3 things help get people a better body, help people lose weight, help people with building a house, whatever it is, right? Finding a house, okay? So 1, a proven lead gen system, CRM, and a VA, okay? Let me know if you have any questions about the course and community. You should be getting another email from me for access. Now, I'm not giving access in this email because, like I said, I'm using Zapier. And we've got Best, Joseph Henry, and I suggest you guys do this as well. Best, and then your name, CEO and founder of your company. Save. Okay, and I'm going to name this email like a welcome email. Okay, simple. All right, so I'm going to break this video into 2 parts because I see it's getting pretty long and I want this to be as easily digestible as possible. I don't want to make 30-minute video. So this is part 1, and I'll see you in part 2. All right, welcome to part 2. Glad to have you here. Thanks for coming back. All right, so at this point, after we send the welcome email, I like to wait because just think of how everything that just happened pretty much happened instantaneously after they opted in. And what happens after someone opts in? They more than likely go to your VSL page where they're going to be watching a video that you created. Now, do I want to interrupt them in the middle of watching the video that I created, which is supposed to get them to book a call? No, I want them to actually watch the video. Not everyone's going to watch the video, but still, I want to wait to give them a chance to watch the video. And then on top of that, I don't want to text them immediately after they opted in because that obviously seems very unnatural. Okay? So we're going to wait 3 minutes. I don't like to wait 5 minutes, 10 minutes because then they might have ended up back on TikTok scrolling, and we might have lost their attention. So we wait 3 minutes. Okay? And now we're starting to send our texts. So send SMS. Now, if I'm giving some sort of free value, like a free crash course or free ebook or something like that, then I'm going to most likely break it down into 2 messages. You don't have to do this. You can try to fit it all into 1 message. I don't like sending long paragraphs. Anything that's longer than 160 characters is too much. Secondly, as far as the pricing goes for Go High Level, if you're sending anything longer than 160 characters, it counts as 2 messages. Anything more than 320 characters is going to be pretty much 3 text messages. It's going to charge you for 3 text messages. So ideally, your text messages should be a little bit shorter. You don't want to send fat paragraphs. And then on top of that, no one's going to read large paragraphs because then you're looking like a marketing text. You're looking like a Shopify text, right? Like Fashion Nova or something like that. You don't want to look like that. You want to look like a real person that's texting them, right? So I'm always going to say their name in the beginning. So I'm going to say to them, hey, so I'm going to leave this what I have it in my actual text messaging. Hi, and then whatever their name is, D here. D is my appointment setter. Joseph emailed the course access. So for you, you'd say, James here, whatever your name is. I emailed the course access, but here's the link as well. So if you're emailing something, you could send them the direct link to it via email and then also say, like, here it is via text as well, right? And then I always like to say, like, link expires soon. I don't want to say tons of things and have long paragraphs again. I really don't. So first message is going to be like crash course SMS. Second thing, I'm going to ask them, what kind of business do you have? Now I'm starting to get to the point, right? I'm trying to start the conversation. What kind of business? SMS. What? And I like to do lowercase. It seems more natural, like a real person. What kind of business? And anytime that you could say like you instead of you, or like, misspell little things that don't make you seem stupid, but you instead of you is a good way to like seem like a real person that's texting versus looking like marketing SMS. What kind of business do you have? Right? I always like to ask a question. Now, I'm going to show you how I actually do my what happens if they reply. Now, you could do this. There's two ways you could do it. Okay? You can go to settings. And by the way, I don't allow re-entry unless it's for booking appointments or no-shows or canceled call workflows. As far as text messages, I don't want to ever allow re-entry because I don't want to text people the same text they've already gotten in the past. So if someone opts in twice, I don't want to send them text messages twice. So I don't want to say like, hey, did you get the free crash course? And then they opt in next week. Hey, did you get the free crash course? And then all the texts after that. Why is this guy sending me the same exact text over and over again? It's obviously a bot. Okay. It's obviously automations. So as far as booked appointment workflows though, someone might book an appointment with me 2-3 times and that's fine. So I do want to allow re-entry with workflows like that. So here's one way that you could do it. Stop on response. Meaning that if at any point they respond to me, it's going to stop the text messages. Okay, that's one way you could do it. If you want something specific to happen, like for instance, if they reply to you, you want to send an internal notification, this is the other way to do it. Although you're already going to be internally notified, you could be sending messages via Slack or something like that. Okay, so if someone replies to you, you can do if else, where if they do reply, it sends a Slack message, or if they don't reply, it continues to follow up. And that's the whole point. If they do reply to us, we ultimately want to stop texting. If they don't reply to us, we want to keep on following up. That's the whole concept. And that's why this is a very good way to convert more leads via text. Now, we also want to implement calling, and that's something that we'll go through later on in this course. But what we're going to cover right now is text messages. So if I'm going to do an if else campaign, I'm going to first start off with wait, and I'm going to wait for reply. And then I'm going to choose all of these, the email, the text, all the stuff. I'm not just going to choose one because then if they reply to something else, for instance, if they reply in the middle of this message, but they don't reply to this, then it's not going to initiate it. So I want to make sure that, if they replied to my welcome email, I still want this to stop, right? So I want to make sure that I'm choosing all of these. So if they reply to any one of them, it'll initiate, the stop basically for this particular way of doing things. So I'm going to say wait 1 hour or reply, meaning if we're going to wait 1 hour or what happens is they reply. And then we're of course going to have a timeout. So it's going to time out after 1 hour. So they're either going to reply to me and then it's going to move on to the next step, or they're not and it's going to wait 1 hour and then move on to a different step. Okay, so I'm going to show you what this looks like. Wait 1 hour or reply. We have our timeout. We have all of our messages here, and we're waiting for contact reply. We can also wait for other conditions, like wait for an appointment, wait for overdue, and that's stuff that we can use in other workflows. But in this one, it's contact reply. Save action. Now we're going to do if else because we want to, what happens if they do reply? What happens if they don't reply? If else, okay? And I'm going to name this replied, question mark. Did they reply? And then contact reply, we're going to do contact reply and then click contact replied and then do true, meaning true, yes, they did reply, okay? And that's one of the segments. The other segment's going to be created automatically and it's going to be called none, meaning that, they either replied, true, or nothing happened, which means they didn't reply, okay? And I'm going to show you what this looks like here, right? So, okay, let me fix this for you. Look. This is going to say replied, sorry. Replied, and then it's going to say yes. So replied, yes. Now, if they do reply, I could send internal notification, and then I can make it a notification that's on my app, meaning on my phone, or an SMS to maybe one of my appointment setters, or an SMS to my operations manager, whatever, or an email to myself. Okay, so I'm going to do notification. I'm going to say contact, first name, replied to the initial message. Very exciting. Wow. Awesome. Okay. Internal. I'm going to name this internal SMS. Title and message will be the same. Oh, wait. Sorry. Internal notification. Please check fields. Okay. Redirect page. What's going on here? Okay. Redirect page. When they click on the notification, it's going to go straight to the conversation to particular user, which is going to be, let's say it's my appointment setter or me. Save. Okay. Another thing that we could do is we could send a notification via Slack. This is a premium action, and each premium action costs, I believe, 1 cent. You'll have to double check on that, but yeah, I believe it's 1 cent or slightly more. Okay, so I don't like using the actual premium actions because those build up very, very quickly. What I instead like to do, now if you want to save time, use the Slack one if you guys use Slack. If you don't use Slack, don't worry about this. But if you do use Slack, I like to do webhook, okay? And this will be post, and then I'm going to grab my URL from Zapier or whatever similar thing to Zapier we have, like cheaper alternatives. I'm going to grab the link from Zapier, and guys, look up on YouTube because again, this is not a Zapier course. Look up on YouTube how to do webhooks with Zapier. But when you do create webhooks via Zapier, you're going to select webhook. It's going to give you a link. You're going to grab that link. You're going to put it here. Now, the difference between post and get is get means it's going to get something from Zapier, meaning we're sending something from Zapier. Like there's another trigger and we're receiving something, but we're not receiving something here. Instead, we're posting something to Zapier so that we could then send something into Slack. So it's going to be post. We're going to put our link and we're going to send it in here. I'm not going to do that right now, but for anybody that wants to send notifications via another platform and you're using Zapier, whatever it is, or you want to initiate a particular something that happens through Zapier, you can use webhooks, okay? Or you can also do opportunity, and you can create an entirely new pipeline specifically for that Zapier, for that Zap. I don't like to do that though because then I end up with a million pipelines. I did it for the course, but that's it. I do it for the course, that's it. And then I have another pipeline that's specifically for my main nurture pipeline, okay? I'm getting a little bit off course here. Next thing I like to do is, by this point, if they did not reply, it will have timed out after 1 hour. Next thing I like to do is send another SMS. Okay. This SMS would just say, make sure you get into the course before it expires, please, right? And also bumping my question too. If you didn't give them a free crash course ebook, anything like that, you could just say just bump. You could just say just bumping here, or just say bumping my question or something like that. I don't like to say hey following up. It sounds too salesy, right? So I'll just say like bump SMS. Another important thing that we want to add here is, let's say for instance someone opts in at 11 p.m. okay, and then they're asleep after that because it's so late at night. I don't want to be messaging people at midnight. Okay, I don't want to be messaging people at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., things like that. I want to be able to message them only within certain time frames. So what I'm going to do is after the replied, if else, if they have not replied, I'm going to make it wait. Let's click advanced window. Wait for 10 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. This way we're not bothering people in their sleep. And then I've gotten so many messages when I wasn't doing this before, and they were like, why are you messaging me at 2 a.m.? That's ridiculous, right? So we'll do from 10 a.m. Okay, come on. 10 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. 8:30 8:30 p.m. Okay, and I'm choosing all days. Don't keep Saturday and Sunday off, because a lot of people opt in on the weekends, and a lot of people, of course, reply on the weekends. So I'm going to put wait 0 minutes, because we're not waiting for a particular amount of time. We're waiting for a particular time, which is 10 to 8:30. Okay, so once we hit 10 a.m., messages will go out. Okay, so we're going to do wait for 10 to 8:30. We're going to send that bump text message. Now, I like to follow up for at least 3 days. So I'm going to show you exactly what this looks like and how you can do it pretty quickly. I'm going to do copy all actions from here. This is the easiest way to do it. And then we're going to do, oh wait, you know what? Let me make sure I'm copying this as well. So copy, make sure you're copying the wait 1 hour or reply. There's going to be something very important about this that I'm going to note later on. Make sure you pay attention. Copy all actions from here, and then copy here. And I'm going to do the same thing down here. So I'm going to do, I'm only grabbing, all right, so I'm going to grab from the very top. So that way it's going to grab the whole entire thing I just created. So copy all actions from here, and then I'm going to paste here. So now look how many I have. And the reason why I like to do this, the if else and the internal notification thing, instead of going to settings and going to stop on response, is because I'm actually starting to use an AI bot. I do like to send the internal notifications to my team and to me. So it's kind of good to separate this. You can choose, if you'd like to just save time and get launched really fast, you could choose to just do settings and stop on response. You don't have to do internal notifications, because if you have the app downloaded on your phone, you're pretty much getting notifications anyway. If you're just a one-man team, you're probably going to see everything yourself anyways. So you don't need all this extra mumbo jumbo. I just like to do it this way because we're starting to integrate AI. And what's going to happen is if people reply, then I like to actually, do my webhooks and do all my cool stuff that's required. Okay. So, and if you guys are interested in the AI, like comment in the group. We're just starting to integrate that with some people and, selling that to people. So if you have questions on that, let me know. But yeah, look how many we have here now, right? We have 1, 2, if else, 3, if else, 4, if else. And now at the very bottom here, I'll put a goal, because our whole goal is to book a call. Goal is, and then I have another booked call workflow that tags them with booked call. So once they book a call, they get taken out of this workflow. But then this isn't quite necessary, because once they do book a call, I have another action within that workflow that removes them from all workflows anyways. So it's not super required, but I just like to kind of double check there. And if you didn't already know about goals, like, they're basically ways to, if anything in particular happens, pull them out of the workflow. Okay, they'll jump all the way down here and they'll go straight to here. Or you can use a goal that if they do something in particular, it jumps down to a particular sequence, like a particular message that you have later on. And maybe it'll skip past all the first layer of messages, right? Maybe it'll skip past and jump straight to this. And maybe I have more text messages after, right? And then instead of clicking end this workflow, I would say continue anyway. Okay. So now that we have all of this, these are the important things I want you to note. Right here where it says wait for 1 hour reply, I'm going to make this wait 1 day instead of 1 hour. Okay, so there's going to be 1 day. And we need to select reply to. And we're selecting the actual message. Same thing here. I meant here. And by the way, we don't need this anymore. After we did it the first time, and we're doing, wait 1 day, wait 1 day, wait 1 day, we don't really need this. It's not necessary. So I could delete it or I can keep it. Doesn't matter. But once we do it once and we're waiting 1 day, it's going to be the same time the next day anyways. Speaking of which, that reminds me. I did used to do wait 1 day or reply for every single one, but now I actually do wait 25 hours, because it'll send the message instead of at 10 a.m. it'll send at 11 a.m. the next day. Instead of at 11 a.m. it'll send at 12 p.m. the next day. That's why I like to do 25 hours. So After this initial one, where we wait 1 hour and we wait 1 day, then we're going to start to wait 25 hours. Okay. So I'm going to say wait 25 hours or reply. And we're going to select the reply message. And we're going to dive into the messages here in a bit. Okay. So I'm going to do this all the way until the end, 25 hours. Right. I'm going to do this hours or reply. You guys get the idea. I'm not going to do this over and over again because that would just be a waste of your guys' time. I'm going to actually pause this and make the changes and hit play again. Okay, now I'm done kind of creating everything, changing things. So I'm just going to save you time, show you everything I created here and explain why. Okay, so we started off with the email, wait 3 minutes, 2 text messages here that I showed you, wait 1 hour reply, it waits for a specific time frame. We bump that previous message. We're just making sure you got into the course before it expires, please. Just bumping my question 2. Wait 1 day or reply. We got the internal notifications. And then at this point, I'll say their name and I'll say, everything all right? You know, kind of seem concerned. And they might say like, yeah, everything's all right. Oh yeah, just seeing your stuff now. Now, this is one of the most interesting parts of this sequence that I created. And you don't have to do this, but I like to do this. If you're not doing this, the sequence might not need to go out as long as I have it here, because if it's just one user instead of 2, which I'm going to show you here, you can end it a lot sooner. Now, at the very top, I changed it to assign to Jim. Let's pretend that's my virtual assistant, or it can even be an account that I made up. Maybe I added a new user and I created a new phone number, which only costs $1.15 per phone number per month. I added a new phone number and I created a brand new person that doesn't exist if you don't have any virtual assistants yet or any assistants. So I assign this to quote unquote Jim. I add my tags. I send out my Zap. I put them into the main opportunity pipeline. You need a pipeline so you can track all your clients, all the prospects, and you can see them all in one place. Okay, so I say here, just bumping my question 2, waits 1 day or replies. And then I'll say, is everything all right? Right? Seem concerned. Wait 25 hours instead of 24 hours because instead of 10 a.m., 10 a.m., 10 a.m., I want it to be 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 p.m. Okay? Then I assign it to me. And now this whole time it's been coming from an assistant. The reason why I like to set it to be from an assistant initially is because it seems more realistic. I run a lot of advertisements. People know it's not freaking Joseph that's texting them. Okay, people know that. So I like to send it from an assistant, and I say it's from the assistant's phone number, right? Hey, it's Jim. And now at this point, this is how we kind of come in like the head honcho, big dog, and we assign it to Joseph, which is me, coming from my number. Although that said Martha Test, this is a test account, that's why. And then I'll say, look, hey, contact first name, it's Joseph, the virtual assistant guy that you saw in the TikTok ads. I saw you haven't been able to reply to my assistant. I just wanted to reach out. What kind of business do you have? Now they're like, oh crap, the guy from the ads actually texted me. And he's texting me because I didn't reply to his assistant. And this seems really realistic because he didn't text me right after the advertisement. So this is a really good technique. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do this. You can have it all sent from you if you're just getting started. Hey, this is whatever your name is, and just have all the text sent from you. You could do that. Now I wait 73 hours or reply. Let's see this really quick. Make sure that, sorry, it's 26 hours because we're not waiting 3 days. Come on now. 26 hours. And we say their name. Let's say their name is Robert. Robert, were you still wanting help with, and then insert your most compelling part of your offer. So for me, I'm going to say, were you looking to get more leads and appointments? For you, if you're helping people find homes as a real estate agent or something, were you looking to find a home in the next three weeks? You know what I mean? Were you looking to find a home and have someone drive you around? Like, were you still looking for that? You know what I mean? Insert the most compelling part of your offer and make it sound really good. Like, sell yourself in that last sentence. If they still don't reply, then I give them pretty much one last chance. And if I didn't change users here, there wouldn't be this extra message. So it probably would have ended one message sooner, or possibly even 2 messages sooner. So next message says their name, right? Were you still wanting to insert the most compelling part? Wait 25 hours. And then I'll say to them, this is pretty much the last chance, final straw. Robert, was looking forward to helping you, but it seems like your situation might have changed. I'm going to go ahead and take you off of the follow-up list unless I hear from you today. I've gotten a lot of messages. It's funny enough, I've gotten a lot of messages from this last message here. People actually do tend to reply. And now we wait 24 hours, and if they just don't reply, okay, then we add them into the main nurture email sequence. You'll find out about that later. There's two ways that you could do this. You can have people immediately enter your email nurture sequence. I recommend doing it that way. I'm just showing this in case you want to do it this way, but I do recommend doing it this way that I'm saying right now. Right when someone opts into your crash course lead magnet, opts in on your funnel, you could put them into this text message workflow as well as an email nurture sequence workflow. Okay, you could put them into both at the same time. And then if they book a call, you don't need to pull them out of the email nurture sequence, but you can pull them out of the SMS sequence. Okay. The reason why I like to have the email nurture sequence sending, them being put in at the same time as this is because I want to make sure they're getting emails throughout the next couple months, possibly even longer than a year. If they finally purchase, then at that point I take them out of the email nurture sequence. Okay, and that's how I like to do that. Now, by this point, they still haven't replied. We put them into that email sequence if we do decide to do it this way. Where they get put into the email sequence at the end of this. Just keep in mind, some people might not reach the end of this. That's why I don't like doing it that way. They might not reach the end of this because they might have replied way sooner. So add cold lead tag. Okay, so we can indicate that they're a cold lead, as well as moving them to the cold lead stage, which would basically just be, go to, you click this, right? You click on add to opportunity, create update opportunity. And then I would name this move to cold lead stage. And then the pipeline is going to be your main pipeline. And then you're going to look for the one that says cold leads. You should have a cold lead pipeline stage. Okay. And then put their contact name. I don't have a cold lead pipeline stage. This is my test account. Leave all this blank and then keep it open still. Okay. And then that's how you do that. And then that's the end of your main nurture SMS opt-in workflow. That's the first SMS workflow that people get added to. Okay, and this workflow right here has made me so much money. So that's the first part of this course. Looking forward to seeing you in the rest of the course. If you have any questions, put it in the group. And also make sure you click save. Okay, so now that you saw me build out a workflow, you've already watched the crash course, you've already seen a couple videos in this course. I'm not going to build anything out since you should already understand how to build these things out. I'm just going to simply show you some workflows and kind of why we built it this way and what's in these emails or SMS and things like that going forward in this course. So just like I mentioned before, if someone gets added with the cold lead tag at the end of the SMS workflow, the initial SMS workflow, and they just haven't replied for days, by this point they'll get hit with that cold lead tag. And you can make it to where you automatically, within that last workflow I was mentioning, where they get added to this workflow. That's one way you could do it. Or two, you can make it to where it'll add the cold lead tag in that other workflow. And then this workflow will get triggered by them getting tagged with cold lead tag. If you choose to, by the end of that SMS workflow that I just showed you, make it to where by the end, they'll just get put into the workflow. Like the action will just be add to workflow and you select this workflow. Then this workflow won't need any triggers, okay? Because they'll just be pushed in here. So some workflows don't even need triggers if you're pushing them into another workflow from that last workflow. So I just wanted to clarify that really quick. So this is the cold lead 12-month nurture, okay? And I mentioned to you, you can have it to where they automatically get put into this cold lead nurture, or just, you can call it your main nurture, your email nurture if you want, and make it to where no matter what, they end up in here. Or you can make it to where if they haven't replied, they end up in here. But like I mentioned, some people aren't going to end up in your email campaign then, because it's going to wait all the way to the end. And if they respond before the end, then they won't end up here. And if they don't end up booking a call with you, or if they don't end up buying, they're not going to receive these emails. And these emails are really helpful, right, to stay in touch. So it's the same as having like an active campaign account, or like any of those other email campaign softwares. You're able to send out emails over the course of 12 months or maybe even longer than that. So this is a client of mine's emails, and I'm going to do my best to not show his information, but I'm going to quickly break down what his emails look like. And he's a general contractor. Holy crap, you're going to love this. And it says contact first name, so it has their name. Again, with emails, I don't like to ever put capital letters, any exclamation marks, nothing that looks salesy. We want to seem like a real person, or really try to get their attention with this subject line. And you'll see that across all of our subject lines here. And if you haven't paid for our highest tier program, if you just purchased this course, this is part of what we do in our highest tier program. We write these emails for you. So it says, hey, contact first name. We can make a big difference. And again, we use sans serif 14-point font. We don't use the system font because the system font looks a little bit weird. And I like to kind of break things down into tiny paragraphs. Okay, so when they're reading this on Gmail, it's going to be like lines that they can easily digest and read fast. Hey, contact first name. We can make a big difference in your home with a few quick renovations. Everything always needs to seem quick. Okay, don't ever make it like you're painting this whole large picture of all these little tiny cogs in a machine, and you're breaking down every single piece of your system. You never want it to be like that. You want to break things down into very simple, easily digestible steps and make things sound quick. Okay, your services always need to sound like they're really fast, like they'll get to their end result with very low effort. And if your offer doesn't get their result fairly fast with low effort, then maybe you should try to adjust your services or adjust your offer to make it a little bit easier, so it's easier for them to buy. Okay, we can make a big difference in your home with a few quick renovations. I know that a lot of you won't be general contractors, but it's important to understand the concepts here, not just the copy. Okay, our team of experienced contractors is thrilled to guide you through a journey of discovering your home's hidden potential. With over 15 years of expertise, always state your expertise and give social proof and talk about your background. We're here to show you how even the slightest changes, again, we're touching on how easy it is, just slight changes, we could just change a couple things, can make a world of a difference. From enhancing a single room to reimagining your entire space, we're excited to work with you and bring your vision to life. Let's explore the endless possibilities. In the best regards, your name. Okay, next thing. Hey, contact first name, really wanted you to know this. Okay, again, we seem like a friend, right? We seem like someone who's actually sending a real personal email. Hey, contact first name, imagine the impact of a single change in your living space. Seriously, think about it. So I'm trying to get them to really think about it and imagine it. Our team with over 15 years of experience knows the art of turning small adjustments into a big transformation. Let's discuss how even the subtle shifts can revitalize your home. I'm essentially saying the same thing I said before, but just in a different way, right? From layout tweaks to strategic additions, we're here to guide you through the process. Your dream space could be just a small change away. Now, there's two different ways that you can go about writing these emails. Like, you could just touch on your services, or you can provide a lot of value, right? So a lot of these emails are mostly touching on services. And we do like to change it up and not always do that lowercase subject line. We like to sometimes tweak it to where they can actually, see different angles, right? Your dream kitchen awaits, we put an emoji. Because if they're receiving this over the course of 12 months, we obviously want to kind of test different things. Like, not everybody's going to resonate with those lowercase emails. So we like to change things up from email to email. So again, dreaming of a kitchen that matches your culinary aspirations. With their 15 years of experience, we're here to make it a reality. And again, they're receiving a sea of emails. Like, a lot of people, their emails are just so packed out. So I like to just get straight to the point, have that social proof, and it's okay to reiterate those pieces of social proof. Like, a lot of the time, if you're sending 12 emails, they might not see all 12. They might just see 2. So I like to say social proof in every single email. Let's chat about your vision from countertops to cabinets. So now we're starting to say specific things that are within the home that we could change. Design a kitchen that becomes the heart of your home. We're excited to show you how a dream kitchen is closer than you think. Email, text me if you want an estimate or need help with ideas. We have over 100 5-star reviews. Okay, so we're basically really just piling on the social proof and trying to hit them from every single angle and testing different things out, right? Next email we have here, elevate your bathroom bliss. Hey, contact first name, looking to turn your bathroom into personal oasis. Now we're touching on bathrooms. Last time we touched on kitchens. So we're hitting different angles in different emails. So I'm not just going to keep talking about kitchens. I'm going to talk about bathrooms, right? So if you're a fitness, someone who helps people with fitness, you're a personal trainer or something like that, online personal trainer, you're going to touch heavily on how they can get six-pack abs. You're going to touch heavily on how they can get a wider back, how they can get wider shoulders. You're going to hit them from a different angle. You want to build larger legs and do more squats so you could boost more testosterone, right? So you're going to do different angles in each email, not just saying just one email. Hey, this is what I do. These are the 4 steps. Hey, this is what I do. This is my guarantee. Hey, this is what I do. These are 4 steps. Saying the same thing over and over again and not trying different angles. Okay, you have to try different angles because not everybody's going to hear the message the same. Not everybody's brain is going to receive things the same way. So you have to hit different angles, okay? Okay, so once we've created our 12 emails, I'm not going to jump into all of these emails. And below, by the way, I'm going to put some of my emails that I use on my account just to give you guys an example of and kind of like a framework of how you could build out your emails. I'm also going to highlight the frameworks you need to know for building out your email nurture workflow. So it's basically just wait 30 days over and over and over again until you send out 12 emails. Okay, and then we're going to have a goal on the bottom where if we tag them with paid, you can use any tag you want. It doesn't have to be paid. It could be purchased. It could be client, whatever it is. We use paid. Okay, so when someone pays, we tag them with paid, and then they get pulled out of this workflow when we tag them with paid. Okay, and key concepts, right? We're using 14-point font in the body of our email. We're using sans serif because that's how we match Gmail. Our subject lines, a lot of them are lowercase and some of them are uppercase to test back and forth. We're also adding some emojis and testing different things on that end. We're trying to hit as many different angles as possible with our emails. And something that could be very helpful for you guys if you're trying to just get started really fast and you haven't created a 12-month nurture sequence yet, is you could use ChatGPT, right? Just tell them to create a 12-month sequence for you and then just tweak it to your liking, make it more personal, more personable, less robotic. That's a really good tip, and we've used that for our own email sequences, and it's helped us get a framework. And what's really cool about using ChatGPT when you're creating email sequences is that you can keep prompting it over and over again and making adjustments over and over and over again. So it might give you 12 emails. You don't like it because it's too long. Make it a little bit shorter, you'll say. Make it a little bit more personal. Stop using exclamation marks. Make sure that you're using lower cases in the subject line for the first 6 emails, the first 3 emails, or every other email should be lower cases. Like just keep on prompting it over and over and over again until it's as close as possible to what you want. Then you put it into a Google Doc and tweak it to your liking and make it a little bit more personable, a little bit less robotic. And that's how you end up with a really good 12-month nurture sequence very fast. And what's cool is you can create different nurture sequences for different offers that you have. So let's say you're a personal trainer and you're helping people with setting up their diet. And you have a funnel that's specifically for helping people with their diet and a diet plan. If people that opt in, you're going to want to send them a diet plan email nurture sequence. But then you might also have people that sign up for a workout plan. And then you have a funnel that has a workout plan. They opt in. You want to send them a workout plan nurture sequence where we're talking about the workout. You want to help with your workout plan. You need this, you need that. Focus on the abs. You want to focus on this. You want to focus on that. This is how you incrementally tack on more weight. That's value right there. This is how you incrementally grow very fast. Make the subject line how we've been able to build, 20 pounds or 10 pounds of muscle within just 3 months with our XYZ system. This XYZ system has been helping lots of, whoever your target audience is. Let's say you're specifically targeting married women in their 40s or something. Have been helping people, women in their 40s who are married, grow blah 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 or lose blah 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 weight, right? So try to provide as much value as possible. Try to hit on your services as much as possible. Try to hit on different angles as much as possible. Definitely play around with ChatGPT. You can use it for free online, and just wait 30 days in between each. And by the end of this, you should have a really good 12-month nurture sequence. Okay, if you have any questions on this, just put it in the group. So I just want to go over the exact calling system that we use with all of our leads. One thing that is so extremely important is speed to lead. So whenever a new lead comes in, you want to contact them within the first 5 minutes. And ideally, you'll already have text message automations that do this. But a lot of people ignore text messages because SMS automations are becoming so much more popular now that everybody's receiving text from the things that they opt into. So the next level here is calling. Now, if you don't want to do calling yourself, I recommend you get an appointment setter. You can either get a VA appointment setter or you can hire a commission-based appointment setter. There's a whole bunch of Facebook groups where you can go ahead and find people that are willing to work for 10% of any deal you close. And if you're like, I don't want to pay 10%, I'm closing deals at $1,000, and I have to pay them $100, or I'm closing deals at $10,000, I'm going to have to pay them $1,000. Appointment setters are one of the most valuable people you can hire, because those are the people that take your leads and actually convert them into warm or hot leads that will actually close. Whereas if you didn't have an appointment setter, you need to do all the calls yourself, which you would probably never do because it takes so much time to do all these calls of these leads that come in. And then you're wasting so much money on these leads that you're never closing, and you're never closing them because you're not calling them, because they've already received so many texts from so many different companies from all the things they're opting into, and they're so used to it now, they're jaded. So always call your leads. I do recommend eventually you get an appointment setter, but in the very beginning, it's no problem calling them yourself. Just get used to doing it anyways, because once you get an appointment setter, you want to be able to actually teach them and understand the system, which is very important. Okay. So the way that it works is every time I get a new lead, I have a notification, right? I have an automation. I'm going to show you right here. I have an automation whenever a new lead comes in. This is not the automation that we're going to be going over. I'm just simply showing you this one action. So I have an internal notification feature where it goes to my phone, right? So it's going to be notification. It's going to go to my phone app, and I have the high level app downloaded and I'm logged in, and it'll say contact, full name, just opted in, call, right? Or maybe I'll do all capital letters, call, boom, call them now. Or you could put their name in again and say, call, John now. Let's pretend I did the contact name. Call John now, right? Save, boom. What am I missing here? Okay. Yeah, and it'll redirect you to the contact. And you can have this sent to a particular user, which could be you, or it could send to your appointment setter. Let's say in this case, I want to send it to all the users, because let's say I have like 3 appointment setters, whatever, I don't know. But in your case, you probably just send it to yourself, the notification. You can even send yourself a text message like this. So send it to yourself. You could say particular user, and then just choose, let's say yourself. And then it's going to say, you're going to put here contact, first name, just opted in, call them, right? So if you feel like you're not really going to pay attention to notifications from high level, or you're not going to pay attention to your email, just send yourself a text. And you can even do this. Look, you can straight up just put their phone number, right? So let's say John just opted in, call them at, and I could put their phone number here, contact, phone. So now I get a text directly to my phone, right? Make sure you save that. I get a text directly to my phone, and all I have to do is open up that text message, click on the person's phone number, call them. Hey, John, I saw that you just put your info in. I just wanted to call you really quick and see if you got our email with that ebook that you asked for, or with that course that you asked for, with that PDF that you asked for. And then if they say, no, I'm not sure, the main point is to just get them to the point where you're talking about their business, or you're talking about whatever it is you're looking to help them with. So if you're a fitness coach, you're talking about their fitness. Why are you looking to lose weight? Why are you looking to gain muscle? Why are you looking at XYZ? You move away from the main question, which is, did you get the crash course yet? Did you get the training yet? Did you get the ebook yet? No, I didn't get it yet. Okay, I sent it over to your email at, and then you read out their email and you move on quick. You move on quick. Okay, no problem. I sent it over to your email at blah, blah, blah. Check that when you can. By the way, why are you looking to lose weight? Why are you looking to blah, blah, blah? Move on to the next thing. Okay, and then start to talk to them about what you're trying to sell them. Figure it out. Once you get to the point that it makes sense to book a call with them and they seem like they're actually someone who qualifies, you simply say, hey, I'm able to help people XYZ, right? Help people get 6-pack abs within the next 4 weeks. Is that something you'd be interested in maybe having a conversation about, like a longer conversation? I have a call in 10 minutes here, so I don't have much time, but do you think you'd want to hop on a further call where I can kind of explain how we do it? Yeah, that would sound great. Put it on the calendar, right? Put it on the Go High Level calendar. Make sure that you put it on the right calendar that has all those booked call reminders and automations. Once you put it on the calendar, then you have that second call. Okay, that's called appointment. Everything I just talked about here is called appointment setting. So that's why having appointment setters is so valuable once you have the money to do that. And that's why hiring commission-based is so valuable, because you're not paying until a deal closes. Okay, you're not paying until a deal closes. So that's the exact system there. I always call people 3 times. Right when the lead comes in, I call them 3 times back to back. Always, always, always call 3 times, because if they have do not disturb on, they're not even going to receive that first call. It's going to be put directly to their voicemail. Once you call that second time, it breaks through their do not disturb. If they don't have do not disturb, then they're receiving 3 calls, which is fine. If they're receiving 2 to 3 calls, it seems way more urgent, and there's a much higher chance of them picking up. We've had such much higher pickup rates calling 3 times versus just calling 1 time like we used to. Okay, now I'm going to show you in the next video here how after you call them 3 times, how you can actually set up dialers for when people don't pick up on that first 3 calls, on those first 3 calls, and how you can continue to call them over time so that you're not letting any lead go to waste. Because a lot of people don't answer text message reminders. That's fine. Some people do, but that's why you want to make your text message reminders seem as human as possible, as real and authentic as possible. Never send massive marketing text messages. That never works. Never send links. Hey, watch this, watch this, watch this. That never works. Okay. But we're going to set up a dialer so that when you do call them the first 3 times, if they don't pick up, you have automations that allow you to call over time. You'll still need to be on the phone and do the dialing yourself, but it's an automation that helps you set up sequences that you can just hit a button and it calls people one after another. I'm going to show you that in the next video, but that's the system for being able to call people 3 times. That's the reason why. That's how we do it. That's the script. That's how we turn it into an actual hot lead call, an actual booked call. And if you want to spice it up even more, you can let people know that there's a cancellation fee if they don't show up to the call. Okay? And then actually charge a cancellation fee if they don't show up so that you can increase your show rates. Okay, any questions? Building out our dialer now, I want to keep this super simple, right? So you're going to start off with form being submitted, which is going to be whatever form you have embedded on the website where you're driving your ad traffic to, or you can set up any other trigger that you want. For instance, you add a new contact or however you guys do your system. But for me, I run ads. I have a form on the page where I'm running ads to. If people fill out that form, I want to trigger this dialer. So let's say, for instance, it's this one. Let's save the trigger, form is submitted. They get added to this sequence where manual calls are going to happen. So we're going to call this manual call 1, and then we're going to wait 1 day. And don't use dialers if you're not planning to do this every day. Okay, I recommend you have a dialer where you're making calls every day. Okay, so it's going to be manual call 1, and then wait 1 day, and you just do that over and over again. Okay, so manual call 2, we're going to copy this, copy action, boom, copy this, copy action, boom, and now we're going to copy everything from here and do it again. And now we have a dialer where people are getting called every day for several days. Okay, and then I can go even further, and let's say I want to copy the last 4 here, copy all actions from here, boom, but now I'm going to set it to where it's waiting 2 days. And then it's waiting, let's make sure we name it properly, waiting 2 days. And I'll show you how this works in a bit if you're confused. It'll wait 3 days now. That way we're still calling the leads, but not as frequently. And of course you want to change the manual call to say manual call 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But for the sake of time here, I don't want to waste your time changing titles. You guys get it. I'll just give you one example here in case you're like taking screenshots or something. We're going to do manual call 2, just so you get what I'm talking about. All right. Manual call 1, 2, 3. So now what's happening, right? We're going to first do settings, stop on response. This means that if they finally answer the phone, we stop it. And I'm going to show you how you can label people that they've answered. Make sure you publish it, make sure you click save. That's exactly how you're setting it up. It's as simple as that. Boom. I'm not going to make it super complicated where you can start making it complicated later on when you understand the system, you've done it for a while. You can start tagging people with engaged, and when you tag them with engaged, they get put into another dialer where engaged leads get called if they stopped answering you after like they stopped engaging for 2 days, and then you have a re-engagement dialer where you're calling the people that once engaged but stopped engaging, so you could bring them back into your ecosystem and try to get them on a call with you again. So that's another way you could do it once you want to start getting complex, but we're not going to do all that right now. We're building your first dialer. We're helping you understand how the dialer works, what it's for. Next thing, let's say I'm starting to call people on the dialer. All I have to do is go to conversations, go to manual actions right here on the very top, and then I choose the dialer I want to use. So in my case, I just created a dialer called dialer. I would choose that dialer. Let's pretend that's the one I chose. And then we would click let's start. Okay, once we click let's start, it starts the automations. Okay. All right. And then it's starting to call them, hang up. And then once we click completed, now it's going to be marked that they have replied to us. If they answer us and they hang up, I'm not going to say it's completed. If they answer us and they say, who's this, and they don't hear us and then they hang up, that's not considered completed. If they answer us and they're like, hey, I'm so busy, please call me in 3 hours, I'm not going to say completed. I'm going to say no answer. That way they don't get taken out of that automation. I want them to stay in that automation until I finally have a conversation with them. Okay, that's how we keep it simple. And every lead that comes in, we're calling them immediately 3 times right off the bat. And then they're also getting put into that dialer. Now, you can set it up to where at the top of your dialer, you can do an if-else, a condition, where if they're tagged with like a certain thing, this is a simple way to make sure that people that have spoken to you don't get put onto this dialer. So I could do condition, or I could do if-else, it's called. If-else, and I could say tag. One second. All right, events. No, not events. Why all of a sudden it's this big issue? Contact details. Okay, boom. To contact details. There's got to be tag in here. Yeah, there we go. Tag. Includes. And let's say we tag them with engaged if they did finally talk to us, right? And we would name this engaged, question mark. And then the other one would be, I only need to do one name, one sequence, because the other one's going to be none. So basically, if they are not tagged with engaged. So tag includes engaged. And then we're going to move all this. So let's click move all actions from here. Move, let's do that again. Move all actions from here. Move it here. All right. I'm messing stuff up over here. Delete. All right. Now everything wants to bug out all of a sudden. Give me 1 second. Boom. All right. Let's pretend this is the sequence that I just had and I set everything up the proper way. I'm going to click this. I'm going to click copy all actions from here. And I'm going to move it here. I meant to do move, but whatever. You guys get the point. And I'm going to delete all actions from here. So instead, what I should have clicked was move all actions from here and then done that, but it's the same result. Now, if they do end up having the tag engaged, then I can take them out of the workflow. So I could do remove from workflow, current workflow, right? Always choose current workflow. So that way, if they are tagged with engaged, I don't want to put them on the dialer because then if I call them again, they're going to be like, hey, didn't we already talk? I thought we already have a call scheduled at 4 o'clock. Why are you calling me again? We don't want that to happen. So everybody that whenever you call a new lead 3 times, if they pick up and they engage and you guys book a call, or if they pick up and that you have a good conversation, you don't want to put them in the dialer. So this is a good way to filter out those people that you've already spoken to that you don't want to call again, or if they're like not qualified, let's say. Okay, so you could just always use engaged, or you could just straight up change the tag to answered. And then if you tag them with that engaged or answered, they will not end up in this dialer. That way you can ensure that you're only calling people that have not answered you yet. So that's the system. You call them 3 times manually yourself in Go High Level. Ideally, you're using my CRM, the white labeled one, because it's cheaper. You get it for $79 a month instead of $97. Call the lead right when they come in within 5 minutes. If you can't do 5 minutes, then maybe 30 minutes, an hour. ideally just as soon as possible. If it's the middle of the night, then obviously that's not reasonable. Wait till the next day. But you're calling them immediately. If they don't pick up, you don't tag them with engaged or answered. So they get put into the dialer. Okay? They get put into the dialer. And by the way, for this engaged, you can make it wait 1 hour. I don't want to confuse you guys, but you want to make sure. So let's do wait 1 hour. Let's assume you always call people within 1 hour and you'll either tag them engaged or you won't. We want to make it wait 1 hour because we don't want it to filter whether they have engaged or not immediately, because there's no chance you would have called them immediately. So always have a wait sequence. It could be wait 1 day or it could be wait 1 hour. But this is what you're waiting for. That means within 1 hour of someone coming into your ecosystem, if they have not been tagged with engaged, they get put into the dialer. Okay, so always have a wait sequence. I almost forgot about that. Okay, so this is what the dialer looks like. Boom, top to bottom. And then your settings is going to be stop on response. That way you're not continuing to call people who engage. If they do pick up, you mark them as completed. If they don't pick up, you put no answer. If they do pick up and hang up, still no answer. If they do pick up and say, hey, I'm busy, call me later, no answer. That way we continue to call these people within the dialer. So then your system is going to be this. They get automated text all throughout the day. You call them 3 times right when they come in. If they don't engage, they get put into the dialer at set times throughout the day, maybe at 3 p.m., maybe at 1 p.m., maybe you do it twice a day, maybe you do it once a day. You're using the dialer to call the leads that have not engaged yet. And this, I set it up to where it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 calls. You could set it to be as many calls as you want. You can make it 20 calls. You can make it just 3 calls if you want. Like, hey, I don't want to call people more than 3 times. And then what you could do is when you're going through this dialer, when this happens and they didn't answer, you can click no answer, and then it's going to start calling the next person. So watch, it's going to call the next person. I could pause it and I can call them again. Okay, so it's pausing right now, but I guess since I'm using Loom, there's a bit of a delay here on my browser. But let's assume I paused it. Now I'm going to call them again, and I'm going to do that 3 call thing. Every time I call people, I'm going to call them 3 times, every single time. So even when I'm using the dialer, I'm pausing and calling them again. I'm calling them 3 times back to back. And I'm always calling 3 times, or at least 2 times. So I'm calling 3 times with the dialer. I'm calling them 3 times right when they come into the system. I'm going to tag them with engaged or answered. If they do answer me the first time, that way they don't go into the dialer. They're receiving automated text messages. They're also receiving ringless voicemails every 1 month to 3 months so that I bring them back into my ecosystem and get them to talk to me. And this is how, this overall system here that I'm talking about, is how I get over 45 touch points, of calling all my leads, because I have my dialer set up to where I'm calling them about 27 times. And then I have automated text messages at least 10. And then I have those ringless voicemails that send out another 10. And then I also call people later on after 6 months, after 7 months, 8 months, 12 months. And that's why people come to me and say, hey, Joseph, wow, you have such an amazing system. I simply had to get on a call with you because you've been following up for literally a year now. You've been following up I've never seen any other system like this. I want your system. I want to work with you. This system is phenomenal. If you want to half-ass this, then you're not going to get the results I get. Okay? If you want to half-ass this, you want to kind of treat it like, oh, these leads or whatever, a lot of people haven't answered. I don't want to deal with them. They haven't been answering me. Then yeah, you're probably not going to do as good as we're doing with this system, right? Don't half-ass this. This is the exact system. I'm giving you a multi-6-figure, 7-figure, possibly eventually 8-figure system here. Okay? So don't take this with just a grain of salt and kind of treat this like, oh, whatever, no big deal. I don't really need it. It's not that serious. These leads, I'm getting new leads every day. Forget the old leads. If you want to treat it like that, then go ahead. But you're missing out on tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even 7 figures of income by neglecting these leads. This system I just gave you, everything here, from the beginning of this course to this point of the course now, and what you're going to see beyond, this is the system that's going to make sure if someone's interested in your service, if someone's interested in what you have to offer, they are 100% going to work with you because you've reached out to them so many times, up until the point they explicitly say to you, Joseph, Jimmy, John, Brian, Bob, Sarah, Sam, stop freaking calling me. I'm done with you. I don't want this. It's bull crap. I don't want to deal with your stuff. I'm not interested whatsoever. I wasn't interested when I first came in. Then you don't talk to them ever again. You mark them as do not disturb. But if you want to make sure every single person that even a little bit is even to some degree interested in your services, you want to make sure that every single one of those people get on a call with you. And this is how we ensure that that happens. So don't take this with a grain of salt. Make this happen. Build this stuff out. I give you the exact system here. Go ahead and do it. Okay, if you have questions, put it in the group. Almost forgot this. I almost forgot this is very important. Right at the bottom here, you do want to set a goal to where if they're tagged, so let's see, added a contact tag, if they're tagged with that engaged, like I told you about, or whatever you decide to use, it could be answered, it could be, whatever you decide to make it happen, it immediately ends the workflow. Okay, so that way, if in the middle of this dialer and maybe they answered an automated text, maybe anything like that, like if they finally answer you, maybe you're texting them from your personal phone, maybe you're also talking to them on Instagram, Facebook, and you want to make sure that they never get put into the dialer or they get taken out of the dialer, you have a way to tag them to pull them out of the dialer. So with this goal right here, so I'll name this added engaged tag goal. Now, if they're added with that engaged tag goal, added with this engaged tag, they get pulled out of the sequence. That way, we make sure that even if they're like 5 days in, they can get tagged with engaged and still get pulled out. Because this little, this filter right here, this filter only happens in the beginning. This filter is not happening later on. Okay, this filter is not happening later on. All right, and if you want, by the way, I didn't mention this before, but you can make this wait 1 day instead. This could be 1 day. That way, because you've already called them on that first day 3 times, you already called them on that first day, or maybe you can even do 10 hours, right? 10 hours might make more sense for you. Whatever you guys decide, okay, or 12 hours. That way, it's pretty much going to be the next day anyways, because your working days, your working hours are pretty much 8 to 10 hours anyways. If you make it wait, 10 to 12 hours, it'll pretty much, delay it until your next working day. Okay, so I could say wait 12 hours like this. Save. That way, they're not going to get put into the dialer on that first day. It's going to pretty much wait until the next day anyways, because you don't want to call them 3 times and then boom, they're put into the dialer again and you're calling them 3 times again within 3 hours. So yeah, you probably want to set this to wait 12 hours. Want to make sure that they're not tagged with engaged, and then you're calling them the next day. And then if they ever get tagged with engaged again in the future, they get pulled out. It's as simple as that. And then also, if they ever reply to you or if they ever answer a phone call, they're also pulled out. Okay, and then you can have another automated dialer for the people that do engage and you want to re-engage them. Okay, simple as that. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss that because that's very important stuff.
Hey, so I will be showing you how the Go High Level dialer works. So what you're going to do is you go to Go High Level, of course, conversations. And then once you see the conversations, you can see here there are menus on top of it. So you go click manual actions. So after the manual actions, you will be routed to this page right here. And then you select dialer flow or workflow. Now I chose dialer 1, which is new lead, our new lead workflow. And then once you've chosen the dialer or the workflow that you will be using or calling, you hit let's start. So let's do that. See, it is already calling. Okay, so it routed to voicemail. So after the first call, it will route you to a dispositioning option. So I'll go and set this one to voicemail since I routed to his mailbox. So as you can see, upper right corner, there will be a next lead loading icon. I don't know how to say it, but a next lead. So what I'm going to do is I will pause it if I don't want it to go to the next lead. Since per my instruction, I have to call our leads thrice since we are dealing with warm leads. So it depends on you or what your instruction would be. If you'd be calling a lead once, since you have to call a lead once, but in our case, we're persistent. So we call them 3 times. So I have to pause the new lead or the next lead prompt here and continue calling this same lead. So how to do that is I click the name here. You will be seeing the name of this lead here, and then move your cursor down. You don't have to click anything. Just put your cursor on the name, and then it will populate a number below it. So you click that number and it will automatically call again. There, it's ringing, it's dialing for the same lead. There, so I'm done calling this lead 3 times per my instruction. So what I can do is I go hit the next lead button. There you go, and it will automatically call the second lead again. I'm done speaking with a lead, or yes, he picked up, we talked a few minutes, and then what I do is I complete that. I pause this one. I no longer call the lead 3 times per my instruction. And also what you can do, sorry, in here. So what you can do in this left corner right here is to add them tags. So for this lead, it's not qualified since he hasn't started the business yet. So I'm going to activate the DND for calls as well. I'll leave the text message for now since we send, marketing messages, emails, that kind of stuff. But I've already tagged him as not qualified. So you can do that right here on the left bottom part of the screen in JHL or in Go High Level. Going to go next. Oh, by the way, not yet. So here, I'm sorry, I have to blur some of the contents here since these are our clients and they have information stated in here as well. So in this corner, the right part of the screen, you can see activity. This one is activity. This one is tasks. This one is notes. And this one is appointment. So in the activity, what you can see is if your client is, launching or is running ads currently, you'll be able to see, like, for instance, yes, he is launching or running multiple ads at the moment. So you'll be able to see here where this lead is coming from, where the specific lead is coming from, whether it's, in the TikTok ad or whether it's this and that ad or a landing page, and then the activities and the timestamps this lead did. So for example, he saw this ad 1 or TikTok ad video 1, and this part right here, you will see the time and date when he saw the video or the ads. And then this one is what he did after watching the ad. So it's either he filed or he filled out the form to uh, to get access of the things that you sell in exchange of his information. So you will be able to see here, for example, filled out a form and date and time, and then booked a call, date and time. So yep, it's pretty much very easy and friendly and simple navigating Go High Level. So yep, that's it for the dialer, how it works. So the tagging and the dispositioning is on the left corner. This one right here on the right corner are the activities, tasks, notes, and appointments. So for tasks, you can set you call back this lead at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, Mountain Standard Time, or what you do, like send him a text or call. So there would be like an ad button right here. So you'll be clicking that and fill out the necessary information. Here, notes. Of course, you will be adding notes so that I'm sure you guys add notes so that you won't forget the conversation you had with a specific lead. And then after this one, the last tab is the appointment. So if the lead wants to talk to the client, you go from here. Or if you have a different way of, booking an appointment for your lead, that would work too. But in Go High Level, it has this feature as well, wherein you can set appointment through Go High Level. So I believe, yep, that's it for how the dialer works. And thank you so much.
So this will be a video for hiring someone who's going to be an hourly based worker that will be completing consistent tasks for you on a daily basis. Not mostly phone call based, that will be for another video. So jobs in this category include, but are not limited to, assistant for work, a personal assistant, an appointment setter, data entry, a research specialist, which could be someone who like gathers information like phone numbers, emails, or whatever you might need and puts it onto a document or spreadsheet, a bookkeeper, a live chat agent for maybe a website that you have. So the first step is to sign up for onlinejobs.ph, and like I mentioned before, it's $69 for 3 ads a month, and it's $99 for 10 ads per month, 10 job posts, and you only need to pay while you're hiring. So like I said, you can cancel once you're done with the hiring process and start the membership again when you actually need it again. You can use my link to sign up if you want. I don't know if they stopped it, but I'm pretty sure you get like a small discount. But regardless, I get a small kickback if you do, full transparency, and it doesn't cost you anything extra to use the link. And if you use Upwork, and you can use Upwork, but you're not going to find workers as cheap. If you don't want to pay the upfront costs, you're going to pay way more in wages when hiring an employee on Upwork. Also, if you're using Upwork, the workers, like I mentioned before, they have a certain amount of connects. Otherwise, they're going to have to pay more if they surpass 60 connects, which is like applying for jobs. So you're likely going to get less applications on your ad because of this. Less applicants means less people to choose from. Less people to choose from means less leverage that you have as an employer. And having less leverage is another reason you'll be paying someone more if they come from Upwork. If you do decide to use Upwork though, because you do want to test it out, you could just do everything that I'm going to show you in this section of the course. Just do it on Upwork. And if you want, you can literally just post on both Upwork and onlinejobs.ph and just interview everybody from both websites. Doesn't make a difference. I just want to say this now, I have nothing against Upwork. I've just done a lot of research. I've hired a lot of people. And from what I can tell, on average, onlinejobs.ph does tend to have cheaper work for pretty much the same quality. I'm not saying that you can't find someone cheaper on Upwork. You probably can. They're definitely out there. So feel free to test it for yourself. That's why I'm teaching you both. I'm teaching you how to do Upwork and onlinejobs.ph. So feel free to do both, test them both out, see what you like best. You can have them do everything that I'm going to show you here besides just one part. If you're hiring on Upwork, you'll need to just change one thing. I'll show you later on. Okay, and it's the frameworks and the systems that I'm showing you that really matter the most. I'm going to show you my job ad and just break it down for you. This is going to be very, very important when it comes to finding the right person. So pay very close attention. Make sure you're taking notes. All right, so here's my screen. So I'm going to show you when I was hiring for a second real estate assistant, and I was hiring part-time. So just to really break down this ad, the first paragraph should be describing the general type of work and the hours that you're going to be wanting. Mention it in your time zone, right? So if you're, me, Eastern time zone, I put 9 to 5 Eastern time zone. And since I was hiring for a second real estate assistant, I kind of wanted assistants working around the clock. I had someone else working Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. And then for this person, I kind of wanted to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then also the weekends. This way, 3 days of the week, I had 2 assistants. And then on the weekends, I had another assistant as well. So in the first paragraph, describe basically what's needed. And then kind of just list the top tasks that your assistant's going to be doing. So the time zone, like I was saying just now, this goes back to what I was mentioning before, where you're going to be aiming to find someone who can work during your work schedule. This is the first step for doing that. So next after that, I listed my top tasks, all of the tasks that I pretty much want them to be focusing on when working for me. For you, you should have done your homework that I mentioned earlier, where you list the tasks that need to be done in your business, and you should have those ready to go to put in this job advertisement. So for me, being a real estate agent, for those of you who are real estate agents or maybe even like wholesalers or anything like that, I did, answering emails on my behalf, screening the inbound leads, scheduling and logging appointments appointments on my calendar, managing the customer queries and responding to them with relevant preset templates, client follow-up, creating presentations and property marketing materials, managing appointment schedule and sending reminders, creating leases and using simple templates using Adobe Acrobat, gathering property listings to send to clients, texting clients, inputting new clients into my database, and other system work. Then we're going to move on to job requirements. So I wanted someone who was soft-spoken, good customer management skills, well-versed with spreadsheets, documents, and emails, willing to do the hours that I listed above in the advertisement, and they need to have a smartphone and a laptop with good internet connection. That is super, super important. And then I also wanted prior experience in a similar role. And I did put that it was a plus, it wasn't required, because like I said, I want to get as many applications as possible. Maybe someone fits the job, but they just don't have experience in the real estate industry. Maybe they have experience doing, helping someone with e-commerce or helping someone with, selling courses or something like that. And maybe they did stuff that was similar to my job, and I don't want to weed out those people. So for your top tasks and your job requirements, tasks are obviously going to be what fit your business. The requirements, kind of just take what I did, use this as like a template for what you're going to need in your business as well. I recommend writing all of this out on a document and saving it for when you're ready to post an advertisement. You can also list that they're familiar with certain devices, certain softwares, because maybe you're hiring someone that you need with particular skill sets, and that's fine to list that here. If you need someone who's familiar with like Excel, put it in there. You need someone that's familiar with like WordPress or something, put that in there. Whatever you specifically need when hiring, it's extremely important you're putting it in here. For me, I'm kind of just hiring a standard VA, so I didn't really want to weed out lots of people. I wanted as many applications as possible. If you're okay training people to be familiar with these specific types of softwares, websites, stuff like that, then I recommend you do that too. Don't narrow it down so much to where you're missing out on certain applications. It's okay to hire somebody that doesn't have the skill sets if it's like an easier skill set to teach, right? You can spend 1 week teaching them how to use it and then they're good to go. I personally like to list out the perks because I want them to know that I'm a person. I'm not just a robot. I'm not some big corporation. I don't want it to just be like so black and white and boring, you know what I mean? I kind of want to add some fun to the advertisement and let them know that I am someone who they can actually enjoy working with. And that's something important that you want to put in your job post. You want to be different from all the other job posts. And I know that on onlinejobs.ph, I know I mentioned there's lots of people that are applying, but listen, these are people that are looking for jobs where they're going to have a comfortable environment. There's some really good people that you might find on this website that don't just apply to every single job post. So whatever you can do to make the advertisement look as good as possible, go ahead and do that. So I like to list out the perks. I put here, I'm very patient and understanding. I'm very easy to work with. I'm flexible with vacation time. If you need time off, just let me know. Opportunity to get bonuses. If you do a good job, I'll give you raises and bonuses. And now whenever I hire, I always have bonuses. So one of the perks that I put here, I put like guaranteed weekly bonuses. So you can add that too. And this portion right here, it can kind of fit a lot of businesses. So like I said, I don't mind if you copy and paste. I put when I grow, you grow. I'm looking for someone who will be in this business with me for a long time. This kind of shows that you're not just hiring people and firing people back to back. You're looking for somebody that you can actually grow with and is going to stay with you in your business. And this is what a lot of people in the Philippines working remote jobs, this is what they want. They want stability. They want someone who's kind, who's going to be a great leader, who's going to treat them with respect, and they can work with for a while. And then I put, you'll actually be onboarded into Compass, the company that I work for, the #1 real estate company in the United States. You'll have access to the software and get your own compass.com email. So if you have your own website, your own company, or you work for a certain company, make sure you mention that in here. Talk a little bit about the perks of working particularly with you and your business. And whatever else you want to add in here, go ahead and do that. Down below, I like to talk about the pay. I put, you will start with a lower pay initially, amount listed on the job post. So if I put, 2 to 6, I'm talking about the $2, but we'll immediately have the opportunity to get bonuses for every deal that closes. So the reason why I put lower pay is what you're going to be paid initially is because I want them to understand I might have put $2 to $6, but they're going to get 2 to start, and then over time I'm going to give them more and more and more. I'm going to give them raises and bonuses. So if you are putting $2 to $6, $3 to $6, $5 to $10, and you want to start off on that $5 figure, definitely mention that in the advertisement because you want full clarity on what they're getting when they apply for your job. And for me, I was able to give bonuses on every single deal that closes. And if you can find some way to structure that into your business where maybe there's certain sales that they could do for you, if you're working in e-commerce and they're like fulfilling orders for you, and you're selling a product that's $100 and you're making, profit $80, maybe you can give them $2 if you're selling a bunch. Just give them 2 for everything that sells. Or if you're doing real estate as well or wholesaling or something like that, your commissions are $5,000, give them 100, give them 150. If you're selling courses and they're like $1,000 a pop, give them 50 per course that sells, or give them 100 100 or give them maybe up to 200 if they have to get on the phone with people. Find ways to implement bonuses whenever you make money so that they're more inclined to get you more deals. They're inclined to get you more sales. When you incentivize it this way, you're going to notice that you're going to have a lot of people that are actually performing rather than just doing day-to-day tasks and just kind of going with the flow. They come in, they clock out. You want someone who's going to be ambitious, who's going to be on top of it for your position to get you more deals, more sales. And this is one of the number one ways to do it, to where they get paid more, they're happy. You can pay a lower hourly amount, but still have them making a lot because they're actually performing for you. You're giving them bonuses. Everybody's happy at the end of the day. And I put here the frequency of the deal, right? If I'm mentioning bonuses, I want to mention how often that's going to happen. So I put a deal usually closes once every 2 weeks at the least. I put you'll be paid on hours worked. You kind of want to give them the pay structure and how you're going to pay them. And I put you'll get incremental raises over time based on your growth. This is something else that kind of allows them to think about the fact that you're looking for someone long term and you want to grow with them and you intend to pay them more over time. This is extremely important to emphasize if that's what you plan to do as well. And then I put here a quick about me, right? Just a quick 2 sentences. I highly recommend you do that too. Like I mentioned before, you want to show that you're a person, not just some corporation, some business. You're an actual person who does actual things and you have actual goals and you're hiring for a reason. So I put here, I've been doing real estate for 3 years, entrepreneurship for 8 years. I've grown a social media, I've grown my platform on TikTok and Instagram. I live in New York City and I'm focused heavily on my work and growth in my business. You can write a whole paragraph, you can write 1 sentence, whatever it is, but I highly recommend you write about yourself. So to apply for the job, this is the most important part, right? This is the absolute most important part because this is where you're gonna see if they have critical thinking skills. This is where you're gonna see if they fit what you're looking for. And this is how you're gonna be able to narrow it down in the very beginning without having to actually do any work. You don't have to talk to anybody, you don't have to do interviews yet. You're narrowing it down right from the gate. All right, part 2, I had to do 2 videos because that one was getting a little bit long. So to apply for the job, like I said, this is the most important part. This is what's going to weed people out that are not actually reading the job post. There's going to be a lot of people that just mass apply to a bunch of jobs. So we want to weed those people out. So number 1 here, I put change the subject line to I'm a hard worker, and then I put insert the name of the president of Rebney here. So Rebney is kind of like an MLS company that's used in New York City. And subject line, that means like, whenever they apply, it's like an email. There's a subject line for the application. And I want them to put, I'm a hard worker, kind of just saying, hey, I'm a hard worker. And then also inserting the name of someone that they're going to have to go on Google, do some research, and find. This way I know that they can at least research and find answers. You'd be surprised how many applications I've seen that they can't even follow something as simple as this. So we want to weed those people out. So come up with a company that you could find a CEO for, a vice president, whatever it is. Just try to be very specific, not super easy. You don't want to say like the CEO of Tesla. Everybody knows Elon Musk. Put something that they have to actually do a little bit of research. All right, and that's the first one. So number 2, I put what college did I graduate from? I like to put my Instagram so that they can see me and see what I do. And then on top of that, they're going to have to go to my Instagram page to find out what college I graduated from. Some people don't even get this right. So it's very simple stuff. You want them to, at this point, the first 2 questions, to do some research to find answers, right? You want to see that they're actually reading the job post and they're able to do basic research. Okay, number 3, I put label this as answer number 1. This is where it gets a little bit technical and they're going to need to use like critical thinking skills to understand what this even means. Basically what I'm saying here is that this is where they're going to start their answers, right? Number 1 is going to be at the top of your message, write 2 to 3 sentences on why you would like this position and why you are a good fit. Do not write more than that or else your application will be deleted. The reason I said that is because I don't want people writing entire essays that I'm gonna have to read the whole entire thing. I want them to follow the instructions to the T and just kind of simplify their answers. It's easy for someone to write an entire essay that's just a bunch of filler words, a bunch of bogus. I want just the answer. Number 4, I put label this answer number 2. Below that, tell me what experience you have that might be suitable for this position and what jobs you've worked in the past. This should be no more than 5 sentences. So I want them to tell me a little bit about what they've done in the past and how the jobs that they've had before can apply to this position that they're applying for now. Basic job advertisement, right? And then number 5, I said label this answer number 3. Can you work the hours I listed above? This is very important because some people just apply, they actually follow instructions, but then they're like, oh no, I can't work those hours. So we want to clarify that right in the beginning of their application. Then number 6, I put label this answer number 4. Answer number 2 at the end, right? This is where it gets a little bit confusing. Number 2 is what college did I graduate from? So that's actually going to be at the end, number 4. So a lot of people are going to end up putting, what college I graduated from at the top mistakenly, and I'll know that they didn't follow directions. So this is another way that you could see They have critical thinking skills. They know how to follow instructions. They're detail oriented. It's a little bit goofy, but trust me, this works. And then I put here, make sure to follow all the steps above. This is a great job opportunity with the ability to get bonuses and raises. So I will only look at applicants that really want the job. If I decide to interview you, there will be a short Zoom call between us and video will be required. This part's also essential. You don't want people to apply that don't have like cameras or, you know, laptops with like a video camera on it, because you want to be able to have Zoom meetings, Google meetings with these people. And if they don't have that to do a simple interview, then they're not going to be able to do meetings with me when they're actually working for me. Also, I like to see who's gonna work for me. I like to see their face. I like to see their expressions. I want to see, you know, kind of maybe even a little bit of like how they live, you know, like you'll notice that some people in the background, there's like 10 friends and stuff, and it just seems very distracting. You know, some people come in and they have like a headset on, they have a nice space, clean white wall behind them, and I know that they're ready to go, they're ready to work, and I like that. So I like to be able to see their face. I like to see their environment. That helps a lot with me choosing who I want to hire. But obviously, skill level, the way that they talk, all that stuff comes before anything. So I put, do not write more than what I've asked you above. If you write more than that, you know, I'll ignore your job post. And then I put, thank you, Joseph Henry. It's as simple as this, right? So very simple job post. You know, it's going to take a little bit of time to write, but like I said, you can use this as a template, copy and paste this, and just tweak it to fit your business. And like I mentioned before, Upwork, the first question here, right? The first question where it says change the subject line. If you're looking to put job posts on Upwork, there's no subject line on Upwork. So you're going to change this to say, change the first line, or write out the first line of your cover letter. It's considered a cover letter. Write out the first line of your cover letter to say, I'm a hard worker, insert the name of blah, 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 right? Instead of subject line. Also, I forgot to mention for number 5, can you work the hours I listed above? You want to put, can you work the hours I listed above? If not, then what hours can you work? Because maybe they can't work your hours, but they can work like 1 hour off or something like that. So make sure you put that as well. Now I'm going to do an actual job post really quick with you. So we're going to do post the job. You know, I'm just going to put some quick things, you know, real estate. You want to put something captivating here too. You know, I trust you guys to kind of put some information here that's going to make people want to click on your ad. You know, maybe you could put like bonuses or something like that. And then, you know, let's just pretend this is the job ad that you guys just saw. Now for the wage and salary, you want to put how much they're going to be making per hour. And then on your second job post, you want to put how much they're going to make per month. And then if you want to do 3 job posts because you want to use up all 3, and let's say you know for a fact you're not going to hire more than 1 person this month, like you're not going to hire a virtual assistant and then also an editor, then you can use up all 3 for this 1 job post. So the first one could be, you know, 2 to 6 an hour, right? Or 2 to 5. You want to do like $3, 5 an hour. I usually just keep this at 50. I want as many job applications as possible. Primary skill, virtual assistant. Admin assistant, I want someone who's good at appointment setting, data entry. So what I'll do is office and admin, admin assistant. Secondary skill, I'll click this again. I'll click appointment setter, and then I'll do this again. And then I'll put, you know, maybe email management. You want to put your top, you know, priority skills that you want them to have. And if you're hiring for other types of skills, there's a whole bunch of options here. Feel free to go on online jobs and play around with this. But this is what it looks like hiring a standard virtual assistant. And make sure you select skills that fit your job post. And then we're going to click post job. I'm not going to click it because I don't want to use up my jobs. But like I said, one job post should say 2 to 5 an hour. Another one should say, you know, how much they'll make a month. So let's say 400 to 600. Or 300 to 400. You could put per month. And then if you do 3, you could say, you know, 100 per week, right? Sometimes I like to even, you know, write it out in PHP, right? So let's say they're gonna make, you know, 10,000 per week. I'm not calculating this, but you can write it out in PHP, Philippine peso as well. Feel free to just play around with this and see where you get the most applications. The first job title, the first section, the job title. Play around with the job titles. If you're doing 3 posts, make sure you do different job titles to see which ones get you the most applications. That's how you do your job post. Also, like I mentioned before, if you want me to hire someone for you, or you want me to help you hire somebody, there's 2 different packages. I'll put those links below. If you're doing all this and you find you're overwhelmed and you just can't do it, maybe you don't have enough time, I have no problem doing it for you. At least you have this course so that if you hire in the future, you can hire your second assistant, third assistant, but I'll do the first one for you. So take a look at those. If I do it for you, I'll write out the standard operating operating procedures, I'll do a little bit of training for you, all that. If I help you with the process, I'll only do the interviews and the job post. See you in the next video. So here we're gonna talk about sample jobs. One of the best ways to weed out the people that are not gonna be fit for your job. Luckily, a lot of people who don't qualify are just not even gonna do the sample job at all. So right away, you weed out like 25% of the people. Then you're left with the 75% that actually do it. And here we're gonna break down what I send them, right? So what exactly the sample job looks like as far as the instructions. Then I'm gonna break down what their sample jobs look like that they did for this actual job post. And I'm gonna kind of break down what I look for, right? So what is an ideal candidate, what their sample job should look like, and then somebody who does not fit it, right? So a couple things that I'll look for to show me that somebody's not gonna be the right fit for the job. So this is what I send them. I know in the last video I touched on this a bit. Like I said, I'm gonna send a link, and I say after reviewing all the candidates, I've narrowed down my search down to you and a few others for the position. Now, I'm making them feel important. I'm letting them know that they've been selected, right? So this is gonna increase the chances that they're gonna do the sample job. Because like I said, we want as many people doing the sample job as possible. We want lots of people to choose from who speak good English and qualify for the job, right? So I'd like to schedule an interview with you, but first I have a sample project for you to complete that should take no longer than 20 to 30 minutes. Again, I'm giving them more of a reason to do this and letting them know, listen, I wrote a lot here, but it's not that hard. It's gonna take you just 20 to 30 minutes. So you wanna do the same thing with your sample job. Let them know, hey, it's gonna be quick. This is how I will see you are serious about the position and are willing to do what it takes to prove you are the right candidate. This small project will be due at midnight tonight. So you're not just gonna say midnight tonight in any scenario. I sent this, I think it was like 1 a.m. So, you know, at their time, it was like 1 p.m. or something like that. One thing I did fail to do when I sent this is I clarified the time frame. So make sure you're saying, you know, whether it's their time frame or your time frame. But ideally, you wanna give them more than 12 hours. You can even give them a whole day. You could say midnight tomorrow night, you know what I mean? Or you could say midnight 2 nights from now if you're patient enough. I was not patient when I was hiring this person. I really needed a second assistant at the time. So, but if you have the time, definitely give them like a day or two. But one of the reasons why I made it so quick, midnight tonight, and if you're, you know, I'm in the Eastern time zone, I should have put midnight Eastern time zone tonight. One of the reasons you want to make it quick is because you want to see, you know, who wants it that badly that they're going to get it done fast, you know, versus the people that are going to procrastinate and wait till, you know, 3 days from now, 4 days from now and say, hey, you still looking for the sample job to be done? And I'm already, you know, done with it and I already chose somebody. So I do recommend either making it like midnight tonight, Eastern time zone, your time zone, if it's more than 12 hours, or, you know, midnight tomorrow night and the time zone. And then I said here, and if I feel you're a good fit based on your work, I'll send you a link to book an interview, right? So they know that they're really close to the finish line as long as they do this. So these 3 tasks should be sent to me in 2 different emails. So it looks like I actually made a mistake in this one part here. I guess I must have typed it up fast or something, but I'll make sure to correct it when I put it down below the video. It should actually say these 3 tasks should be sent to me in 3 different emails. I think when I first wrote it, I was only doing 2 tasks, but then I added like an extra task just to, you know, up the ante. The project is as follows. 1, pretend I am a client requesting to view an apartment that Joseph has available, me. My name is Eric, and I have requested to view this unit tomorrow, June 15th at 6 p.m. And you have already responded and said you would check to see if that time's available. And after checking, you've discovered that this time will not work because the unit is only available for viewing in 2 days, which would be June 16th between 1 to 7 p.m. So notice how I'm being very particular and I'm giving them a real life example of the type of email they would need to send in my line of work, okay? So I recommend making each part of the sample project, each task, you know, obviously cater to your business, but being very particular, something that will actually happen in your business. And make sure you outline it in a way where it's not extremely easy to understand. I mean, this is simple stuff, but I said, look, they wanted to see it tomorrow at on June 15th at 6 p.m. You said you're gonna check and see. Now you gotta get back to them and say, hey, no, it's not available, but it is available in 2 days between particularly 1 and 7 p.m. So give them very, very particular instructions, okay? So just off the top of my head right now, let's say you're doing bookkeeping, right? You're hiring somebody for bookkeeping. Right? You're gonna tell them something like, look, you're going on my QuickBooks, you need to assign a particular payment to a category, right? You need to create some sort of category for this payment. The category's name is blah, 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 right? And then you can literally put like 20 transactions, like fake transactions. I'm sure you could find it somewhere quickly on Google, whatever. Grab some transactions and say, look, anything that looks like it is particularly Exxon gas station needs to go into this category, right? And then you'll have them literally like pick pick them and write them out in the email, something like that, right? Or if you're having somebody be like customer service, like through text, you know, those little chat boxes on websites, you're having somebody do that for your website, maybe give some sort of scenario where somebody needs help troubleshooting something and give them the entire scenario and ask them to write out a message to them that's gonna help like troubleshoot. Obviously, don't do something that they're just not gonna know. Like for instance, I'm not gonna say here like schedule to a day that's available, and then they're like, well, what day is available? I don't know, and then they have to send me questions and stuff. Make sure you're outlining everything, right? That's why I said, look, it's not available today, but it's available in 2 days between 1 and 7 p.m. I gave them all the particulars they need. So make sure you outline all of the particulars they're gonna need to be able to thoroughly do the task. And then I said, please generate an email that kindly informs the client, of the unavailability for the time they requested and ask if they could view during the time that is available. This email should not be long. So the reason why I said it shouldn't be long is because I don't want them to send an entire crazy paragraph to a client. I want to see how they can condense this down to a quick email, a few sentences that gets straight to the point and lets the client know. Not available today, available in 2 days between 1 and 7 p.m. Number 2, I said, pretend we have a client named Michelle that really likes the unit. I sent them a link to a unit and I had them literally find apartments for me. I'm not going to read this whole thing. You can go ahead and read it, you know, pause and read it here or read it down below the video. But basically I had them find apartments for me with very specific amenities that's a very particular size in a very particular area. I had them actually go to my real estate website on Compass and do a search and find apartments that fit this particular criteria and send it to this supposed client via email, right? And they're gonna let them know that the unit that they did inquire about is no longer available, but hey, look at these 3 that I found for you. So if you have a website, right, you can actually have them, you know, let's say you're doing Shopify or something like that, you do e-commerce, and you plan to have them help you with the back end and answer emails to clients and stuff like that. You could say, hey, go to my actual website, choose 3 items that are between the ranges of $50 to $100, whatever your price range is, I don't know, and put it all in an email, send it to a client, let them know that, hey, this is not available, but this is available. Or maybe you could say, like, let somebody know that their shipping is gonna be delayed, or you know, if somebody's complaining about their shipping being delayed, how would you respond to them? Stuff like that. Whatever it is that fits your business and is very particular and are going to be actual tasks that they're going to be doing in your business, that's what you want to include in these sample tasks and overall in this sample job. Last thing I said here, email me telling me how you think you did. So no matter what two sample tasks you choose, this last part here should be the same, right? You want them to email you and tell you how they think they did, right? And any challenges that they might have faced. So I put here, email me telling me how you think you did. Let me know any challenges you may have faced and the difficulty of this project. It's okay to be honest with me. You will be trained on these things. This email should be no longer than 5 sentences. So now I'm going to know, you know, I'm going to be able to see how they did, their grammar, their English, how they problem solve and stuff like that. And then on top of that, I'm going to find out what they actually thought of the project, whether it was easy, difficult, or if it's something that they've done before, and whatever other creative stuff they decide to add into this email to make me like them more, right? And then this last part here, I said email these 3 emails separately to, you know, one of my emails, and then to CC another email on all of them. I wanted to see if they were going to pay attention to this detail as well, because, you know, on top of them doing tasks like this, a lot of the time they're gonna have to CC me, right? Even if they're not really gonna be doing emails in your line of work, I still recommend you do this because you wanna see that they're, you know, very detail oriented. Yes, they did answer the job application and they did show that they were detail oriented there, but now we want to dive a little bit deeper and see just how detail oriented they are. That's why we're going to give all these different little instructions, but also we're going to leave a lot out in the open for them. We're not going to give them every single piece of what they should be doing. You know, like I don't believe I put here, yeah, I didn't put here what the email should have in the subject line. Like I left that up to them. You know, nothing about the signature in the email. I left that up to them. So we're going to see how they do stuff like that. And then on top of that, they're gonna follow these specific instructions. Sorry to be saying the same things over and over again, but I really wanna reiterate this to you because it is so extremely important to have somebody that's gonna be able to do tasks within your business. And this is the easiest way to see, you know, how they're gonna be able to operate in your business before you even get them to do the interview. So when you start to do interviews, you're gonna have people that actually know how to send emails, know proper English, and can kind of do your line of work at least a little bit. I put some extra details here that might not be important to you. If you're a real estate agent, you know, you can mention this too. And if you're a real estate agent, by the way, you can kind of copy this to a T and just put like your real estate website. And then at the end here, I put, please be very thorough with this and pay attention to detail. I just wanted to say that one more time because I want to emphasize that, again, they need to be detail oriented. And then I put good luck here. Now, I did send this to a lot of people. So we're gonna go here and take a look at these sample projects. So I'm gonna first show you people that I did choose to interview. So here we had Alan. I would like to touch base with, he said, good day, Eric. He sent me a nice greeting. Good day, Eric. And he used the name, and then he also CC'd my email that I told him to CC. I would like to touch base with you regarding your viewing appointment for Joseph's apartment listing. Unfortunately, the unit is not available on June 15th at 6 p.m. However, we could schedule you for June 16th between 1 and 7 p.m. Please let me know if that works. If so, what time is best for you? Talk to you soon and stay safe. I like that little touch. I like how he greeted me. English was very good. And then on the bottom, he put all the best. He put his name and all of his numbers. Really good signature, really good, you know, subject here as well. Really good body. I like it. And then the next email. Good day, Michelle. I hope you're doing well. I'm emailing you to inform you that the property at 455 East Street has been acquired and is no longer available on the market. We understand that this might be a disappointment. In line with this, we took the liberty to find similar properties that fit your interests roughly in the Midtown area, blah, blah, blah. Really good English, and I like how he hyperlinked these addresses so you can click them and actually go directly to the property. And I gave very particular instructions, very particular criteria. I looked at all three of these apartments. They fit the criteria, which is awesome. And then he put here, please let me know if any of these units interest you. Joseph is available for showings on Thursday and Friday from 1 to 4 p.m. Another detail that I had them add. I look forward to hearing from you soon. Thank you and have a great day. So far, really good. I like it. It looks like one unit that he sent me, it fit the criteria though, but it was actually no longer available. So that was one thing I didn't really like, but I did really like how he wrote up this email. And then we can go here and see what he thought of his sample project. He said, thank you for reviewing my application and shortlisting me. I believe I did fairly well in communicating effectively with clients and being succinct. Good vocab word. I would say that I had trouble looking for properties at first, as I had not done property sourcing before, but I made sure that the properties that I endorsed match the client's preferences. I appreciate your time and hope you have a great day ahead. I really like the way that this guy talks. He talks very nice. He speaks very eloquently. I like that he was honest and said, you know, he had trouble looking for properties at first. So even though he did send me an apartment that was unavailable, I didn't really put those specifics in the instructions. So, you know, he didn't really not follow instructions with that. It could be confusing, blah, blah, blah. I like how he formulated the emails, and I basically said, can you speak on Friday? All right, so that's one person that I really liked. And those are the things you want to look for. You want to look for how they formulate sentences. You want to look for how they greet people, how they do their signature. You want to see if they beat around the bush, if they add fluff into the emails and stuff, or you want to see if they're very concise and get straight to the point. All this stuff, right? You'll pretty much know when you're reading these emails if they're intelligent, if they're a good problem solver, and that's the stuff that you want to look for. So now I'm going to show you somebody that I would not hire and break down why. So look, we have this person here. They did CC the email I said. They put request to reschedule the viewing. That makes sense. Hello, Eric. I would like to reschedule our viewing on June 16th between 1 to 7 p.m. as the unit will be available for viewing within that time. I apologized for the inconvenience. So that's past tense. That's not good grammar. This has caused you, not good grammar. Please let me know if the suggested time works for you. So they said, I would like to reschedule our viewing on June 16th. So it should have said viewing to June 16th. So lots of grammatical errors here. I like their signature, but I don't like the rest of the email. So far this is a no. So just reading that email, I would immediately say no. You don't feel obligated to read all the emails, right? Save yourself some time. If the first email, you can right off the bat see they don't have good English or they just don't understand at all, you can just completely trash their emails. Second thing here, we regret to inform you that your desired unit is not available in the market, nevertheless. In the market, not good grammar. We would like to recommend the 3 units that we believe best meet your needs and budget. You may check the following links below for your reference. So they hyperlink this, that's cool, but I don't really like how she wrote this. Please let us know if you have any questions or concerns. Mr. Joseph, our sales professional, will be available Thursday and Friday between. That last part was cool, but I didn't like the beginning of the email. And then here the subject says experienced of the project. Not good grammar. So multiple times she's shown me throughout these emails that the grammar is just really not there. So I would not be choosing this person. And here you can see they said, I think the experience and difficulty of doing this project is to carefully check every detail. So it seems like she didn't really understand this question either. So this would be somebody that I do not choose, right? And use your gut, use your discretion, and choose appropriately. The good thing about this is that you're still not done choosing somebody. Even if you have 8 people you like, and you're still not fully sure if they could do the tasks, but they did the sample project well, you still have an opportunity to interview them, and that's what we're going to be talking about in the next video. The next video, we're going to talk about scheduling the interviews, and then after that, we'll talk about the interview questions, and then we'll get into some real interviews where I'll break it down for you, and just make sure that you're following everything that I'm saying in these steps in this section of the course, because a lot of you guys are going to be hiring general VAs, virtual assistants, personal assistants, all types of assistants that are not really going to be on the phone, but they're going to be answering emails, maybe adjusting your website, maybe doing some bookkeeping, doing stuff on the back end, and you're going to need to make sure that you have somebody that is really, really good, and I'm going to help you find all of that. So I'm going to see you guys in the next video.
So this is something that is vital to our process and saves me so much time. Whenever I'm talking about, it's only 3 to 7 hours for us to do the fulfillment, this is the reason why. Now, either you can choose to use Willow if you're ready to get started with Willow immediately, if you have the money to pay for it, or if you have the budget for it, or everything I'm going to show you here today, you could simply just have people do exactly what they would do within Willow, but instead of doing it through Willow, they could just create videos themselves as if they were using the interview AI. And they'll create those videos and upload them to either Google Drive or on YouTube as unlisted. So basically what Willow does, just to break it down really quick, and by the way, you're only going to need this account in case you're wondering, looking at all these numbers. You'll only need this one account because although you can only do 5 interviews at once, you could pretty much have unlimited applicants and unlimited responses. So you're good to go. You'll never need to upgrade. This is for people that are like interviewing like aggressively and have like hundreds of people. But like with us, like we do plenty of onboardings and interviews and stuff, but you only need 5. There's never going to be a time where like at the same exact time, unless you're like doing multi hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, there's never going to be a time where you're hiring like a video editor at the same time as an executive assistant, at the same time as a bookkeeper, at the same time as blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, anyways, the main point here is that a lot of people can use the same Willow interviews. You don't need to create separate ones for different types of jobs, because the main point here is to see if they're critical thinkers and if they could problem solve, to then be moved to the next step. So everything that people are going to be doing on Willow, they could just do it on YouTube or Google Drive. So what this does, if you are ready to use Willow, is it'll ask them questions, right? So as if it's conducting the interview without you being there. And it's not going to have like a fake AI person or anything like that. It's just simply asking them questions, and it'll give them a time limit, and it'll also give them multiple attempts. So for instance, it might say, tell us about your previous experience in this field or something like that. And then they'll have a limit of 2 minutes, and then they'll be able to do 3 different tries, or if you decide only 1 try, or if you decide 5 tries. So that's the cool thing, because you're setting limitations. Whereas if they're just using Google Drive or YouTube and they're just making videos themselves, they could take 5 hours to answer 1 question. I like to time them because I want to see if they're quick on their feet. I want to make sure they're not going and doing research to get answers to these questions, or trying to use ChatGPT to like formulate their answers. I want to make sure that they're answering it right then and there off the top of their head. Once they answer the first question, it moves on to the second question, and the second question will have different parameters that you chose. Maybe they'll have 5 minutes to answer with only 1 try. Maybe they'll have 10 minutes to answer with only 2 tries or something like that. Maybe it'll just be a multiple choice and they just select the answer there. But mostly it's going to be questions about them, not like a quiz. Okay, don't think of this as like a quiz. It's going to be them basically answering interview questions without you needing to do the actual interview. And this is valuable because if you get, let's say, commonly you'll get north of 50 applications. Let's say you get 60 applications and 30 of them actually seem to be worthwhile. Are you going to sit there interviewing 30 people? Is that reasonable? For every single time that you're making a sale, are you going to interview 30 people? That's ridiculous. You know what I mean? Let's do the math on that. If you're doing a 30-minute interview with 30 people, that's going to end up taking you 900 minutes, which would be a total of 15 hours. And my goal is to make sure that you're doing this within 3 to 7 hours or even less. So what we're going to do is we're going to have those 30 people go through our first phase of interviews, which is going to be through Willow or Google Drive. Google Drive, I'll create a folder, and then I'll create separate folders for each person that's answering. I could do it like that, or I could say, hey, you go ahead and upload it to your own Google Drive and send me the link to the folder. Okay. Or they could just upload all the stuff to YouTube. I don't really recommend the YouTube route. Just use Google Drive, have them record the videos, put it in there. And then you'll send them the questions and say, hey, complete these questions. And if any of the questions require documents, also upload the documents all into one folder, documents, the videos with the answers, label those videos with the number of the question one, question, you'll literally title it question one, question two, question three. And if they're not able to organize it in an organized fashion, then I'll know that they're not a good candidate. But again, if you have the money to invest in Willow, use 100% use Willow. So instead of me doing 30 interviews, I'll have Willow do the first 30 interviews, and I'll go through all of the interviews. And I believe you're limited to, I think, 10 questions, which is fine, because I'm not trying to have them do like a million questions, because I'm trying to make the the sifting process fast for me, but also efficient. So there's going to be 10 questions they're going to answer. I'm going to go through those 30 people that answered the interviews very quickly. And then from there, I'm going to decide who I want to actually personally interview. I'll only choose 5 to 10 people, or sometimes just 5, right, instead of 10 people. So I'll choose 5 to 10 people, and then I'll do a second interview, and I'll record that interview using Zoom or Google Meet. Google Meet has a recording option. Zoom, as most of you know, also has a recording option. Or you could use Read.ai, READ.ai. That's what I use to record all the interviews. Or you could use Otter.ai or Fireflies.ai to record the interview as well. Okay, so first interview is done by Willow or Google Drive. Second interview is done by me, and I'll record those. And now I'm only doing 5, which is significantly less time, right? Obviously, you guys would agree this is significantly less time. So let me show you what it looks like on the inside. You only need the $68 package because although you're hiring multiple people, they don't know how many people you're hiring. Like they say this is for 5 active interviews, which means that, like this one says perfect if you're hiring 5 people per month. We hire way more than 5 people per month, and I don't need to upgrade to this plan because I can hire as many people as I want using these interviews. They don't know how many people I hire. They don't know that. So if you want to upgrade, you can. I don't find it to be any easier. I mean, on this plan, I've been perfectly fine. So you can see we've just in this one alone, we have 51 new applicants, which is awesome. And you can also choose if you reject them or don't reject them. You can have that all within this one database, which is why I like to use this over Google Drive. But if it doesn't fit your budget, you can go ahead and use Google Drive. So I'm going to quickly show you what it looks like on the inside. So let's see, we've got, a whole bunch of people that answered here. So let's see to review. Let me open this one up. I'm going to be able to see him answering the questions, right? And I get to see like things that I'm looking for. What's his background look like? Does he have a professional background, or does he at least use like a simulated background, right? Or is he just showing me a bunch of dirt in the back? Because that wouldn't look good if I'm hiring for my clients and those people need those VAs to talk to their clients and they've got like a big messy background and they don't know how to like use a simulated background. That's going to be a problem. Obviously in Willow you can't use a simulated background, so that's something you can instruct someone to do, but still I'll still look at like, hey, what does their space look like? Are they taking this seriously? And I look at their clothing, like, are they dressing professionally? Are they well kept? Are they taking this seriously is my main point. Their answers. How's their English? Does it seem like they have experience? Are they talking about other jobs with confidence, or does it seem like they're just making stuff up, right? How much are you looking to get paid? I'm looking, does how much they're wanting to get paid, does it match what my client is looking for? If not, if they want to make way more, I can't hire that person for my client. Why would I hire someone that wants to make way more? Because if we do hire them for $5 an hour when they wanted $8 an hour, they're going to quit fairly quickly. They're going to quit fairly quickly. I've seen it time and time and time again. Don't think that because the person wanted more, but they're willing to take 5, everything's going to be fine and dandy. Okay. I know this video is mostly for Willow, but I wanted to touch on that a little bit. What to look for, because these are the questions I am asking in the first interview. So you can take note of this as well. I'm going to put it down below this video. I'm also going to put below this video an affiliate link to Willow so that you can get, I think, a 14-day free trial. I'm pretty sure there's an affiliate link. If there is, I'll put it down below. If you don't see an affiliate link, it means like I couldn't find it. But I know that they have a trial. Can you describe your experience? So I'm going to listen, like, do they sound confident? Does it sound like they really have done this before? Because a lot of VAs, unfortunately, just a lot of people in general doing interviews, they're going to lie about their experience because they want to get hired. What jobs have you worked in? How long? So I want to know about their experience, and then I want to know about all the different positions that they've had. What are the positions that you personally worked? Right. And then I'm going to look at, we can add comments so that our other team members could see it. If you have a VA, we could see their comments and stuff. And then you can also rate them. You could say strong, no, need more information. You can rate them right here and then use this scorecard for moving them forward. And then by the end of it, when you look at everybody, if they're an absolute no, you just mark them as reject. Okay. And this communication is not going to send anything to them. It's just going to be for your internal team. So I'm going to say, yes, or, strong yes. And I'm going to move the people that are yes and strong yes, or only move the people that are a strong yes into that second interview phase. Sometimes I do want to put people that are a yes or maybe need more information because maybe they sound like they're a really good candidate, but I have a couple questions I really need to ask them, right? How do you handle tight deadlines and work under pressure, right? How do you keep yourself motivated and engaged in your work? And notice how I have different time limits here, right? Different. So I could see you took 1 minute and 37 seconds. So it does have it. So think about it this way, right? There is a time limit. They could be within the time limit, right? They can meet the criteria, or they could not. They can go beyond it. And you'll be able to note if they took longer than the time required. And you can read right here, it includes the time it takes to record and prepare the answers, including the retake. So if they did multiple retakes, it'll include all that time. Then here, you can see it took 57 seconds, which fit the criteria. That's why it's green. I do recommend giving enough time. Like if you notice that we haven't fixed this, we haven't changed this because it doesn't matter that much to us. Like if someone takes freaking 20 minutes, then we're going to be like, what's the issue here? But if you notice that they're usually going above the time, maybe tweak the amount of time you're giving them. If you're giving them, 1 minute, but you notice that everybody's answering within 2 minutes, you might want to move it to like 3 minutes as far as their time limit. Okay. How do you keep yourself motivated and engaged? Could you tell me a story of when you spoke up and contradicted a boss? And then this last one here is going to be the sample job. So in the last video that I have in this course talks about sample jobs, but that's going to be if you are choosing to not use any interview AI at all, and you're just doing sample jobs straight through the job board, like onlinejobs.ph, you're sending them the sample job right there. I find it much more simple to do the sample job right within Willow or Google Drive. That way, all the first set of interview and the sample job all gets done at once. It all gets done at once. Okay? And, okay, I'm going to read this. Right? I'm going to read this and I'm going to take note of this. I noticed he had some code here. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's Willow or if that's them. But I'm also going to look out and see, like, hey, did they use ChatGPT? It says 1 minute and 34 seconds. That's really fast. That's very fast. So I'm just thinking, oh, this guy used ChatGPT. So what we've done because of this, because we've noticed this a lot, I'm going to show you what we actually changed that sample job to. What do you believe are the most important qualities or skills for an executive or virtual assistant to possess? So he speaks really low. He speaks very slow. His accent's not that good. So I personally wouldn't hire him for talking on the phones or anything like that. But if he's really good at particular tasks like spreadsheets or particular softwares, has particular skill sets, then I would hire him, maybe, depending on how the second interview goes. But as of right now, as an executive assistant, I personally wouldn't choose this person. So let's go back to the interviews. I'm going to show you what our new interview process is. We just rolled this out. I'm going to show you what the questions look like. So if we click on save, we go to our next questions. This is the whole setup, by the way. You're going to put the title. You're going to enter the salary. You don't have to enter the salary here because we've already done that in our job board. You're going to put your company. You can also enter a video intro if you want. Okay. And then you're going to put the description and kind of just break down what they're doing. Right. Avoid relying too heavily on scripted responses generated by AI platforms. You can go ahead and use this. We can discern when a response feels too formulaic or scripted, which may detract from the natural flow of the conversation. Okay. So pretty much we're able to tell if they're doing ChatGPT, like I showed you before. So these are the new questions. Okay. Could you provide a summary of the work? I'm not going to read them all because I don't want to waste your time here on this video, but you can pause and take a look at them if you want. What CRM or tools? You know, this is very important. I want to start figuring out like what softwares are you using, right? What CRM or tools have you used in previous jobs? Also, can you provide an example of a time when you successfully learned to use a new customer relationship management system in a previous role? How do you approach the new learning, the learning process, and what strategies did you enjoy to become proficient in the new software quickly? So let's do this. I'm going to actually fix this up right now. The new CRM or software systems. I'm going to also change this to software because we just updated this now. I want to make sure this is perfect. How'd you approach the new learning process? Cool. What ideal characteristics do you look for in clients? Can you share an example of something you've encountered, blah, blah? How do you navigate and resolve the difficulties? So this is an important question because I want to see how they've handled previous clients, right? How do you manage tight deadlines and work under pressure? Same thing we saw before. Can you provide examples of how you've utilized softwares, Google Drive, Google Docs, and previous blah, blah, blah? This is basically to see if they have experience in any softwares at all. And like the main ones like Google Docs, Google Drive, very, very important. They have skills in those. So we do ask about that. If a client asks you to find a solution to recurring problems they're facing, how do you go about identifying the root cause and implementing a lasting solution? Now, this one is not just a one size fits all answer. Like they're gonna have to really think about how they can answer this because there's so many different ways you can answer this. And then this is our actual sample job, right? So we're gonna have them actually go onto Facebook Ads Library, and it doesn't matter what type of job we're hiring for. Main thing I'm trying to figure out here, their critical thinking skills and their agency. Are they able to go out there and solve problems themselves, or do they need a whole bunch of rules, right? Because if I'm hiring executive assistants, I need to know that you can go out there and find me answers. So although we're talking about cleaning services in this sample job, that was just the easiest service to look up on Facebook Ads Library. So basically, Facebook Ads Library is a platform for you to be able to see other people's ads. So use Facebook Ads Library. I also want to note which you can find from Google. Search for ads related to home cleaning. Identify companies offering home cleaning services. Go to their website, right? So you're able to click the button. Click on learn or slash view website, etc. List all the cleaning services they offer, right? So I need them to go into the website and I need them to identify all the different cleaning services, list those out, and then find their pricing on the website. I want to make sure that they can go and find the things on the website and follow these instructions. Like, do they know how to find Facebook Ads Library by just going to Google? It's very simple. Go to Google, search it up, click on that, search up home cleaning services. They're simple instructions, but like not everybody's going to be able to do this, and I know that. Okay, although it's fairly simple, I know people are going to mess this up, and I need to look for that. I need to see how they follow instructions. Find the pricing on their website, and if the price is not listed, please outline how you can obtain the pricing details if you are a real client. Okay, and we need them to find 3 actually. Identify 3 companies. Okay, and I'm going to save this now. We just did this. That's why there's a couple things that we needed to change. And then all this, the default stuff you can leave. Completed, incomplete reminder, all this stuff is default. I leave that as default. And then, yeah, no end date. Make sure it goes to me, share with, I'll get notifications. Make sure that your VAs get notifications as well. And then we'll publish that. All right, and that's literally Willow in a nutshell. That's how it works. And you can copy this link and you'll send this to people within the job board website. You'll copy this link and send it out. And if you want to be able to find the link in the future, then you just click on right here, quick invite. Right on the side, you click that. And then if you ever want to edit it, you click edit. If you ever want to duplicate the interview, you could duplicate it and just change a few questions. And if you guys have any questions about Willow whatsoever or using Google Drive to do the interview AI process, feel free to put it in the group and I'll be more than happy to answer. So I've already talked about Willow and using interview AI, but now we're just going to briefly go over what I'm going to be looking for whenever I'm going over the Willow interviews. And Willow is going to be hosting not only the first set of interviews, but it's also going to be hosting our sample job. I used to do it where I would have people do the interview AI and then also do a sample job separately. But then you're going to have to look at the interview AI, look at the emails that they sent you, and make sure that you're looking at their name and that the name properly correlates with the email. And you're going to have to make sure that you're looking at the right people and putting it onto a spreadsheet with two separate things. And it just starts to get really overwhelming and confusing when you start to get a lot of applicants and you're hiring for many different people. So to keep it all into one place and simplify the process, we have both the sample jobs being given and the interview process for the first set of interviews happening right here within Willow, to completely simplify it as much as possible. Now, whenever I do want to accept people or reject people, I'm also going to kind of document that process here. This doesn't mean that they're going to receive a message from us if we do end up not accepting them and rejecting them, or if we do end up accepting them, they're not going to receive anything from us. So we're going to need to reach out to them and let them know, like, hey, you've been accepted, or hey, you're moving on to the second interview. Let's schedule the second interview. So this is the sample job and first set of interviews. If you'd like, you can also go through my full VA course and look at how I give personality tests as well, and also negotiate via email. This course is focusing primarily on when you're hiring for your clients, and you will have the decision-making capabilities here on what you want to do. Like, do you want to give personality tests and just have like another thing you can add to the spreadsheets, which might make your clients very happy? Maybe you do want to negotiate back and forth, and instead of just staying set on $5, maybe you want to try to get your clients a $4 virtual assistant. So you negotiate with the people that want 5. Whatever it is you want to add to your process, you can. If someone applies for $5 an hour, rule of thumb, just give them the 5, because if you end up kind of haggling them on the numbers, they can end up leaving you in 3 weeks if they're like, oh, I don't even really like this, and I can get a job for $5 somewhere else. That extra dollar makes a big difference. So let's take a look at one candidate. I'm not going to review too many, but let's take a look here. Okay, so we open this up. This is Jenilyn. Okay, she has a nice clear background. There's nothing behind her. Cool, I like it. She looks like she's dressed professionally. Her hair is done, upkept, great. You guys might not be able to hear her, but she has a phenomenal English. She sounds native to America. You could tell she's giving a thoughtful answer. She's not reading off of a script. A lot of times you'll see VAs, they go like this. I want to help you with da 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 da, and you could tell that they're reading off of a script. You could tell she's actually thinking by the way she's like looking up, and she's giving a thoughtful answer. She has phenomenal English. That's something I would definitely take note of and want to move her on to the next step. If everything else looks good, let's take a look. So she got promoted to a coach, then a lead trainer, then to a training manager, after which she switched to the freelance industry. And by the way, you can also speed this up. So she's describing in detail what she's done for her previous jobs, which I love. I love when people go into detail and they don't just give me generic answers. And you can see the second one, are you currently engaged in any products or employed projects or employed elsewhere? Additionally, do you have time constraints or scheduling commitments that could potentially affect your ability for this position? Transparency here is crucial. We let them know it's absolutely crucial. You're letting us know the truth to ensure efficient use of everyone's time, including yours, ours, and potential clients. So she said she's engaged in a project currently. So she said she can manage her time well. I probably, although everything else looks great, I'm not going to hire somebody from my clients that have another job, because I don't want to end up with my client saying, "Hey, they have another job. Like, how are they juggling both me and the other client?" Or if they're okay with it and then they end up hiring, but then we find out later on, oh, they're too overcommitted with their other job, and like they keep taking hours away. They said they can work 9 to 2, but now they can only work 9 to 1. They said they can work 10 to 2, but now they can only work 10 to 1. I don't want to deal with that. She's saying she's a multitasker, cool, but this is a big issue. hmm Okay. She's systematized. She has no time constraints. Okay. Oh, so she's on an Upwork-based project currently. That's not a problem. That's just freelance. Okay, good. That's good that she clarified that. It's very important that they clarify it. I was gonna say, I'm not gonna hire her if she has another job, but what I definitely do need to do is get clarification on, hey, do you have another job? Is it an actual job that you're working set hours, or is this something that it's just project based completely, it's only contractual, and once the contract is up, you're done. Because if that's the case, I'll hire you, but I'll let you know, like, hey, my client prefers that you don't do anything, contractual, um, during the hours of you working with us, or actually, that's just a requirement in general, no matter who they're working for. Don't ever do any contracts or work for anybody else while you're working on the clock with me. Okay, so what hourly rate do you want? Let's take a look. Now, if I'm hiring for somebody who wants $4 to $5 an hour, if they say 7, 8, 9, I am not going to hire them. I've been bitten in the ass quite a few times trying to hire someone um, who wanted like $9. I've literally had people that said that they got into like an accident and had to get surgery on their head, and then sent a picture of like a tiny bruise on their head, and they didn't answer my client for like 2 weeks, and we had to replace them, of course. And then they came back 2 weeks later, got into an accident, literally like one tiny bump on her head. She's like, I was in a coma, I was knocked unconscious, I was in. We said, okay, send a photo, please. Send some sort of proof. She sent a little bump on her head. So she wanted $9 an hour, that client, and we ended up getting our client, getting her down to $5 an hour. So we got our client a $5 an hour VA that wanted 9, with the promise of in the future it'll be increased. So I guess she didn't like the progression. She wasn't getting the raises as much as she'd hoped. So then she just made up a story and left. So don't ever hire someone who wants way more, unless it's like, hey, I want 6. Okay, we can only do 5. Can you do that? Yeah, no problem. That's different. But if it's like, hey, I really want 9. Have you ever gotten 9 in the past? Do you work and you've gotten 9? Yeah, I've been paid 9, I've been paid 10, I've been paid 12. That's someone you don't want to hire, because they're going to want more. They're going to leave and go somewhere else because they know that they're worth more. Whatever skills they have has been able to get them that pay rate. We don't ever want to hire someone who wants significantly more. And on the other side, we don't want to hire somebody that's like, I'll take anything, I'll take 2. That's a beginner. That's someone that doesn't know their worth and probably just doesn't really have much value in the marketplace. I don't want to hire a person like that. I want someone who wants 4 to 5, like knows what they want. They have a minimum at least, and they don't want too much, because then that would be an issue. So let's see what she says here. Varies. She would have to start at $6 an hour. Okay, that's fair. Okay. She's explaining why she could bring a lot to the table. Well versed with all tools for her to be efficient. Executive assistant. Very great communication skills. Won't have any challenges in terms of transparency. I love it. She'll see to it that you're updated and well informed. So so far this is a really good candidate. Let's take a look at let's scroll down to the sample jobs. It's the same thing going all the way through. I want to make sure her answers are honest, they're thoughtful. You'll pretty much use common sense for a lot of this. It's just that, like, if you're wondering, hey, where's the value if this is just common sense? No client is going to want to do this. Going through all, like, a lot of people don't know about interview AI, of course. This, of course, saves us tons of time, and I'm able to watch it back on 2 times speed. So this is saving me tons of time. But a lot of clients don't want to do 30, 40 interviews. They don't want to have them do the sample jobs and have to read through all the sample jobs, and they don't want to post on different job boards. So this is our value. This is where our value comes in. So although it's common sense, it's tedious. And that's why you can hire a virtual assistant to do this part for you, which is what obviously I do within my business. I have a virtual assistant do this process for me. So yeah, this is what it looks like. Okay. And by the way, somewhere in this course, you also have the SOPs and the documents, the procedures of what we do for everything with interviewing and sample jobs and hiring for our clients from top to bottom. So if you want to see a document with all the steps one by one, what our SOP looks like, in case you want to give that SOP to your VA and you want to kind of do that yourself as well, you could follow that SOP. What I don't want you guys to do is hire a VA and give them an SOP and say good luck when you've never done it yourself. You have to have done anything you hire a VA for. Also for your clients, you have to also set this expectation. You don't want to hire VAs to do things you've never done before that you don't have SOPs for, unless it's like video editing and you've never done video editing. That's a very particular skill set. Or like Photoshop, that's a very particular skill set. But stuff within your job, like tasks that you do, and then you come up with ideas of, oh, I want them to create a website that's super high converting and has all the best da 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 da. Like, if you have never done it before, how are you going to lead them on what to do? Even when I hire a video editor, I'm going to tell them the style that I want, the colors I want, the fonts I want, the transitions I want. I'm going to tell them all those things. Although I don't personally have super high level video editing skills, I have some editing skills. I would never hire a video editor and say, hey, here's my videos, good luck. You have to still give instruction. So don't ever hire a VA, and make sure your clients know they can't just hire a VA for something they've just never ever done before and hope it goes well. Because you're not going to know how to track it. You're not going to know like what's the goalpost, like what are you aiming for? What are the KPIs? Like when do you need this done by? You can't even set realistic expectations if they've never done it. So make sure your client knows that, you know that, and when you're going through this stuff, you understand that that's what you're looking for. You're not looking to hire someone who can do all these extraordinary things you've never done before. It doesn't make sense. Just keep in mind, these are just people. These are employees. Like imagine being hired at even a regular job like Best Buy, and they're like, all right, stock those shelves and get the stuff from the back, and you're going to grab all those things, line it up, and make sure you use the 1, 2, 3 order that we use. Well, I don't know how to do any of that. Oh, so I got to train you? See, that wouldn't make sense. No matter who you hire, whether they're a VA or just a regular employee, you have to train them, and they have to have SOPs. They have to have systems. And in order for them to be given those systems, you need to know those systems. Your clients, when you go hire for your clients, they need to have systems. And you can, of course, help them and guide them on how to organize their systems of what they're doing. And maybe you can have them hire a cold caller, but I wouldn't hire a cold caller for someone who's literally never done cold calling, because then they're going to give all this critiquing and stuff and all the criticism on things they don't even know how to do. That doesn't make sense. Okay? This is the difference between an agency and a VA, like a social media marketing agency, let's say. I wouldn't hire a virtual assistant to do my social media marketing and expect agency level work. Agencies have scaled people up. They know what ads to use. They know what copy to use. They know what buttons to click, what interests specifically for your type of business to see success. A VA, like, yeah, they know how to click buttons and click on the interests and stuff, but they don't know exactly what it's going to take to get you results. They know how to click the buttons. They'll follow your suggestions on what interests you want, but they're not going to go and scale your business for you with ads. That doesn't make sense. They're just an employee, right? Even if you hire a marketing expert for your business, if you're like a corporation, you're still going to need to hire them and train them on how you want to do marketing. Okay. And that's the difference between an agency and an employee. And when you're getting on sales calls and someone's like, yeah, I've never done social media marketing ever, but I want an expert who's going to grow my business and I want to spend $10,000 a month on ads, I would say, oh, no, that's not what we do. That's not what any agency does. Any virtual assistant agency that's going to hire someone for you, they're not going to hire you a business expert. These are not business experts. The VA is not an agency, right? We are recruiters and we're going to recruit really good talent for you. But the VA we're hiring for you is not an agency who's going to be able to decide all these big business decisions for you. I would recommend you hire an agency to do your marketing. Or if they want a really good video editor, we can find you a really good video editor for sure. Yeah, that's an easy one to find. Graphic designing, that's an easy one to find. But a really high level, like executive decisions for the business type work, you hire an agency for that, and that agency is going to cost you, like, if they're good, like $3,000 to $5,000 a month or even more. So help your clients understand that, and I need you guys to understand that as well. So let's take a quick look at the sample job. So the sample job, if you guys remember, was for them to use Facebook ads library, and they're going to find Facebook ads library from Google. They're going to search for ads related to home cleaning, and we're just choosing home cleaning because it's an easy one to find ads for. Identify 3 companies offering home cleaning services, go to their website, and then click on learn more / view websites, etc. List all of the cleaning services they offer. Find the pricing on their website. If the pricing is not listed, please outline exactly how you can obtain the pricing details if you are a real client. The reason why I'm having them go and do this is because they can't chat GPT this. They can't use AI for this. They need to go and get information and translate that information in a way that I could digest. They need to go and search and find the information and lay it out in an organized fashion. So we can see here, Virginia Home Cleaning Services. $359, $489. They do deep cleaning, move in and out, $589. This is great. Rates will vary. So they even added notes on the particular pricing, which I think is awesome, right? Let's see what else. Sweet Home Cleaning LLC, regular cleaning, deep cleaning, move in, move out cleaning, commercial cleaning, post-construction cleaning, Airbnb cleaning. And then to get a quote, you'll need to fill out the form. So we can't get a quote on this particular cleaning from this website. So she let us know exactly where to go. Fill out the form or call. Awesome. I would also like if they actually said, fill out the form, and the form is going to ask for name, email, phone number. I would have liked for her to go that extra mile to put those details, but she didn't, and that's okay. But I'm going to make sure that going forward, like if that's what I want, I'm going to put that in the sample job. Make sure you list exactly the details, like name, all that. And then this person, this cleaning service, they have a lot of services, but it's, in order to get the estimate, we need to go to da 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 da. And they put 2 different phone numbers that are listed. So she was very detailed. I'm very happy about this. This is someone that I would move on to the next step. I would click accept. I'm not going to click accept because I don't want to mess up my virtual assistant's processes and confuse them, because I know that when they click accept, they send an email, they do all this stuff. So I don't want to mess stuff up for them. But this is what my process would look like, top to bottom. Okay, top to bottom. So as far as availability, you can also have them put in their availability so that you can go and schedule an interview. We haven't done that for this one. So yeah, any questions about using Willow and, kind of assessing the information here, assessing the sample job, and assessing the interview AI answers, put it in the community. I'm more than happy to answer, and I'm even willing to make more videos if you need them. So as you guys know, there's another course called the Full VA course, and I break down everything step by step on how I interview. But in this course, the Full VA Agency Framework, I want to break down for you what I do for my clients, and I want to give you all the nuances when it comes to hiring for your clients. So make sure you watch that course, because that shows you how to hire different types of people, the sample jobs, the interviews, all that stuff. I even talk a little bit about what I'm going to show you right here. But I'm also going to break down some of the nuances with a VA agency. So first things first, once they've moved past the interview AI situation, right? They get through that, you review that, you see who you want to move forward based on their sample jobs and interview AI. You're going to need to create a calendar. If you don't have Go High Level, I highly recommend getting Go High Level, because you're going to need to, how are you going to charge people, right? You need to collect payments somewhere, right? And this collects payments. Also, it keeps all your leads in one place. It lets you it helps you with follow-ups, tracking all your leads, automations with email, text, all that stuff. Also managing your calendar, so you don't have to use Calendly, building all your websites and funnels. Also even tracking the call reporting, all that stuff. You can do calls, emails, everything. Okay, so if you have Calendly, you have like a free account or you have a paid account with Calendly, use Calendly if you don't want to get Go High Level to do this part. But you're going to need people to book onto your calendar anyways. So you're going to need either Calendly or this. This CRM has everything in one place. I'm not trying to sell you on this, but you can get my white labeled CRM Go High Level for $79. I put it above in this course, above these videos. So make sure you get that. If you haven't already, get it for 79 bucks. Or if you want to get Go High Level directly, I also put an affiliate link in there so you can get the regular $97 a month Go High Level. You're going to need this pretty much, it's inevitable. So when you first create a calendar, we're going to do, instead of all this craziness, I'm just going to do simple calendar. And let's say this is going to be for the interviews. If I want to interview people, what am I going to do? Reach out to all 30 people, 20 people, 10 people that I choose and say, when are you available? When are you available? When are you available? When are you available? That wouldn't be reasonable. That would take forever. So let's say today's Tuesday. I'm going to set up my calendar to be open for Wednesday and Thursday. And I'm going to say, like, let's say I only want to do interviews between the times of 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. I would set it up for 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. these 2 days. And I would make sure that the meeting location is, let's open this up. I would do Google Meet is what I typically do, but I'm going to do interview calendar. This is the interview I'm going to send, interviewing dash VAs, whatever. It's got to be a unique link, so you can't copy what I put here. You're going to need to put something you come up with yourself. Click confirm. And then now I'm going to actually, you can preview the calendar if you want. I'm going to actually open it back up and make sure I edit a couple settings here. So let's see, interview calendar. So I'm going to click boom, edit. And I want to go to where it says, let's look for it, meeting details. I'm going to scroll down. And then for meeting location, now you could do two things, okay? You can choose to do Zoom or Google Meet, or even if you have Outlook, whatever. I'm going to go to my Google Calendar. I'm going to create an event and I'm going to grab a call link. So what I would do is I would choose a future date, right? And I would just create something really quick, just like interviews link, because the only purpose of this is for me to generate a link. And then I'm going to literally grab this link right here, right? Grab this link. I'm going to make sure it has HTTPS // and then I'm going to go back to, and you don't have to have the HTTPS. I just like to do that to make sure. And you can go ahead and put that in here, okay? And then I would save it. Now, you could choose the color you want and all that stuff. I'm going to save it, right? And then I would literally send this link over to anybody that I'm looking to interview. If you're wondering how you get the link, you just click on this, you click share a scheduling link, copy. Don't do one-time link, do the scheduling link. I would copy that. And then what I'm going to do is either via email or on the job board, so like Online Jobs or Upwork or LinkedIn, whichever you're using, I would just send them the link and say, hey, you've been accepted and blah, 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 blah. By the way, this is all in the SOP document that you're going to be looking at. You've been accepted. Let's schedule a link right here. And then they're going to literally schedule a call with you. And then if there's, let's say, 10 candidates, just make sure you have enough time on there. And this is a 30-minute, the duration, make sure it's 30 minutes or less. Try to make it 30 minutes. I'm going to have the interview questions down below. And then the SOP is obviously somewhere in this course that you're going to be able to download. So you're going to conduct these interviews after they schedule it. Make sure that when you send them that message, though, to say you've been moved to the next step, please schedule an interview here, make sure you let them know there's a deadline. You have until later on tonight, or you have 12 hours from receiving this message to schedule a time on the calendar. Otherwise, you will no longer be accepted. You'll no longer be considered for this position. This way, they are booking on the calendar very quickly and not waiting. You're not wasting any time. And in the case that, let's say they don't book and you already did all your interviews and you still really like this particular person, but maybe they missed your email, you can choose to follow up with them and say, hey, you never booked. What happened? I want to do an interview. And then maybe they'll be like, oh my God, so sorry. I'm available today if you are. And then you could just have like a couple final interviews, a couple stragglers. You're going to record all those interviews on Google Meet. Google Meet has an option for you to literally just click the three buttons on the bottom in the settings, or click the settings button. If you don't know how to record your Google Meet calls, just go to YouTube. It's very simple. Record that call. When it's done, Google Meet's going to email you the link. You take that link and you put it on the spreadsheet. I'm going to show you how to put all the candidates into a particular spreadsheet so that you can give your client the spreadsheet. I'm going to show you what the spreadsheet looks like. Okay, and you give that to them. You highlight the top three options of who you want them to choose from, or who you like best. They can obviously choose outside of those top three that you chose. And that's exactly what it looked like top to bottom. You know, the interview AI, second interview, just follow the interview questions that I'm going to give you. Don't stress too much. You can go ahead and add questions that are particular to what your client is hiring for. So if they're hiring for specifically to manage their CRM, you'll ask more questions about CRMs. If they're hiring about, managing their social media, you'll ask, what's your experience with social media management, and how long have you been using Instagram? Have you ever helped a client with Instagram? Have you ever helped a client with YouTube? You'll ask questions like that. So for every interview, I do like to customize it for my clients, so that I'm asking particular questions that are going to help them. Don't stress too much about that though. Whatever they want, ask particular questions about that. It's very simple. It's very simple. Don't overcomplicate it. And if they have a lot of people to choose from, and you're doing the interview AI and you're also interviewing, they have enough data from those two recordings to help choose and make a decision. Okay? So they're going to schedule a time on your calendar. You're going to conduct those interviews, and then from there, whoever you like best, you're going to put onto the spreadsheet. If you like them all, put them all into the spreadsheet. That's fine. And highlight the top 3. You can watch back the calls and the interviews you've done and select your top 3 based on those interviews and based on the sample jobs. Okay. Any questions on this? Let me know. If you're using Go High Level, do exactly what I showed you here. If you're using Calendly, Calendly is very easy to use as well. It's going to be pretty much the same. You can literally go ahead and find a YouTube video on how to use Calendly. It's very simple. I'm sure there's videos that are like 2 minutes long. Okay, so Go High Level is typically constantly doing updates and stuff. So I just want to clarify something really quick before I forget. I did choose Simple Calendar. This is actually like fairly new. I actually usually use round robin, and then I select the team member, which would be me. This is how I usually do it. So you could do the simple one and just do exactly what I showed you there, or you could do it this way. Interview VAs 1, 2, 3, 30 minutes. I'll choose the days that I wanted between, let's say I chose those times that I mentioned before, confirm, and then I'm going to go back and edit, and I'm going to show you what the meeting location usually looks like. Okay, so this is interview meeting 2, the one I just created. This is what it usually looks like. I'm going to click edit, go to the bottom. Okay, notice how this is different here. I'm actually able to choose Google Meet, and it's actually going to create a brand new Google Meet link every single time someone books a meeting, and they're going to be able to see that Google Meet right in Google Meet. And I'm also always going to choose to auto confirm the meeting. So it's going to be somewhere in here. Let me just make sure we see here. Yeah, allow Google to send invitation and updates. Yep, cool. Always send an acknowledgement email. By the way, you can also choose the colors that you like within your calendar. And this one's very important. This is also auto-selected, so you don't have to worry about it. But I always auto-confirm. This way, they're going to receive the reminders if it's for sales calls. For this, you don't really need reminders if you don't want to set those up. But I have a full CRM course that breaks down how to do calendar stuff, how to set the reminders. If you want to set that up, you don't have to. But you can also just, since there's only going to be like 6 to maybe 15 people, 5 to 15 people that you're interviewing, you could simply send them an email reminder before the interview. So always auto confirm, because you want it to be actually checked off and show up on their calendar. If it's not auto confirmed, it's going to be like blank, and Google is not going to remind them. So this is how I typically do it. If you're going to use Zoom, click Zoom. If you're going to use custom, like you're using another platform with a custom link, you would just do custom and put that link in there. All right. Any questions on this? Let me know.
I decided that I should be done with this first before I accept another job offer or be interviewed. For another.
I just want to go through. First off, I wanted to talk about your project because you did really, really good. So you've been a copywriter, right?
Yep.
That's like your main. Would you say that that's your main skill set?
Yep. An email marketer.
Nice. Okay, so yeah, I remember you bolded some, you italicized some words here.
Yep,
The way that you worded everything. No, that was great. I loved it. And
right.
You italicized some things, and then also the cool thing is you wrote out a couple sentences and then hyperlinked the sentences for the apartment portion of the emails, which I thought was really cool. Now, your English is also very good. So tell me a little bit about yourself. What do you do currently? Who do you live with? What do you do on your free time?
Right. I actually have a full-time day job. I
Okay.
am a senior education program specialist in the Department of Education. That's the main agency here in the Philippines tasked to monitor the Philippine education system.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm working as a researcher and a program manager. So
Okay.
when I read the job descriptions that you wrote in online jobs, I said, "Cool, that's what I already do in my daytime job." So this
Mm-hmm.
should be another, good way for me to use the technical skill set that I have to help other people,
Nice.
accomplish important things.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So I currently live in a condo
Mm-hmm.
um, near where I work.
Okay.
I Yep. So
So, what do you do on your free time usually?
usually I do some readings.
Mm-hmm.
I really like reading articles about the weather or weather
Mm-hmm.
reports because I'm also a research scientist in the atmospheric sciences. So
Oh, wow.
when I'm not doing anything, work related, or when I'm not out with my friends, I do some readings just to, boost my English and also to enhance more my writing skills.
Nice. And then also, I'm assuming maybe you watch some movies, watch some shows and stuff like that.
Yes. Well, I do that when I eat. While I
Nice.
eat, in the morning during breakfast because I'm the kind of person who only watches TV when I'm eating. you know.
There you go. That's
Yep.
awesome. So how did you end up where you are today?
Oh, as a senior education program specialist.
Just in general, it's kind of an open-ended question just to test
Uh,
how you think on your feet and,
well, actually,
you know.
I'm a very hardworking person, and I work really hard to be where I am right now. It's a
Mhm.
very calculated move. Um, I had When I set a goal for myself, I try
Mhm.
to take, as many steps as I can in little time, but I
Yeah.
make sure that those steps are very well, executed and make sure that they are calculated so that I can hit my goal in, the time frame that I set for myself.
Okay. All right, awesome. So, what jobs have you worked aside from this job that you said you're currently working? Have you ever worked for an American or
No, no, this is my
Okay.
first time. But when I was still a research scientist in the Manila Observatory, um, I collaborated with a Taiwanese air pollution specialist, and also I presented in some conferences in Singapore and Taiwan. So I was able to meet international scientists and interact with them, but not really work with them for a long time. Just
Yeah.
some, interaction in a day, just to share my research findings.
Nice. Okay. And how many people did you present in front of? I know that can be scary sometimes.
Yeah, it was nerve wracking, especially
Mhm.
when when you're trying to express yourself in another language. That's one of
Yeah.
the barriers that I have encountered. And also, they're very good at what they do. So
Yeah.
I'm just getting started as a research scientist. So
Mhm.
I'm, I think of myself as just a small person when it comes to science. So I really needed to learn a lot from them. So yeah, what's your question again? Sorry, I got lost.
No problem. How many people did you present in front of?
I presented in two conferences, and
Mhm.
it's a poster presentation. So I did not count the people I interacted with because they just come to me to ask some questions about the
Yeah.
research findings.
Okay, so it was like dozens or hundreds or just
Yes.
5? Dozens?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
nice. A lot of people then.
Yep.
Yeah, that could definitely be
Good thing.
nerve-wracking. I've done a
Yeah.
couple presentations in front of lots of people. Very scary.
Oh,
Um,
yes.
so what's making you well, first let me ask this. If you start to work with me, right, would you be able to do full time?
Yeah, at
Okay.
night. I
Okay.
work my full-time day job from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Philippine time. So I'll be
Mhm.
available from 8 p.m. How many hours do you want me to work in a day?
30 to 40 is what I'm looking for. Per day, probably just 6 to 8
Six
depending on the
hours?
workload.
Yeah,
Probably like 6 hours, yeah.
6 hours. Yeah, I can
Mhm.
work. I saw in your job description that you have two um time schedules. for the work.
Yeah. So
So
one,
if
one was
ever,
where you. Yeah. No. Just keep going.
yeah, I'd like to, if ever you you give me the job, I'd like to take the 8 p.m. to
Mm-hmm.
12 midnight, and then you have the 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Something like
that
that.
correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's something like I forgot exactly what it was. It was like 7 to 10. But yeah, there's one that's morning and night, and then there was one that was just like nighttime for you, um, for 8 hours straight or 6 hours straight. So, um, right. So you would plan to work both jobs. You would try to work both jobs.
I'm thinking that if this goes well, so I will just switch to being a freelancer because that's my main goal. Is when I
Mm-hmm.
started doing, searching for freelancing jobs and training for it.
Mm-hmm.
I've been enrolling in courses for email
Yeah.
marketing, and I have some friends who were full time in their day jobs, and then they just switched to being freelancers, and I just saw how good their life is now, or how
Mm-hmm.
how better they became when they switched to a freelancing job, and they have all the freedom now.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. So how much do you make right? How much would you say that you make right now per month?
In US dollars.
Either or, whatever's easier for you.
Okay, it's my salary grade is 48,000 pesos.
Mm-hmm.
That's less tax. So my take home is around 40,000.
40,000. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you would want to start off with working both jobs, and then if this goes well, you would leave the other
Yes.
job type of thing. Okay.
Yep, that's the plan.
Okay. Cool. All right. Um, so you said 30 hours is okay for you. Are there any, I'm guessing, so since you're working that job, you would have schedule restrictions. That would be what you said, 9 to 5 your time?
Yes, yes,
Nine to
that's my
five your time.
official office hours. And then I am practicing this thing where I leave all of my office jobs in the office. So I do not take jobs at home.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm confident that I'll be able to deliver all of the tasks that you will give me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Awesome. Um, it's gonna be kind of hard though, huh? Having free time for yourself. You're gonna work a total of what is that? 8 plus 6. That's 14 hours total. That's gonna be a little hard,
Yes, I'm thinking that's better than just sitting around browsing Facebook or doing things that will not give me some profit.
Okay, yeah. So
So
you just wanna hustle and grind, make as much as you
yeah, I
can,
like
gain as much as
hustling.
experience.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially that I'm the breadwinner of the family. So I really need to
Okay.
hustle hard.
Yeah. What does your family look like? Do you have kids, husband?
uh, I'm single, but I
Okay.
have a boyfriend. Yeah,
Nice.
and my um my parents are still here. I have
Mm-hmm.
two brothers.
And
I'm the
two
only
brothers.
girl
Nice.
in the family.
Nice, nice. Okay. Um, so this is your first interview. You said this would be the first time you're working for an American. I did want to ask also, how fast is your internet speed?
Sorry.
How fast is your internet? Do you know?
Oh, 25 Mbps.
Okay. Not bad. Perfect. And is there any time that your internet sometimes goes out? Because I know in the
Well,
Philippines that might be a thing.
yeah, there were some instances where there were outage
Mm-hmm.
due to solar activities, but well, it doesn't happen all the time.
Mm-hmm. If there was ever an outage, what do you think you would do if you were, doing some work?
Actually, I have my mobile data, so I
Mm-hmm.
can easily use my hotspot to finish my work.
Nice. Okay. Well, that works. What kind of laptop and phone do you have?
I have a Dell laptop,
Mm-hmm.
i7,
Okay.
okay,
Very nice.
i7, and then my phone is Apple, but
Okay.
it's an old model 6S Plus.
Nice. iPhone is an iPhone. They're all the same after like iPhone 5.
Yes, yes, and the camera is great.
Yeah, exactly. So that's cool. What would you say is the most challenging part about your current job?
Huh. Well, writing, because I'm in charge with technical reports. So
Yeah.
there were times when I have to do or to juggle a lot of work at the same time because
Yeah.
I'm a senior education program specialist. So I had to check on my other teammates and I have to lead them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's sometimes that's challenging for me to juggle a lot of tasks at a time. But I
Yeah.
managed to do them efficiently, still do them
Mm-hmm.
efficiently by asking for help.
Mm-hmm.
I do not hesitate to ask help whenever I need it.
Yeah. Well, that's good. It's important that you're always asking for help because you don't want to end up not
Yeah,
being able to get the job done, and then they're wondering
yes,
why. It's better to tell them, what issues you're having, and then tackle it from there. So that makes sense. Cool. So what would you
exactly.
say is your long-term goal? Because I know you mentioned maybe you want to be more free with your time. You kind of want to have like a flexible schedule
Yes.
type of thing. So what would you say your long-term goal is?
My long-term goal is to have financial freedom, be
Hmm.
able to sustain it, and be able to provide my family a comfortable life.
Okay. All right. Great. And how would you define financial freedom?
Financial freedom is not having to worry about your next meal because you're secured for the next 10 years.
There you go.
And you have investments.
Yeah. There you go. So
Real estate investments are good.
I'm not sure how it works in the Philippines, but condo means a sale, right? So you purchased where you live now?
No, we're actually renting. I'm with my other workmates. We're renting
Okay.
a property. The condo that I'm currently paying for,
Mhm.
the one that I'm buying, it will be turned over to me 2024. So I'm
Wow.
still waiting for that. Yes.
Nice. Okay. So you rent a condo right now and you have roommates
Yes.
with people that you work? How many roommates do you have?
I have three roommates.
Okay. Awesome. Perfect. Perfect. So, um, all right, I went through these questions. All right, so I'm going to go through a couple hypothetical scenarios just to see how you would react to different situations. So, after trying a task I've given you and you realize that you can't do it by yourself, what do you do?
I ask you.
There you
I
go.
ask you for some clarifications because that's how you do a job. You ask the person who
Hmm.
gave it to you, ask for
Hmm.
some clarifications and do whatever you can to finish the job. Have them check it, and then if they
Hmm.
have corrections, you know, simply correct it and do better
Sure.
next time.
Okay. Now, next scenario, if you thought that you can meet a certain deadline, right, on a project, and then as you're doing it, you realize that you're not able to finish it in the deadline that we decided, what would you do at that point?
I would ask you for an extension ahead of time
Mhm.
because I experienced that with one of my colleagues when he informed me late
Mhm.
that he would not be able to submit his input to me, and then I
Mm.
ended up doing it myself. And
Oh.
I do not want you to, you know, go over all of those troubles just because of my incompetence.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so it's a matter of time, right? You would wanna say it
Mm.
ahead of time so that we have enough time to get it done,
Yes.
possibly before the
Mhm.
deadline or try to get an extension that would
Yep.
work. Okay,
Mm-mm.
awesome. Can you tell me a story of when you had to speak up and contradict a boss or a supervisor if you ever have?
I am a very cooperative person at work, and I do not like conflicts at work. But I speak up when I have to, especially if it's work related. It's nothing
Sure.
personal at work. It's always professional. So when I
Yeah.
was still a teacher, one of my supervisors asked me to adjust the
Mhm.
science grade of one of my students. And I said no
Mm.
because I had to stick to the standards that the school had given me. And as a supervisor, he should know that. But I did not tell him that.
Wow, okay.
I still told him respectfully that, sir, I cannot do that because it's unfair to the other students
Mm.
who, exerted the same effort and they deserve that kind of grade. So this student, I cannot give him any favor just because you asked me to.
Yeah. Wow, very nice. So you have morals. That's good.
Yeah.
And so what was the reason that he was wanting to change the grade? Why did he want to do that?
Because my grade is the only line of eight that the student had at that time. So all of his grades, all line of 9, 95, 90. And then
Mm-hmm.
I gave him 89. I gave him
Mm,
89. And then my supervisor wanted me to add another point
what?
to make the grade 90. And I didn't want to do that because,
Mm,
it reflected on the class record.
mm-hmm.
And if somebody checked that class record, um, maybe they would blame me if they would see that the student's grade have changed.
Okay. All right, makes sense. Great. So what communication problems have you noticed at previous jobs?
Communication problems. Mm, well, sometimes there were times when I had difficulty saying no to a
Mm-hmm.
workmate. Yeah, I do that. I'm
Mm,
a very cooperative person. I want to help as many people as I
mm-hmm.
can. I want to assist them to the point that, you know, I get bombarded with a lot of tasks, but still it makes me happy in the
Yeah,
end
there you
because
go.
they are able to finish their tasks.
All right. Makes sense. Have you ever had to hire or fire somebody? Or no?
No, 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 no. That's not part of my job
Yeah, that could be a difficult one. All
yet.
right. So give me a time that you proactively addressed a client or a boss's needs. So took initiative and went out of your way before having been told to do something and you went ahead and did it.
Well, I would say that Oh, just recently, one of my I solved a problem on my own.
Mhm.
There was this upset um, teacher who
Mhm.
had a complaint about something in their school, and I decided to solve it on my own and address it well before I before I address it to my boss.
Mhm. Okay. Gotcha. Have you ever had to keep a boss accountable for goals they may have set or for anything in general?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Have you ever had to keep a boss or a supervisor accountable with certain goals that they might have set? So let's say, for instance, a boss said, I want to have, because I know you're in the teaching industry, so I want to have 5 tests this month, and I want to have, 6 lessons or whatever it is. I don't know how exactly it works. And maybe they weren't meeting that goal, but you helped them and held them accountable.
What do
Has
you
there ever
mean
been a
help?
situation like help
What do
them,
you
like
mean help
push,
them?
like
I help
push
them.
them, yeah, help them, yeah.
For that, before I support a colleague or a supervisor, I try to check first if that is really doable
Mm-hmm.
in the given time frame.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if that's what they really want to achieve in 1 month, 5 tests in 1 month, and well, I can help him or her.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. So, do you have any way to text in America or call with like an
Uh,
American phone number?
Way to text or call
Mm-hmm.
through phone? No.
Okay.
I
Well,
still
that's
don't know
something
how
that we
to
can.
do that, but you can teach me.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. All right. So, this is not a requirement, but if you had to get on the phone with clients for any particular reason, let's say I'm running late to an appointment, you have to call somebody, would you be able to do that?
Yeah, sure, sure.
Okay.
That's no problem. Just
All
just
right.
teach me how to do that.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. And do you have any other skills that you think might be helpful in some way to this business?
I'm a people person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like talking to people.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think that's one of my best qualities. I
Yeah,
like
you're
talking
like
to people. Yeah.
that's good. So you're like an extrovert, you like talking, you're easy to
Yes.
talk to.
I'm an
Okay.
extrovert introvert. I don't know
Yeah,
how
I hear
that
that.
works, but something like that.
That's like me.
Yeah. Cool.
All right, cool. So, how much are you looking to get paid per hour if you were to work this job?
Per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I haven't thought of that yet, but based on your job description, your range is 15,000 pesos to 30,000 pesos.
Mm-hmm. Per
So I
month.
would like you to decide on that based on
Mm-hmm.
my qualifications.
Okay, gotcha. And then you would just decide once. So pretty much what I'm doing is once I decide who I'm going to move forward with, then I'll send you an email with the like the payment breakdown and stuff.
Yeah, sure.
The hourly might not be as much as other jobs, but with the bonuses that I mentioned, it would, compensate and be able to equate to possibly other jobs that are paying more per hour. So that is something I
That's
did want to mention.
that sounds good.
Good. So, is there anything coming up next year or beyond that that might cause you to stop working, or like moving, starting a business, having a child, getting married, anything like that?
Well, no, not really. Not in the
Okay,
near future. Well, but
gotcha.
I have an upcoming vacation though.
Okay, what vacation is
Right
that?
from yep. I'm going to Palawan. I'm going
Nice.
island hopping during the Holy Week.
Okay. And how long will that vacation be?
That would be 1 week, April 11 to April 17.
Okay, perfect. Gotcha. If I were to hire you, when would you be able to start working?
As soon as you want me to.
All right. So right away.
Yep.
All right. So given the tasks that I wrote down in the job description, not only sending emails but also creating collections for clients and following up and sending emails and stuff. Would you say that overall that's something that you're comfortable with doing?
Yeah, I was actually one of the lead event organizers in the National Academy of Science and Technology, and part of my job was following up, sending follow-up emails, coordinating via email. So
Hmm.
I'm pretty much well versed with that.
Okay, great. So I did hear you mention that you kind of consider this like freelance work, and I do want to kind of define exactly what freelance work is and full time and the difference. So freelance work is more of just like, working whenever you get a gig, working whenever you have a particular task or project, whereas full time
Mhm.
work I'd say is more of like, not that it would need to be a set schedule, but just like a certain set amount of hours that needs to be done per week, to meet
Mhm.
the requirement for the job. So I just wanted to define that. With this job, I'm looking for more of like a full time,
Mm,
somebody that would work with me, over the long term, for years in advance. Somebody that I can rely on, and as I grow, they grow. And somebody that would be loyal and not, want to just switch from job to job. So I did want to say that and see if that's something that you're okay with if I was to choose you.
yeah, I'm very much okay with that. Thank
Okay,
you for
cool.
bringing that up. Yeah,
Sure,
I
sure.
like that idea.
All right, sounds good. So I would be using something called Hubstaff. And the way that this works is you would clock in using Hubstaff and it would monitor your computer. It wouldn't really monitor it, but what it does is it periodically takes screenshots. It'll notify
Yeah,
you whenever it does take a screenshot. So
okay.
let's say, for instance, you ever need to take a break or anything like that, you can clock out. And then when you're done with your break, you clock back in. If there was ever a time that you forgot to clock out, what it would do is it would still continue to take screenshots. And then you would notice that it took a screenshot. And then what you could do is say, oh, I forgot to clock out. So you'll go ahead and delete those screenshots. It'll delete the time. I won't see it. And it'll just be a break for you. So really, you could take a break whenever you want, as long as you're meeting, a certain amount of hours per day. But this would be able to, I keep track of the hours, you keep track of the hours, you know exactly how many hours you're working, you
Yes.
know exactly how much you're getting paid, and I would pay on the same days per month, so you would know exactly when you're getting paid as well.
Oh,
Is that something you're okay with?
yeah, I'm very much okay with that. That would also help me to work efficiently and make good use of my time.
Okay. So another thing, I'm in the future, I'm planning to bring on possibly more virtual assistants that can help with work because I do have a team right now of 7 agents.
Yep.
So we might just end up getting more and more busy over time. So whoever's working with me now, whoever I do decide to work with, um, what would happen is I would like to have them start to help me hire people as well, and
Mm,
possibly manage other virtual assistants
okay.
in due time, when, obviously over time you'd be getting paid more and stuff with the more responsibility that you have. Do you think that would be an issue, or is that something that you'd be okay with?
I'd be more than okay with that.
Okay. All right, cool. Is there any questions that you have for me now?
Actually, no. I
Okay.
have no questions for you.
Gotcha, gotcha. Um, so if you can meet anybody, this is the last question, and we'll go
Wow.
on after this. Okay. So if you can meet anybody in history, right, dead or alive, who would it be and why?
Meat.
Yeah, it could be anybody dead or alive in history.
Oh, my favorite book author is Paulo Coelho.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite book is The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho,
Oh,
and I just
nice.
want to know his process in writing because he's so good and
Yeah.
he's very his I don't know, his stories are very unique,
Mm-hmm.
and the life stories that I get from there are very inspiring. I
Nice.
want to
I
meet
read.
him someday.
That's awesome. I read that book in high school. I read that book.
Yeah,
So that's
yes,
cool.
it's a classic.
All right, cool. So just before we hop off the call, I guess this will be the last question. Just kind of run me through what different skill sets, all of them, even the ones that we've talked about in this call, what skill sets would you say that you have that help with this job?
Yeah,
Just to kind of recap.
I yep, I'm a highly organized person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a people person. I like writing, and I am very cooperative.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Awesome. So I did really enjoy the call. I appreciate you hopping on. Thanks so much
Thank
for your time.
you. I
Congratulations for
enjoyed it
getting to
too.
this, this part of the call, because, there was a ton of applicants and I really narrowed it down. So congrats to getting to this part of it. I will be reaching out in the next 24 hours with my decision,
Yep.
and that'll be through email. If there's any questions that come up before I do make that decision, feel free to just shoot me an email and I'll reply, okay?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for your time, Joseph.
No problem. Thank you. Have a great one. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Bye.
Bye. All right, so this is literally my favorite part, because this work kind of gets fun, and we're going to give you this as a template so you can go ahead and use this. Now you can see that I'm going to show you how we kind of simplified it. I'm going to show you the older version of the spreadsheet and the newer version. This is the newer version. So the older version was, we had a whole client to-do list. They had to complete tasks. We had the VA questionnaire. You definitely need the VA questionnaire. There's no doubt about that. And this is what you would be going through on the onboarding call. So when your client finally pays you and you have that onboarding call that I discussed earlier in this course, you're going to be asking them these questions. So you're going to have this as well. Then resources and logins, just giving them the access to their logins. You don't have to have that if it's not relevant. If you don't have anything you're giving them logins to, it doesn't matter. Um, you can kind of just use that maybe just as resources for the programs they're going to be using. Now, this is the VA to-do list. I have a client to-do list and a VA to-do list. You can read through this on your own time. It's pretty straightforward. So instead of join the school community and the school community, it would just be the course that you give them if you're giving them a course along with their purchase. You can give the full VA course with you recruiting for them, because the full VA course does go over how to protect their passwords, stuff about taxes, how to hire managers, how to fire VAs, how to hire different types of VAs. So you can give that because they might need it to, manage their VAs, or you could just go through all the stuff with them if you want. Then review and sign SOPs. Like, they're going to have to do all this. So it's good that we just have it all in a to-do list for them. And then we have the VA candidates, right? This is the old one. This is the new one. So you can look at both and see what you like best. This is our newer version. We do have the personality test stuff on there, the my interview recordings, the interview with Christine, which is our hiring manager, the initial interview remarks. So she actually does notes um, about her interviews. Like, every time she finishes an interview, she takes all the notes that she had, puts them into a document, and uploads it. Very simple. If you're worried, like, oh, remarks, how am I going to put all these notes? Now it's all crazy. No, it's very, very simple. Very simple, because all you got to do is, while you're talking to them, just write all the stuff that they're saying to you, stuff that you took note of that you think is important. You write it down, and then you upload it into a document, and then you attach it as a hyperlink. How do you attach it as a hyperlink? You just put a word in here, and then you literally just right click and you look for where it says hyperlink. So I would just do this. I would right click it, or actually, no, when I highlight it right here, this is the hyperlink. I just insert the link. That's it. And then I do have, this is an old spreadsheet, so yeah, there's some information on here, but it's not a big deal. I do have 12 candidates on this one, and then this is a more recent client, 11 candidates on this one. Usually the sweet spot for us is we want to present them with at least 7 options. 7 to 15 is what we look for. Now we have their resume that they attach. Usually they'll always send us their resume. If they didn't send it to you, you can ask for it. We want the speed test, so we ask them to send the report of the speed test. This is free, speedtest.net. They get to send their results to us. So we just tell them to send their results. And that's also in the SOP. We include their phone and laptop. Do they have an iPhone or an Android? Do they have a Mac laptop or a Windows laptop? Their location. So we literally put their freaking address. Yeah, we put their address of their city. Whatever information they give us as far as their location, we put it in here. Notice how we highlighted the top 3. These are our top 3 options. And then when we send this as an email to our client, we're going to let them know, we did highlight the top 3 options. For the personality test, we are using 16personalities.com. Once we find out the results, then we're literally just going to attach the link to their personality type. So you can see all the personality types right here. We would just click what they have. Let's say they're a mediator. I would copy this and I would put it as a result so that they could literally just read the results on their personality. Okay, they could do this, they could do that. And then we could look at their weaknesses. We could look at their workplace habits. Okay, so let's see their workplace habits. You don't have to go this far as far as like outlining all these things, but it's great to have this. Clients love this. Clients love this stuff, and it's very simple to do. In the when you're having them kind of complete everything, just make it part of the process. It's very simple. All of this is in the SOP. They're doing an interview AI sample job, personality test. You put it onto a spreadsheet for them. When you're interviewing them, you take notes, include the name, email. Simple. Very, very simple stuff. If any of this is confusing at all, let me know ASAP. We've condensed it a bit. This is what our new spreadsheet looks like. Make sure you have the VA candidates as the first one so that they don't have to go searching for where's the VA candidates. I don't see it because it's in a different tab. This is the VA questionnaire. So we ask them all these questions on our onboarding call. After they paid us, we set up the onboarding call for the next day or the same day or 2 days later, whenever they're available. Usually you want to do it as soon as possible to get it out the way. You ask them these questions and just take notes of their answers. And then you go out and make a job post on job boards for it. And then you include their credentials and stuff like that. Okay. Any credentials that they might need or resources, anything that's not relevant to you, go ahead and take out of the credential stuff. I'm going to attach both of these spreadsheets for you to decide what you want to keep and what you don't want to keep. But usually it's going to be client to-do list, VA to-do list, the questionnaire you definitely want there, and then the candidates. Okay. Resource and logins, you can include the resources, but it's in the to-do list anyways, as far as like, hey, you need to set up Wise, you need to set up Link, like the screenshot monitor app. We attached all the links here anyways. So this is a very exciting thing we put together. This took us a while to build it up to look as nice as this and have all this professionalism and all the links in there. So we're giving it to you with this program. So I really hope you use it to its maximum capabilities and really enjoy it. I loved making this. I love using it. My hiring manager loves using it. You're going to love using it. It's going to really streamline the process for you. Enjoy.
All right, so you've been going through this course now. I know you're enjoying it. I just want to remind you that if you want all of these bonuses that I talked about earlier in the beginning of this video, my school group, which is $37 a month, which the price is going to go up to $197 a month very soon, you'll get grandfathered in for free, where you get my 9 courses, my weekly group calls where you can ask me questions directly and I can look over your presentation and your automations and your funnels and all that stuff. You get the funnel templates, you get all my SOPs, you get my ebook, and all you have to do is get Go High Level using my affiliate link or upgrade your current Go High Level using my affiliate link, or you sign up for $79 a month, save a little bit of money, and get my white labeled Go High Level. If you have any questions about this at all, comment them down below. Any questions about the course that you're going through right now, comment them down below. I'll answer very quickly.
So this is going to be more so a video of me just kind of informing you of what you should expect with payment processors and what a payment processor even is. Now, if you're going to do real business and you're going to scale up a real business, you're not going to be saying, hey, Venmo me or send me Cash App, Zelle me. You're going to need a way to collect people's card information and collect their payments, and it needs to be professional, right? So you need to be using things like Stripe and PayPal. Now, you want to set up as many payment processors as possible because things happen, okay? And if you go on YouTube and you look up problems with Stripe, problems with PayPal, problems with any payment processor, everybody has a horror story of their payment processors getting shut down, of people paying and then someone gets a chargeback and then the chargeback causes their payment processor to get banned and people's money being held and stuff like that. So I'm going to tell you what you shouldn't do and what you should do. So quickly, just to run through this.
A payment processor, they're taking on the risk of allowing you to collect payments through their system. And in the case anybody ever wants to get a refund or a chargeback, Stripe or PayPal or whatever payment processor it is going to be the one that loses that money unless they're able to get the money back from you. Okay, so let me give you a quick example. In the case that I start a brand new business and I clean people's houses, right? And let's say I go into someone's house, I actually terrorize their house, and then I already collected the payment, I leave, and then obviously the person's not only going to want a refund, but they're going to want to sue you or whatever, but they're obviously going to want a refund. And let's say I shut my business down after that because I just wanted to make some quick money, and let's just say I'm a bad person, right? Now what's going to happen is I shut my business down. So I'm no longer collecting payments. I'm no longer issuing refunds. The money I made is the money I made. I shut down the LLC. I walk away from it. I'm never to be heard from again. Stripe, when someone goes and calls their bank and says, hey, this person wrecked my house and they didn't do their services, the bank's going to end up giving them the money back. Stripe is going to get that money taken from them, right? Stripe, where you collected the payments from, let's say you're using Stripe, where you collected the payments from, Stripe will get, let's say they paid $500. Stripe is going to lose $500. And then they're going to take $500 from your account or from my account. They're going to take it from my account. And if I have zero in my account, now I'm negative $500. So technically they didn't take anything from my pocket. It's just money that they lost. They lost $500. I shut my business down, and now they never get that money back from me ever again. And that's a loss for them. And I'm sure that this happens a lot. People start new businesses, people start scam businesses, so they're taking on a lot of risks. So because of this, there's a payment processor fee, which is usually for most payment processors around 2.9%. Okay, and I'll write that down for you here. Usually 2.9% processing fee. And then usually plus about 30 cents. So I'll say, boom, usually plus 30 cents. Pretty much for all payment processors, that's what it looks like. And then if you want to pull the money, if you want to pull the money out immediately instead of waiting 3 days for it to process, immediately, just like Venmo, there's a fee to pull it out immediately, just like Cash App. There's a 1% fee on top. And you don't have to pull the money out immediately. You can wait and then be patient and then pull the money out later. I like to pull the money out immediately because of all the horror stories that I've heard about payment processors and stuff. I like to pull the money out right away in the case that anything happens. Stripe can't hold my money because I already have it. Okay. So, and same thing with PayPal. I pay the extra fee to take it out instantly. And so just keep this in mind. They're taking on the risk. So because of this, they'll flag your account. If they think there's anything suspicious, anything scammy, they'll flag your account. And sometimes they get it wrong. Sometimes you're not doing anything scammy. Sometimes people just filed a complaint because they just don't like you and just whatever. And then it ends up affecting your payment processor. And they're like, oh, this person's too much of a risk. We're going to ban their account. So that's why it's good to have multiple payment processors set up, because even if you're doing great business, things happen. Okay, things happen. And at the end of the day, the payment processors are in control. And a lot of payment processors are very, very difficult to deal with. They're very difficult to deal with. They're very difficult to get in communication with. Now, Stripe, I haven't had a lot of problems with this business, but I've had other businesses where I have had problems. I've had other businesses where they held my money, they pulled money out, they shut my account down. With this business, I'll say this. In the very beginning, someone paid for a course from me. They bought it directly from the website. And the course purchase came out of nowhere. I never spoke to the person, and I was, right when I started my business, and I'm like, where did this person come from? They bought the course for $1,000. They never talked to me. I tried texting them. It was a fake number. I tried emailing them. No answer whatsoever. And then 7 days passed, and then I realized it was some sort of fraudulent purchase. And they do like a chargeback or something like that. And then I have to pay the money back. But then because of this, it slightly hurt my account in the very beginning with Stripe. So because of that, they held, I believe, it was like 20 to 50%. I forget the exact amount, but they held like 20, I think it was 20% of my money.
They held 20% of my money on every single transaction, just kind of as like a buffer and protection for them, for them, so that they could feel more secure. So they held for, I believe, 3 months. They kept on taking 20% out to release it at the end of the 3 months. Then after those 3 months, they said, hey, we want to continue to hold more. So they started holding 10% for another 3 months. So for 6 months, they were holding 10 to 20% of my money. So that stuff like that can happen too. So I like to have multiple payment processors, and I'm going to list a couple for you here, right? So Stripe is the number one. Stripe integrates so effortlessly with Go High Level. So although there's a lot of horror stories, Stripe is by far the easiest, but don't do anything wrong and try to make sure all your clients are happy to avoid this happening. Stripe, PayPal, Wave, it's called Wave app. Let me just double check so I'm not getting this wrong. Waveapps.com, I think. Yep, waveapps.com. I've used them as well. And then there's Easy Pay Direct. Now, Easy Pay Direct, big names like Brandon Forbes, Grant Cardone, bunch of big names use Easy Pay Direct. They are super communicative, okay? But there is like a $17 a month charge. And if you don't process anything from them, if you process no payments for a month, they will also add another like 30 to 50 bucks per month. So I would only set this one up when you're doing a lot of deals and you just want a really good payment processor. They also integrate with Go High Level as well. Wave Apps doesn't integrate with Go High Level. PayPal does integrate with Go High Level. But yeah, so these are 4 right here. And then you can also set up a merchant account directly through your bank or any bank, right? So you can Chase, TD Bank, Bank of America. I would go with Chase. I would stay away from, what's that one that's, I would stay away from Bank of America. I would stay away from Wells Fargo. Chase, TD Bank, they're pretty good. I think Chase is the best in my opinion. So these are a couple payment processors that you can use. I like Wave Apps because I'm able to send invoices directly through Wave Apps. I do like PayPal, but they have a little bit, so the fees are a little bit higher. If you want to take your money out immediately, I think it's like 1.3%. Their processing fee, not only is it 2.9% plus 30 cents, but then just to like right when the money comes into your account, there's money that's taken out. And then when you want to go take it out, I think it's a little bit higher than this. Let me just put it that way. I think it's like 3.2% or 3.3%. Okay. Easy Pay Direct, I believe it's 2.7%. Wave Apps is 2.9%. And then your merchant account, this is the cheapest option. I think they only do like, you can find anywhere from 1 to 2% depending on the size of your business. If your business is like brand new, then it'll probably be a little bit higher. Just think of all of this in terms of risk for the bank and for the payment processor. So no matter what, you need a way to process your payments. The cool thing about Stripe is that you're able to easily integrate it with Go High Level and immediately start using Go High Level to send invoices to your clients and collect payments very easily, any amount. You send an invoice. I also attached the video in this segment where you can learn how to send invoices and also how to send recurring invoices. So if you do a payment plan, let's say you do $2,000 for a VA and then you break it into $1,000 this month, $1,000 next month. You could set it to automatically charge them for $1,000 next month. That's why I have no problem doing payment plans with certain clients and certain scenarios, because I know that I could set it to automatically charge them with the credit card they have on file, and I don't have to go chase them and send them an invoice and hope that they pay the next one. No, I could do a payment plan, save the card, and make sure that they sign an agreement, of course, that they're going to pay the full amount. I also have the agreement attached in this course. Make sure that every single client of yours is signing an agreement because that protects you. Also, if there's ever a chargeback or anything like that, you could provide that as proof to the bank that they agreed. You can even provide calls, recorded calls. That's why you should always record your calls using either Google Meet, using Zoom, or using those note-taking apps like Otter or Read.ai. I use Read.ai, and then like Fireflies.ai, whatever it's called. So always record your conversations. Always make sure you're fully protected. Set up Stripe, PayPal. Set all of these up immediately besides Easy Pay Direct. Just set these 3 up, actually. These are the top 3 that I need you to set up immediately. It does take some time. If you're a sole proprietorship, you don't need an LLC. You could just consider yourself a sole proprietorship. How do you register yourself as a sole proprietorship? You don't. You're just automatically, you just say that you're one and use your social security number. I would recommend, you don't need this to start, but I would recommend over time setting yourself up with an LLC. It makes it easier to sign up for things and not use your name. It makes it easier for taxes. You're able to separate yourself from your business. But if you don't have an LLC and you don't want to pay like the $200 state fee, it's only like $200. I have a video on how you could set up your LLC in this community as well. It does allow you to set up your accounts with an LLC. And if you're wondering, can I set up as a sole proprietorship on Stripe, PayPal, Wave apps? Yes, you can. And then you can also, when you create that LLC, set up your payment processor with those as well. And if you have any questions on this, just ask me, because I'm a body of knowledge when it comes to this. You could set up virtual addresses and set up multiple LLCs with multiple payment processors just to stay as protected as possible and have a bunch of different ways to charge money. So you can create 7 Stripes accounts. You can create 10 PayPal accounts. You can create a whole bunch of Wave apps accounts. Just keep in mind, like, you don't need to do all that in the beginning. That's something that going forward, you just stay protected by creating more of those, multiple LLCs if you want, S Corps, whatever. If you're a brand new beginner with nothing, just start off as a sole prop, set up a Stripe account, set up a PayPal account. Don't worry about an LLC for now. Waveapps.com. And then whenever you're doing your A2P registration and go high level, you could do sole prop as well. You don't need an LLC. So you can have all this stuff without having an LLC. But once you get your first deal, second deal, I would recommend immediately go ahead and set up an LLC and then create another, payment processor account using those. So I wanted to touch on this stuff, the payment processor stuff in this video, but you're probably wondering, how do I set these things up? I already have all these accounts, so I'm not gonna sit here and show you exactly how to set up Stripe and PayPal and Wave apps and Easy Pay Direct and all that stuff. But what I will do is I'll just take some quick videos from YouTube, because there's a whole bunch out there. This is not a payment processor course. So I'm just gonna take some videos from YouTube and upload it into this segment within the course, just so that you know exactly how to set it up in case you have any questions on exactly how to do it. And I'll try to find the most recent videos as possible so that you have updated information. Because I don't want to make videos for this course too, where I'm putting in all this information I've already done, setting up accounts I've already set up, and then on top of that, it becomes outdated in 3 months or something. So I'm gonna attach some videos, and then I'll also make sure going forward that if some of this stuff needs to be updated, I'll update it. Okay, any questions, let me know in the community. It's gonna be new.
Okay. New invoice.
New invoice, yep.
Okay.
And then, what's that you're doing there?
It's putting my address.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
It's the old street address, so I'm just putting my PO address.
Oh, okay, cool. I noticed that the name of the invoice changes to Danilo. I wonder why it's doing that.
You know what? Because that failed.
Oh, it's filling the autofill. That's weird. Yeah, you don't want all your invoices named
No.
Danilo. Make sure you check that in the future too. Usually I just keep it as new invoice. I've never changed it, honestly. You could change it to the name of the client. Let's just call it Martha for now, I guess.
Okay.
Also, you could change the address and all that stuff in your settings so that in the future it autofills with the correct one. So yeah, let's type in Martha.
Okay. There we go, Martha test.
And then we'll do due date today. Always for your invoices, always do due date today. So anybody who's watching this is how you initiate an invoice while you're on the sales call. So while you're on the sales call, you can collect their payment info so that you can schedule the onboarding call right then and there, because what you don't want is you send the invoice, they say, yeah, send me the invoice, I'll take a look at it after this call. Do not do that. You want to collect the payment right there on the call, and you want to assume that that's what's going to happen. So instead of saying, hey, do you want me to send you the invoice? No, none of that. You don't ask them questions. It's simply, all right, are you ready to take action right now? You want to get a VA? Yes, I do. Great. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready to take your card info. We're going to get you started at the price we agreed on. You need to have already talked about the price, and they already agreed and all that stuff. Perfect. What's your card info? I'll pop you in now. This way I can schedule your onboarding call immediately. You will sometimes get clients that say, can I just do the invoice on my own? Because maybe they don't want to give their card info, and that's perfectly fine. I never try to urge someone to give me their card info. That's fine. Some people are cool with it. Some people are not. For the people that are not cool with it, fine, no problem. I'm going to send them the invoice, but there's going to be none of this nonsense of yeah, I'm going to take a look at it and pay it now, after this call. No. Okay, great. I'm going to send you the invoice right now. Before they even had the chance to say anything I'm going to pay it later, before they even get the chance to say any of that, we're going to say, I'm going to send you the invoice right now. Just go ahead and make the payment while we're here on the call so I can schedule your onboarding call.
let them know it's part of the process that they need to make the payment while we're here sitting with each other. Because if they say like, oh, I'm going to pay, oh, I'm going to check on this and check on that, I'm going to go, oh, it takes 5 minutes. I'll send you the invoice very, very quick. If they're like, oh, I might not have time right now, it takes might even take 3 minutes or even 2 minutes. So just pay it right now, just while we're here, so I can go ahead and schedule the onboarding call. Everything's going to be like the whole framing is like, I want to be able to schedule your onboarding call now while you have me here, instead of us like waiting and all this nonsense. So if they're like, okay, yeah, okay, gotcha, and then they'll make the payment right there. If they're like, oh, my card's in the car, my card's okay, no problem. Go grab your card. I'll wait right here. Oh, my son's holding my card right now and he's running around. Okay, no problem. Go ahead and grab your card from your son. I'll wait for you. It's this way they can't, because the whole point of this is not to like box them in and make them feel like, oh man, I gotta pay against my will. No, it's like, if you don't want it, you're gonna need to say that, right? If you want to not get this, I need you to say that. Instead of you just like, I'm going to pay it later. And then I'm like following up with them 10 times. I'm exhausting my resources. I'm exhausting my mental bandwidth. I'm chasing this person around. That's why we're boxing them in like that. It's not so that we're forcing them to pay. No one's going to be forced to pay freaking 2K, 3K, 5K. No one will force themselves into paying that much. They will have to tell you, listen, I need to go get my card. And then eventually, once you box them in, they're going to need to say, I just can't make the payment right now. Right? So that's what we're aiming to do. They're either going to buy, or they're just going to tell you why they can't, and they're going to need to eventually tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Listen, man, I had one guy who was like, yeah, I'm ready to pay. Send me the invoice. Yeah, I'm ready right now. Okay, great. Just send you the invoice. Just make the payment right now. We're here on the call so I can schedule the onboarding call. Oh, I need to like call my bank and it's going to take like 10 minutes. I said, no problem. I have 10 minutes. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. You can go, oh, it's probably going to take longer than 10 minutes. It's probably going to take like 30 minutes. All right. So if it's going to take like 30 minutes, then what I'll do is I'll send you the invoice right now. Make that call. I'm going to schedule a call an hour from now. Just this way you can get it all sorted out. I'll give you an extra 30 minutes buffer time. But that next call is going to have a $100 cancellation fee, right? Just to make sure that we're respecting your time, respecting my time. Oh, you know what? I'm going to need to like move money around. It might take a couple days. Blah, blah. And then at one point I was like, listen, if you don't want to do this, just say that. Like if you just can't do this, just say that. I'd rather not exhaust my resources chasing you and blah, 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 blah. We went on for a bit and then he eventually told me the truth of it. He couldn't afford it right now. And I was like, dude, that's all you had to say. We need to do this whole fake thing that you just did. But this way, the whole point of this is not to make myself feel better. It's to literally just get an answer.
Yeah.
Like, what is the answer right now? Am I going to have to spend 5 days thinking about you? Or are we just going to end this right here? Because why am I going to waste my time? Why are you going to waste your time? Why are you going to receive calls from me for the next couple of days and have to like ghost me and do all this weird nonsense that you do in high school? Just tell me what the truth is. You know what I mean? So that's the whole point of that. But yeah, back to the invoice.
Yeah. No hard feelings. Just,
Exactly. I think it's the other one. Yeah.
There we go.
So we add the item. Now you're either going to create a brand new item, and if you create a brand new item, you'll have the option to add it for future use. So the new item button is there at the top if you have to do that. Otherwise, if you already have it saved, you can go ahead and choose it right here. So VA recruitment, save. So if in the case your VA recruitment is, let's say you tell them, hey, it's usually $4,000, but it's going to be $2,800 right now. What you would do is you'd create a product of $4,000. And then every time you're sending out an invoice to a client that you've given them a discount, like, hey, we have a fast action discount. It's going to be $2,800 right now. Fast action discount, it's going to be $2,300 right now.
Mm-hmm.
What you'll do is you'll put that product there, but then you'll also add the discount there at the bottom like this. So we're going to do custom amount. And by the way, this custom amount thing is a new feature. They used to only do percentages, and I had to used to like do math to figure out what it would be by percentage. So this is pretty cool. So you would do your discount here. So we're chopping off 1,000, so it's 2,400. Save, cool. You can add some notes if you want, basically like any custom deals, any custom plans, anything that they need to know or read about, whatever. If there's any custom terms that you guys discussed, you'll put it there. And then we're going to scroll to the top. We're going to hit those 3 dots. We're going to click save first, actually. So don't send it to them yet because we don't want them to, you got to enter a valid name. So you might need to fix her name because it says Martha Test. Just put a different last name. No, don't remove that. Just click on that. Yeah. So just do Martha A.
LastPass keeps trying to put stuff in.
Yeah. Save. Enter a valid name. What's going on here? You know what? Delete the entire name and just put a brand. Just put Joseph Henry. Yeah, just type in Joseph. You'll see me there. Yeah, there you go. Joseph Testing. All right, so let's click save this time. Okay, what's going on here?
There's a name up here.
Enter. The name of the invoice.
What does that mean? Name of the invoice?
Just for your own note taking.
Oh, okay. So
Joseph invoice. Yeah. All right. So then we click on the 3 dots. and then we're going to do record payment, and this is the way that you're going to be able to like collect their payment information right there on the call. And then you could do record manually. Record manually is only if you actually collected cash.
Right.
If you collected cash or you collected it on a different payment processor and the payment's already done. Charge a card is charging a card right now. So we're going to click charge card. Now we click new card. Now, if they've ever purchased a low ticket item from you, which I used to sell like low ticket courses and stuff. So whenever I would get on the calls, I would already have their card number. And I would say, is your card number like ending in 1134? And they'd be like, yeah, that's the card. And I'd be able to process the payment in 2 seconds. If they've purchased anything from you on Go High Level, any of your funnels or anything like that, then it'll pop up right there. So new card, you're going to enter their card. Don't touch anything right now because it's going to pull up all your stuff. So yeah, you'll put their card number information in, the expiry date. You'll have a little bit of small talk while you're going through all this, like while it's processing. Yeah, so I'm so excited to get you a VA, blah, 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 boom, process. Awesome, looks like the payment went through. I'm going to schedule your onboarding call right now. Do you have tomorrow at 2 o'clock, or do you want to do 4 o'clock, or do you want to do the next day? Then they'll choose a time, perfect, put it on the calendar. Just literally go to Google Calendar, put them on the calendar, put their email, make sure they have the invite, shoot them a text and say, hey, I booked your time for blah, blah, blah. And then on that onboarding call is where you'll ask them questions and see what they need and blah, blah, blah. Okay. So this is what you do if you're taking the card on the phone. If you're not able to take the card on the phone, if they're like, just send it to me, then you're going to need to literally click send. So let's click cancel. Then you're going to click on send. And then you're going to click on send via email and text so they can receive both.
Yep.
So yeah, you're good. You click send. So it's going to send over to my phone right now.
That's due in a day, man.
All right, so let's see. All right, here we go. So I received the text. So I would literally just click on that link right there so people could pay right from their phone. And then it'll look like this right on my phone here, which is awesome. All I got to do is click pay. I put my card information or my bank information in. And yeah, so the reason why I like to just take the payment right there on the phone is because they can't, like, you can click on stop presenting. They can't go anywhere else. Like, they can't make up lies. They can't, like, you know what I mean? You're there collecting the payment information. If they're fibbing, then you'll find out pretty quickly. Also, if they end up, making the payment on their side, just sit there and be patient. You know what I mean? Let them do what they're doing. Just say, hey, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm going to go grab a cup of water. I'm going to go do this, go do that, whatever. Put yourself on mute, sit there so it's not awkward while they're putting their card information in. Right. You don't want to talk to them while they're doing it because you don't want to distract them because they're going to have to read off their card and all that stuff. And then once they make that payment, you say, perfect, let me just check. You check on your side, open up the invoicing section. You just click on refresh, see if it says paid. If it says paid, you're good to go. Schedule the onboarding call, and that's how you collect the payment right then and there. In another video and in another time, we'll talk about automating your agreements because you do want those agreements to go out quickly. And in the very beginning, for me, one big issue I had is whenever I'd want to send invoices out, I knew I had to manually put their information in, and I'd have to manually put the price and the email and this and that and all this nonsense, and then send it out. And it would take up so much time to do that people would end up not getting an agreement for like 3, 4, 5 days. So that's why we want to start automating that by using Google Forms, Zapier. You know what? Go to the bonus course. You'll see all of that in the bonus course. So anybody that's watching this right now and wants to know exactly how to automate that agreement process, I have all of that in the bonus course, which you can unlock whenever you achieve, I think, level 3, which is, go ahead and comment on people's stuff, like people's stuff, make posts. People are going to engage with your content. You get points, and then you can unlock that course. But yeah, that's the whole invoicing process top to bottom. Once you see it come through on Go High Level and it says paid, then you can also go ahead and check on your Stripe, make sure it's good to go there as well. And that's it. I love Go High Level because you have your funnels, you have your automations, your invoicing, and literally everything, calendar, all that stuff right there in Go High Level. And it's just such an easy system. So before we finish the video here, Danilo, do you have any questions on that?
Setting up the payment plan.
Let's go ahead and do that right now, actually. Yeah, present, and I'll show you what to do for that.
All right, present.
Now, as far as the payment plan, if someone's doing equal payments over time, you'll do this. If in the case, like in your custom scenario where you did, X amount of dollars now and Y amount of dollars later, you can't do this part, but that's okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on new on the top right, and you're going to do recurring template. So if in the case she was doing, let's say 1,000 now and 1,000 later, then you would do this. I'll show you right now. So click on select for how often. It's going to be monthly, and then it's going to be on. Click select.
All right.
And then date. And you're going to choose this day, which is the 11th of every 1 month. So not of every 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, of every 1 month. And then the start date's going to be also today. It's going to end after 2. So after
Yep.
2 occurrences. So it does include this time. I know that that's a big question I had when I first started. Does that include this time, or is it going to charge them 2 more times? It does include this time. So if it's 2 payments, you put in 2. If it's a total of now and then a payment a month from now and then a payment after that, that's 3. It'll be after 3 occurrences. If it's a 4 payment plan, you'll put 4. So send invoices. Send invoice after 0 days in advance. So we want it literally right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So we want it to send out immediately in the case that we're sending them this invoice now. So after this, we put their information in, all the stuff that I showed you before. It's going to be the same exact stuff, except we're going to, of course, put the payment that they're making now, which you're probably going to need to create a brand new product. Don't save that product because usually when you're doing payment plans, it's not the same payment plan for everybody. So we would do build to, you put their information in. If you're doing 1,000 a month, you'll put 1,000. The notes, you could do 1,000 per month or $1,000 every 30 days starting on March 11th. Next payment will be on the 11th as well. You can put whatever you want there to kind of describe it. Then you'll do the same exact thing that you just did where I showed you how to collect their card and all that. You could do that same exact thing. So you click save. You got to fill in the contact details. So we'll pretend you could click save, but we're not going to do all that. You click save, you do the 3 things. You do manage auto payment. You'll put their card information in. You'll initiate the all that stuff, and then it'll start charging them 1,000 every month for the next 2 months, or for today and then next month. So that's how you do the recurring. If in the case though you're doing your custom situation where it's X amount of dollars now, a different amount later, you'll send the invoice now like you did. They paid, and then next month you just have to set something on your calendar to charge their card. So you don't need to speak to her or anything. You can let her know, like, hey, the payment's coming out today. It's been 30 days since the last, whatever. Or if in the case, I would get the agreement like, hey, this is going to charge your card in 30 days from now. It's going to be automated. You let them know that. This way, like, you don't need to go and say, hey, I'm about to charge your card. Because then they might say, oh, you know what? Can we push it 5 days? Oh, you know what? Can we push it 10 days? Oh, can we push it 30 days? You don't want to deal with any of that because if they think they have a choice, then they're going to choose, they're going to choose to push it. So I would just get them in full agreement. Hey, if we do this payment plan now, it's 1,000 now. And then 30 days from now, it's automatically going to charge your card. It's automated. You get them to give you the thumbs up. Perfect. 30 days from now, you'll issue another invoice. You'll do exactly what I showed you. And in that section where you're charging the card, the card's already going to be saved. You process it and you're good to go. That's it. Now, in your scenario where she paid with a bank, I'm not actually sure if it's going to save the bank details. Hopefully it does, because then you can just charge it again. If not, then you're going to have to do that process again. You will have to have her manually do that. But, like we discussed, if in the case she doesn't pay the second amount, then it's not going to be very good because you're not going to continue to support her, right? Yeah. So that's what the whole process looks like top to bottom. Any questions on that?
No, I probably can say something that on the second payment, if the second payment's not paid, then the guarantee doesn't. I mean, you can't depend on the guarantee if you haven't paid the full amount. So.
Exactly. There's no guarantee. They lose the guarantee. They lose the continued support, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So the good thing about them paying with their bank instead of with their card is it's easier for you in the long run, basically. If in the case they want to do anything funny, it's more difficult. But yeah, cool. So there we go. That's it, top to bottom.
Okay, so if you just watch the voicemail automation workflow, I like that one a whole lot. Not everybody's going to want to do a voicemail sequence. Some of you guys, maybe you don't feel comfortable on the phone. Maybe you keep on trying these voicemail recordings and you start to feel very salesy. Maybe you feel like you can't get the tone right. I would recommend continuing to try it until you perfect it because it's so powerful. But if you just can't do it, if you feel like you're not getting the tonality right, if you feel like you don't want to send a whole bunch of voicemails out like this, because you are getting charged as if it was a phone call with Twilio. The charges have nothing to do with me. It's Go High Level in Twilio. They basically charge you, like, let's say you do a 1-minute voicemail, they'll charge it as a 1-minute call, which is still very, very cheap. I think it's like 2 cents or a penny or something like that per minute. So it's really still not that expensive. But if you're doing like thousands of leads at once, then yeah, it can get, it could build up and it's still not expensive. But I still recommend you do these voicemails. But if for any reason you're like, Joseph, I just don't think I could do this, I think that I'd rather just do texts. You could set up a simple text message automation that you do exactly what I just talked about, where every 1 month to 3 months, you grab a whole group of people and do like a text message sequence to say, hey, just reaching back out. I see that you were actually interested, but you were initially interested in getting XYZ.
but maybe when you came in, you realized that this is not what you want, or you realize that maybe you have a lot of questions that are unanswered. I'd love to just check in with you right now and see if there's anything I could do to help you with XYZ. Simple text like that. Wait 2 hours, okay, just like this, wait 2 hours. Just following up to see, the next message would be just following up to see if you got my message. Then you'd again wait 3 days. Hey, just following up here again. Actually, don't say just following up here again because you don't want to sound desperate. You want to say something along the lines of, I am willing to do X for you at a super discounted rate, right? So this is usually the last resort. I love doing this though. This discounted offer, text message automation, or voicemail offering discounts, because people love hearing discounts. Maybe they really like what you have and they don't want to miss out on a discount. So I'm always letting people know over the course of a couple months, like any leads that I haven't answered, hey, listen, we're doing a big discount right now. And you can limit it, basically give a deadline, say, hey, listen, by tonight we're no longer offering this discount, or by tomorrow we're cutting off the discount and I didn't want you to miss out. So just giving you a quick text reminder, friendly reminder to see if you're wanting to get involved. Okay. Hopefully through this video, you're taking notes if this is something you do want to do. And you could take the same thing that I'm talking about here and put it in your voicemails as far as the discount stuff. So some of your voicemails could just be reminding people what you do. And then maybe you can have a whole separate voicemail that you send a month after that or 2 weeks after that talking about a discount. Or you could just do one voicemail that's simply talking about the discount and how there's a deadline. What you don't want to do though is you send a voicemail on the first day. Hey, we're giving a discount. The deadline's tonight. And then you send another voicemail 3 days later saying, hey, we're doing the discount, even though it ended 3 days ago. That wouldn't make sense. So always make sense, of course, in these automations. But look, if you're looking to do texts, do exactly what I said here in this video. Just set it up like that. Wait 2 hours, wait 3 days, and then offer the discount on the third day. And also, if you're looking to do that deadline with the discount option that I was talking about, definitely set that up with your voicemails and your texts. But hopefully you guys make lots and lots of money with this text message sequence as well as this voicemail sequence. You're going to do the same exact thing with the text message sequence where you're going like this and then you add them to a campaign. If you have, by the way, if you have less than 30 leads, you could just do it all at once. If you're doing it all at once, you can literally just add them into a workflow, right? Like this, okay, proceed, and then just do all at once. But if you want to add it in drip mode, because there's more than like 100 leads or even more than like 50 leads, then you're going to want to add it in drip mode. If you want to put it all at once, like I said, just select all at once. Okay. Any questions on this? Put it in the group. All right. So this is my absolute favorite automation that I do. And when I walk through this, I just want you guys to realize, like, don't take this lightly whatsoever. This automation alone has made me tens of thousands of dollars. The way that it works is people come into your pipeline. They're not going to answer you. Some people are not going to answer you. Some people are. Some might book calls. Some might not. But what I do is about every 2 to 3 months, and you could do this every month or every 3 weeks, whatever you want to do. But in order to not spam them too much, I do it once every 2-3 months. You can grab everybody from your contact list that hasn't booked a call, hasn't been marked not qualified, is not on do not disturb, which if you don't know what that means, just go through the course and learn those things. I grab everybody and I send them what's called ringless voicemails. So basically the voicemails send out and it'll seem like someone called them and left them a voicemail. They'll listen to it and it'll be me saying, hey, sorry, I caught you at a bad time, blah, 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 right? And then I'll be saying like some sort of pitch. And because it's not just a generic marketing text, and if you're calling them and they don't pick up, like, you're able to not worry about any of that because they're getting a voicemail in their voicemail inbox that they'll pretty much 96% of the time listen to. Most people listen to their voicemails. And because of this, you're able to get your message through and able to have your voice playing in their ear, which is much better than a text message, much better than an email. It's one of my favorite automations because whenever leads come in, they don't answer, and then those leads pile up,
I grab all of them, I send them all a voicemail. People start to, oh, wow, this guy sounds really genuine. This guy sounds like he really has something good to offer. Because it's so easy to jam pack all the information you want to give to them within 1 minute, a 1 minute voicemail, a 30-second voicemail, versus if you were to take that 30-second to 60-second voicemail and turn it into a text message, it would be massive, right? So you're able to get all that information out there quickly without sounding salesy. And that's why I like this a lot. And then on top of that, you're able to set it up to where voicemails send out over time as well as texts. So it seems like a real interaction. So I love, love, love this automation. It's one of the few tricks I have up my sleeve that really, really works, that is not saturated. It's not something that everybody's doing, which is why I love it so much. Okay, so depending on your offer, whatever it is you're selling, ideally, you're going to want to kind of bundle it up into a quick message that you can convey via voicemail. What you're going to do is you're going to go, if you have an iPhone or even if you have an Android, go to your voice memo app or voice recording app, whatever you have, record a quick voicemail, okay? And when you record this voicemail, I mean, you want to record like 2 or 3, send it to yourself via email, or if you have a Mac and an iPhone, just airdrop it, and you're going to download it. If it's anything besides MP3, just go to Google and type in like whatever it is, transfer to MP3, and then you'll be able to do that online for free. Just make sure it's an MP3 file. You'll be able to upload it just like this, okay? And you'll see here, this is a 1-minute voicemail. You upload it right here into the automation. And then you're going to set up this automation here, okay? And I'm just going to go from top to bottom. First, you assign it to somebody, right? So I have multiple numbers in my automation. I like to assign it to my assistant because a lot of my prospects have already received a text from me. So I assign it to my assistant, so it comes from a different phone number. I also tag them with whatever voicemail I send out. I have different voicemail campaigns, so I want to be able to differentiate who received what voicemail. So in the future, if I do this voicemail sequence again, I could filter out the people that have received this voicemail before. So then it's going to be one voicemail, and then they get a text right after. Hey, just left you a voicemail. Let me know if you got it. This is one of the elements that make it seem very realistic versus an automation. And then you can do this. I don't do this all the time. I do it sometimes. Really depends on what I'm offering. So in this case, this was a course voicemail where I'm talking about a course I'm going to give them access to. So I wanted to make a quick video showing them what I do. I don't really recommend doing links too much in text because then you can get flagged for spam. So maybe just stick with the course text, the just left you a voicemail text, sorry. Wait 2 hours, okay? And then if they did reply, you could go one route. If they don't reply, you go the other route. Now, you don't need to do it this way. This is a little bit more complex. And this might be an automation I haven't used in a while, so maybe I was doing some testing stuff. I think I'm on my test account, so the way that you'd usually do it is just a sequence of voicemails and texts, and instead of this if else, just to keep it simple, you could delete the if else, okay? And then just do settings, do stop on response. This way, if they ever do reply to you, it stops the sequence. You don't want it to continue if they reply to you. So don't do this condition thing, ignore this completely. Let's pretend this is not there and just pretend it's just everything on the right side. Ignore the left side, okay? Wait 2 hours, send a follow-up text. And then in this follow-up text, I'm just going to literally describe whatever it is I said in the voicemail because they might not have heard it, or if they did hear it, maybe they got busy, whatever it is. So I want to describe what it was in the following text. Then I want to wait 3 days and send them another voicemail. In the case that they kind of ignored my text and they ignored my voicemail, I want to send something else. And sometimes I get people that book calls with me, they purchase stuff from me off of that second voicemail. So don't give up and don't think that you should just send one voicemail. Always do at least 2. And then I sent another text. Hey, what's up? I don't want to make it the same as the last text. I want to make it a little bit different. What's up? Left you a voicemail again. Text me back when you can. Seems very realistic. Now they see I'm following up multiple times and they're like, what the hell does this guy want? And if they haven't listened to the voicemail yet, they'll probably listen this time. So now as far as the script of what you're going to say in the voicemail, it's very simple. Okay, I always apologize for catching them at a bad time. Hey, sorry if I'm catching you at a bad time. This also makes it seem more like it's a real voicemail. Hey, sorry that if I'm catching you at a bad time, just wanted to reach out really quick. And let's say for my virtual assistant offer. Hey, yeah, just sorry, I wanted to actually reach out because it looks like you were wanting to get a virtual assistant for $4 to $5 an hour. You have a business, maybe you're looking to save time Or maybe you're looking to hire an employee locally and you wanted to actually save money and get somebody overseas instead. So, I mean, what we do is we can just get you a virtual assistant within literally 3 to 7 days. We make it very simple. We weed a whole bunch of virtual assistants out of the hundreds of applications that we get you. We make the process super easy. We also show you how to record their screen, record their mouse and keyboard activity levels, and also how to protect your passwords, protect your account. This way you could be comfortable hiring somebody overseas. You're saving literally thousands of dollars. I've done the math plenty of times. You're saving $30,000 a year versus hiring somebody $20 an hour locally if you were to just hire somebody for $5 an hour. So listen, if you want us to do that for you, if you have questions, maybe if you want our crash course, I'll give them different offers within this voicemail so that maybe if they just want the course, they'll reach out to me. If they do want the whole thing, they'll reach out to me. So listen, if you're interested at all, just shoot me a text back, maybe give me a call back, whatever it is. But yeah, just wanted to leave this voicemail. Hope you're having a great day. Boom. That's what it sounds like, just like that. Okay? And then the second voicemail would be like, hey, sorry if I just keep catching you at a bad time. I guess I'm just not calling at the right times. Make it realistic, tonality, sound real. Don't sound like you're reading off a script. You can read off of a script, okay? This might make it easier for you. Just write something on paper and read off of it. But you want to sound very like, I do that a lot. Yeah, just wanted to make it sound real and authentic. So the second voicemail would be like, hey, I'm sorry, I keep catching you at bad times. Just wanted to call you again. I did leave you a voicemail 3 days ago. Wanted to reach out and just remind you, we do help people get virtual assistants, or we just can give you our free crash course and show you exactly how to get a virtual assistant yourself. Either way, I mean, I'd love to help you out. Seems like you're doing good business. You probably just wanted to save time or save money. Reach back out, shoot me a text, or give me a call again. I'm more than happy to help you. So that's my offer, okay? You might not have the same offer as me. I mean, hopefully you don't. I don't think many people are doing what I do, but whatever your offer is, make sure that you're tying in the voicemail to the offer, making it sound easy, making it sound simple, and also saying like, listen, if you don't want that, no, don't worry, I got some free stuff for you. Always offer the free stuff because they might text you for the free stuff and then they engage and then they ascend into the higher tier stuff. Main thing here is that you want them to, kind of hear your voice, hear that you're genuine, and then you want them to engage. Once they engage, they could eventually become that higher tier client, even if it doesn't seem like they are in the beginning. So what I'll typically do after I create this, okay, so it's simply going to be no trigger because we're going to add people in manually, no trigger. It's going to be the assigned to a set person, then tag them with whatever voicemail. So if you have a specific type of voicemail that you're sending out, make it, the subject of that voicemail, VM, tag them with that. So if you're reaching out to them about the course VM. If you're reaching out to them about an ebook VM, whatever it is. Then the first voicemail, then the first text is going to say, hey, left your voicemail. Let me know if you got it. Wait 2 hours and then send another follow-up text describing what you said. Just so whatever's the most, this sounds ridiculous, but the most hookiest part of your voicemail. Say that in the text. You don't want to describe the whole thing and send a massive text, but just whatever's the most important, say that. And then get them to either click on a link or get them to send you a text back. It doesn't have to have a link, but ideally you just want them to engage or call you back. Then we wait 3 days, send another voicemail as well as that second text. That's the whole entire system. Now, once we create that automation, this is my test account here. All these numbers are fake. These are test numbers. But what we would do is we would filter through people that came in the last 2 or 3 months, depending on how frequently you're doing this. So if you're doing this every month, you're going to filter based on people that came in the last month. So you'd say more than, created less than 1 month ago, okay, or 2 months ago or 3 months ago, depending on how often you do this. Then you want to say and tag is not course, this depends on if you've done this in the past already. So I'd say is not course VM, and I would make sure they don't have the course VM. I'd make sure they are not do not disturb. By the way, I'm not going to put all these things actually because this is my test account. We want to say is not enabled for SMS. DND is do not disturb, which means that texts are not going to go through and calls are not going to go through. So make sure we disable these. These are also probably our unqualified clients. Always mark do not disturb for people that don't qualify or people that strictly say explicitly say to you no. we want to mark those with do not disturb so that we never contact them again. So we want to make sure we filter those people out as well. So let's click apply. Okay, and then what other are we going to add? So we have created, we got the tag. Also, we want to filter them by this, if you have multiple offers and you're tagging people with different offers, like course offer, ebook offer, this offer, that offer, and they're like completely separate offers. Not if it's like courses and ebooks all for the same offer. Don't do that. But I like to tag all of my clients. So for instance, I have an offer where I'm helping people start a VA agency. I have another offer where I help people scale their businesses. I have another offer where I help people get virtual assistants, and I tag them in different ways. So I want to make sure that they're tagged with the actual offer that I'm going to be offering them, so that there's no confusion there. So once we've done all that and I have my people filtered, I'm going to select all of them. Let's assume I have like 100, 200, 300. Again, this is a test account. I'm going to add them to that campaign I just made. This is the most important part. Listen. So I selected all these people. Let's assume I have 100 leads. I'm going to add them into that voicemail sequence. So let's pretend this is the voicemail sequence, which it's not. I'm going to do add and drip mode. The reason why I don't want to do it all at once, if I have 100, 200, maybe 1,000 leads, I don't want to send a voicemail out to 1,000 people because first off, I'm going to be getting so many texts and calls back at once, and it's going to be way too overwhelming, and a lot of people are not going to get answers from me. 2, it's going to cost a lot of money upfront. Okay. 3, on top of that, you don't want to get marked as spam because once your phone number in Go High Level gets marked as spam, and this goes for any number, even my personal number, if I'm calling people all day long, once you get marked as spam or scam likely, spam risk, now every time you call people, it's going to say that. You don't want that. So we want to drip it out because of that. We're going to name the action. So it's going to be sending voicemails. Doesn't matter what you name it, the action, just make sure you name it so that internally you could see what it is when you're looking at your batch stuff. Let's say I want to start it today at 6:05 p.m. Batch quantity. I usually only want to do like 30 to 50. So let's just call it 50. And we're going to send out 50 voicemails, basically adding people into the workflow 50 times at once, every, let's say, 3 hours. I usually do around every 3 hours. And I want to do we're going to start it in the beginning of the day because obviously this is going to happen over the course of a couple of days if I have a lot of leads that I'm putting in here. Start from 10 a.m. or maybe I have people in a different time zone that it's really early. So I'm going to do 11 a.m. to about 8 p.m. because I don't want people complaining about getting calls from me super late. So we're going to do it like this. And then we're going to add them to the campaign just like this. This is it. And I'm going to do this every 1 month to 3 months, depending on how many leads I have and just how frequently you want to do this. And every single time I do this, I get a whole slew of leads that haven't been replying to me, finally replying to me, finally engaging with me, finally wanting to book a call with me. So the automations, the text automations, the calls that I do, that my appointment setters do all throughout the week, calling, texting. A lot of people just don't answer. Some people text or answer the call and then never talk to us again. I'm grabbing all these people at once and getting a really solid percentage of them to finally text or call me back. That's why I love this so much. So definitely implement this into your workflow, into your automations. It's an amazing, amazing workflow that I promise you is going to make you a lot of money. So really excited for you to try that out.
So just wanted to show one of my favorite ways to follow up with people. So I had someone who had a call with in the past, and we set up a follow-up call. They didn't make it to the follow-up call. This type of thing happens fairly often. I pretty much already know that if someone doesn't buy right on the call or right after the call, there's pretty much like a 5% chance they're actually going to purchase. So I expect these things. And whenever I do follow up, one thing I really like to do in Go High Level is I follow up and then I schedule a future follow-up, and then I also schedule a third follow-up. And my goal with these follow-ups are to use verbiage that makes them think a little bit more about what they're wanting to do with their business. Or in your case, depending on the business that you have, get them to think of the end result that they wanted and use verbiage like, is this something that you gave up on? Like, is renovating your kitchen something that you kind of gave up on? Because then they're thinking, well, I didn't give up on it. I still want to do something. And they're more inclined to respond. Or you could say things like, is this no longer a priority to you? Because then that'll get them to think like, well, no, I do prioritize this. So I should probably answer him. So I'm hitting them with 3 follow-ups. The first one, Second one I do later in the day or the next day. Third one I do the following day. And if in the case they ever respond to me, I'm able to very quickly just click on these three dots, click on details. And when I click details, I'm able to cancel. I'm not going to click details here because I have a couple things blurred here. And those things are going to end up not being blurred if I go here and then go back. So to quickly show you how I do this, this is my third message I'm sending out. So I said we could chat more about our affordable options to get your community going and your automations and a VA, a virtual assistant, etc. Let me know. This way, they're going to get 2 extra follow-ups on autopilot. I could put this out of my mind completely. I don't need to put this on the calendar and worry about, are they going to answer me, or am I going to remember to follow up with them in the future, or I have to check my calendar and make sure I'm following up with them at the time that I put it on the calendar. What tends to happen sometimes, if I put like a 6 o'clock follow-up, that to me is not like a call on my calendar. So sometimes I forget, and if I see it on my calendar and I'm like, okay, I'll get to that later, and then all of a sudden it's 9 p.m. I can't text them at 9 p.m. That's why I like to just set it to just follow up with them automatically. So I'm going to set this for tomorrow, and I'm going to do this for 3 p.m. Boom. Okay. Sometimes I like to change the time here so it doesn't look like it's like 3 o'clock on the dot. So I'll make it like 3:08 and then send schedule. Okay. And this is going to send out. And, there's a good chance they'll reply, good chance they won't reply as well. But I do this with anybody that I want to follow up with multiple times without having to have it weighing on my mind, because we could often forget about all the follow-ups that we have. So this is a great way to make sure that you're following up numerous times. You could also do this with email, by the way. Set up an email and set it to send, tomorrow, the next day, and the day after that. If you want, you could do both text and email. Okay, any questions on this, let me know.
So Go High Level allows you to white label their software. Instead of you going and coding your own CRM, you can use Go High Level, basically make it your own CRM that people could sign up for. You could choose whatever price you want to charge. And as you can see right here, I've blurred out the information here, but you can see I have a whole bunch of people that have actually signed up for Go High Level under me, and they're paying me $79 a month. You could do this as well. You can have them sign up with you, choose the price that you want, whether it's people within your niche or it's people that you're going to be running advertisements for, and you could pair this price along with the advertising, and instead of charging maybe $97 a month, you could charge $500 a month or $1,000 a month or $2,000 a month. For me, I don't offer any services along with Go High Level, so it's just $79 a month. It's cheaper. You save $20. If you want to sign up for my Go High Level, if you don't care about turning it into a SaaS, you can literally use my link and sign up for $79 a month with my white labeled Go High Level. You can see I've actually changed the colors. I've changed the logo. You can do the same exact thing. That's what I'm going to show in this video. You need to have either the $297 plan or the $497 plan. You could stay on the $97 plan for your first 2 additional sub accounts. So for instance, you can have 2 people paying you maybe $100 a month for your CRM, okay, before you get maxed out and you have to upgrade. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys not only how you can use the SaaS features here for $497 a month, but I'm also going to show you how you can kind of technically find a backdoor option and kind of trick the system a bit, like some people like to say, and sign up for the $297 and sign up as many people as you want without having to upgrade to $497. Okay, so I'm going to show you how you can figure out the pricing. I'm going to show you how you could charge people, and then I'm also going to show you how you could use that little backdoor option that we just talked about. So first things first, you'll need to open up Go High Level right here. Click on the top here, and then click on, there should be an option that says go to Agency View, right? When you're not on Agency View. We are currently in Agency View right now, so let's go to SaaS Configurator. Okay, so you'll go over to SaaS Configurator. This is if you have actually upgraded to the $497 plan. I'll show you this, and then we'll move on to the next option. So since I've upgraded to the $497 option, I could choose my pricing here. So I have the regular $297, $497. People could pay for the annual. I've chosen $79. I don't sign anybody up for these options here. Okay. So if I want people to sign up, all I got to do is copy the link. Okay. Go ahead and copy, and I could send this to whoever I want, and they'll actually be able to go and pay right on Stripe and sign up with me. Okay. And it'll look just like this, right? They could pay, boom. Once they pay, they're in, and they'll be connected.
Now, when you're choosing how to price these things out, I'm not going to go too far into this because I know there's plenty of YouTube videos on this. My main goal here is just to show you kind of how it works and what the settings look like, but I'm not going to go too deep into it. And I also want to show you that that little backdoor thing that I was talking about. So let's say we want to add a plan. Okay, so you click Add Your Plan. You'll name the plan. Okay, so let's just call it Joseph for now. Let's pretend I made a description. I could say, comes with advertising, comes with the full build out where I build out all your automations and blah, 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 right? And let's say it's $500 a month, okay? So category, I'll just say USD. This one's Joseph. Next. Pricing details, I could say, let's say I'm charging $697 for this because I'm also going to maybe run ads with them as well. And then I'll see what that looks like for the annual. Always give a discount for the annual because some people will pay for the whole year. So $697 times 12 would be $8,364. Let's say I'm giving them 2 months for free. So I'll subtract 697. That would end up being 6970, right? So they'll pay for 10 months basically. Okay, 10 months and they get a 2-month discount. Let's go next. Actually, let's go back really quick. User limit, you could choose to limit the users if you want, contact limit. So for instance, I can have a $47 plan where they can only have maybe up to 2 members. And if they want to upgrade, they have to upgrade to the $97 plan in order to get unlimited users or maybe an additional 100 users or something. Okay, so next, you can enable all of these. Okay, and you could select to add more. So everything from premium, and I could turn certain things off if I want. Okay. Or you're supposed to be able to at least. I know I'll be able to go back to this and edit it. They just recently did a new update. Some of this looks different. So let's click next. Okay, and trial period, you could do 14 days, the typical 14, or you could do up to 30. Okay, so I usually don't do trials, so I turn this off. Okay, you can add credit, meaning that when they do text messages and emails and phone calls, the amount of money that they get charged per email, per phone call, per text, will come out of your money, will come out of your card instead of theirs because they have a little bit of a credit. And maybe after they exhaust maybe the $10 you give them, then it'll start to charge them where money will go into your account after your account's been charged for their usage. Okay, so no credit. Okay, I usually don't do any credits. And you could charge the markup margin for everything. So for phone is the first one. And then you could choose email and text and things like that. So this is the biggest differentiating factor. If you decide that you want to do the little backdoor method that I was talking about with the $297 instead of upgrading to $497, the only downside with this is why I say if you do decide to do that, it should only be temporary. Because if you do this option, you're not going to be able to rebill them or resell them the text messages, emails, phone calls, and everything else. You're not going to be able to mark it up, and you're not going to be able to charge them anything more than what the actual original charge is. So if the original charge is 0.0079, which actually ends up being 0.0085 because there's going to be Stripe fees, that's it. It's not going to charge any more than that. You can't rebill. And for instance, I could do 6 times. I can mark this up so much where I make such an aggressive profit on the text messages, emails, and phone calls and all the other stuff if I wanted to. You can't do that on the $297 option, which to some people don't really matter. You might just want to make money off of the recurring billing. You might just want to build up MRR and might not care about doing the rebilling. Okay, so in this case, let's say I only mark it up. Usually my markup won't be too much, 1.1, 1.2, because I want to make most of the money on the monthly recurring. For you, it's up to you. You can do 2 times, whatever. Maybe you can have a really, really cheap monthly subscription price to where it's like $27 a month, but you're going to mark this up 2 times because maybe you'll get so many signups on the front end because it's so cheap, and you'll make most of your money on the back end. That's up to you. Okay, I can't give you too much advice on that, but those are options for you. Okay, you could test different things out and see what works best for you. And then I can go to email and do the upsell, and I could do the verification, the content AI, all these other options that show up here if I wanted to. In this case, I'm going to leave everything else for the sake of time. Let's go ahead and finish that. Going over to the advanced settings, you can also allow sub-accounts to upgrade their subscription or cancel their subscription. I like to make it to where they need to email me if they want to cancel or text me. So I have this off. Same thing for the upgrading. Okay. And you can also customize your welcome email, the email that sends whenever they sign up. Okay. I'm not going to do that right now, but you could choose to take a look at that and do that. And then for security, you can pause sub accounts on hold until it's reviewed whenever it's first created. Okay, that way there's an actual person that takes a look and makes sure everything's okay. You can also turn on 2FA, two-factor authentication, if you want. I'm not going to do any of that. Okay, so this is the standard way to do the SaaS, okay, the monthly subscription model. Now, if you only have a $297 plan and you plan to maybe get the $497 in the future, or if you plan to stay on the $297, let me show you how to do that right now. We're going to actually go into my regular account, my sub account, and I'm going to show you how you could build out a funnel to where people can actually subscribe and get access to your CRM, and how you can manually add users if people are doing it with that option. So once you're in your sub account, okay, you're going to go to products. You're going to create a monthly recurring charging product. Okay. So the difference between you doing this on your sub account on the $297 plan versus charging them as a SaaS account, the difference is that instead of it going directly to your, I guess, SaaS account to where it goes directly into your Stripe, it's going to actually come from your sub account. They're going to be charged through your sub account. Okay. So it would almost be as if I was just selling like something on one of my websites, like a product. Okay. So I'm going to create product. Once I click create product, we're going to name it. So it's going to be like, for me, Go Hire Retire CRM. You could put a description, but most people don't read that. It doesn't matter. Go to pricing. This part's very simple, so I'm going to run through this pretty fast. For pricing, you'll do recurring. For me, my pricing is $79. You could do a trial period if you want. For me, I'm not going to. And it's as simple as that. You can upload a photo if you want. You can include it in your online store if you want. I'll leave it like that. Let's click save. Now you're going to go to sites on the left-hand side. You're going to click new funnel and then go from blank. I'm going to call it GHR $79 CRM funnel. And by the way, at the end of this video, I'll talk to you a little bit about how you can actually get clients by running ads, or even with TikTok videos and YouTube videos. I'll talk about that at the end. So let's click create. I'm going to create it from scratch. I'm going to do it very, very fast just so you guys can understand how to do this, how it all works. I don't want to go too into the weeds about this. Everything wants to take. All right, so it loaded up. I clicked on add new step. It was taking a while to load. I forgot to hit the play button here, but no worries. I clicked on add new step and then literally create new page. That's it. And now we're here. I clicked create from blank. So it's literally a completely blank page. Okay. Now I'm going to click add here. Full width. Add row. One column. I'm going to put the title. Let me go ahead and do headline. Now, I'm not going to get too fancy. Within this course, I have a super aggressive funnel building course section to where you can learn how to choose colors and choose your fonts and build all this stuff out to look really, really nice. So I'm not going to try to make this look really nice right now. That's not the point of this section of the course. Go Hire Retire CRM subscription. Okay. Now that I've done that, I need to actually put the checkout. So I'm going to do one step, or I think it's with the number one step order. I'm going to drag that right here. And I'm going to attach the product I've just created. Okay. And that product is going to be the CRM. 1 second. So I actually need to attach the product on the outside of this funnel. So first, let me just actually show you what I do here. I'm going to choose the colors that I want. Button color would be yellow. Boom. Button text would be black. You can also create a color if you want, but I'm not going to do that now. Background color could be black, white, blue, whatever you want. White looks the most normal, obviously. Now, shipping and info. We're not shipping them anything. So we want to just say, put your details below to subscribe, right? To the CRM. So company name, I want to hide that. Show phone number, I'll leave that. Show shipping, I'm going to hide that. Okay, and then we'll end up with a pretty small checkout thing here. I'm also going to hide the coupon option. Boom. because there's not going to be any coupons. And then that's it. Let's go ahead and publish that. Let me go add the product. All right, you got to choose a domain. Once we've done that, we go back. So I just clicked back on the top left. Let's go to products here. Let's click add product. Let's add that product that I just created, Go Hire Retire CRM. Let's add the price that I just created, $79. Let's click save. And then we're going to actually test it out. Let me show you how to test it out really quick. So all I have to do is click this little button here to view the page. And we'll be able to see the checkout page that I just created, which is extremely ugly. But we can see we have the product here and everything's normal. They can fill out their information. They can pay with PayPal. They can pay with Stripe. So that's another difference too between the SaaS option and this option. They can also pay with PayPal. With SaaS, they can't. With the SaaS option, they can't. So now let me show you, and there's some other nonsense here that I'm going to need to delete. I don't know what this is, but this is overall how you can actually have people sign up when you have the $297 plan. Okay, so you don't actually have to upgrade to the $497 unless you plan to rebill. So now that we've done this, let's jump into the next part where I'm going to actually show you how to add the sub account once they've actually paid. Make sure that you create an automation. I have tons and tons of videos on automations. Create an automation where the trigger is whenever they actually purchase this. Okay, so just go to like global products purchased. That would be the trigger. Choose this product, which would be for me, Go Hire Retire CRM. Whenever they purchase that, do an internal notification. Make it text you and email you, or text you, email you, and text your team and email your team so that everybody knows there's a new account that was just added. Okay. And if you want a video on this or you want me to go through this, you can go ahead and comment below. I'll make a video on this, no problem. But I think you guys get the idea. So let's jump into how to actually add a sub account. All right, I made the camera really big so you don't see their information. You go back to agency view, which you can access right here at the top left. You go to create sub account. Okay, so once you click create sub account, now you're going to actually choose the templates that you want to give them. If you have some snapshots that you've created, which by the way, you could charge more if you have specific templates that you want to give them access to. I could say, I'm going to charge $297 a month. Okay, $297 a month, and you're going to get access to all my templates. You're going to get access to all my automations and things like that. That could be something that you upsell. For me, I'm not doing that. Okay, so most people just get a blank account. If they want to get my snapshots and stuff, they could purchase that separately. That's another option too. You could sell things separately. So in this case, let's do a blank snapshot. You're going to need to actually add their address and things like that. So typically what I'll do is I'll put a false address and I'll let them create their own address. Okay, I'll let them create their own and manually input their own address. So let's say 100 Center Avenue. Let's go ahead and click add account manually. Yeah, so now that I clicked add account manually, we're just going to type in some false info here. gmail.com, business name, gym business, just make stuff up, 100 Center Street, Brooklyn. Obviously, you'll put in the information that's like close to where the person lives. So for instance, if somebody signs up in Los Angeles, I'm going to look up like a restaurant in Los Angeles. I'll put an actual address from there because I don't want to waste time like asking their information and waiting. I'd rather I just put in some quick information and they could, tell them to replace it later on. Business niche. I mean, I hate the amount of questions that they make you fill out. It's freaking annoying, but it is what it is. Okay, so let's say New York, 11230 or something, 212, 333, 667, or 665, whatever. All right. Now their website, you don't need to put. As you guys could probably tell, I'm a little bit shot. Didn't really get very good sleep. So if I'm a little bit slow here, just speed up the video. It's okay. Put it on 2 times speed, 1.5 times speed. I know that this is a bit boring, but it's very, 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 very useful stuff for you to learn. All right, so now we save. We move on to the next step. Loading, 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 loading. So now that you've actually created the account, if you have the $497 plan and you want to actually turn on rebilling and things like that, you'll turn this on. You'll create new user. You'll connect their card. I can't do that now, obviously, because I don't actually have their card connected. While we're here, we should create the user information, because you're not going to be able to do anything within this account and actually give them access without creating a user. All right, for some reason it wasn't letting me add a user using the method we were just doing there. So let's go ahead and click switch to sub account. We're going to actually go into the account, create the user really quick. I'll show you the SaaS option really quick, and I'll show you how to actually give them their password to actually be able to get into the account. If they've signed up via SaaS, they should already have all the information sent to them. But if they didn't sign up via SaaS, if you're using the $297 plan, or if you created it manually, you might need to actually send them their information. So now that we're in the account, we're going to click on Settings, My Staff. We're going to actually create a user for them. So add employee, they're going to be the admin. So let's say their name is Jim Bob. Jim@gmail.com. Email 212, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter. Okay. Now permissions, they have permission to do everything. Okay. User roles, again, admin. And then all that stuff they'll fill out themselves. So let's go to the part where we input a password. So I'm going to create a password for them. Usually I do their name and then like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exclamation mark. So Jim 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exclamation. And then when they go in, they could change their password. Then we'll click save. Your own CRM domain, like for me, I believe it's app.gohireretire.com. They'll be able to log in on that link or the Go High Level link. It really doesn't matter. Okay. If in the case you're wanting to hide the fact that it's Go High Level, you'll want to do it with the domain, your own separate domain. Plenty of videos on YouTube on how to set up your own domain for specifically this. Now that we've done that, I've gone back to the agency view. Let's click on Manage Client. Okay, we're going to go to SaaS, enable it. Let's see what comes up. Okay, this is where you would connect their credit card number. So you can either share the link where they'll receive the link via email or text, or you can request it via email, via text from right here. If they've already paid for something in Stripe before, like they bought an ebook or they bought anything from you, you can also just click the option, I already have this customer, type in their full name, you'll find them there, and then you could just charge their card. It's actually kind of surprising how easily you could charge people's cards, even if they don't want you to. It's kind of weird. Okay, so top to bottom, that's how you would set up an agency account. That's how you would charge them. That's how you would set up the SaaS for them. That's how you would choose what you're going to charge them as far as rebilling goes. If you want to go into settings and manually change the rebilling settings for each individual person, you can also do that. So I can go into rebilling here, and I can go through all these options here once I've turned on SaaS, but I don't have SaaS on right now. Now, as far as getting clients, there's various ways you can get clients. Number one thing that I'll say right now, though, is that the more niche you can get, the easier it is going to be to get clients. If you try to go after agency owners and marketers like everybody else, everybody's already doing that. You're not going to be different. You're not going to stand out. No one's going to listen to you. Okay? But if you're going after hair salons, okay, if you're going after like lawyers, if you're going after like accountants, right, then now we're cooking with some oil. Now we're going to definitely differentiate ourselves and be able to stand out, right? I can make YouTube content for specifically accountants, right? I was a realtor, so I make content for realtors, and I push them into Go High Level and get them to sign up with my SaaS, okay? If you want to build out an entire business just off of SaaS alone, you can do that. Let's do some quick math on $10K a month. If you're like me and you're charging $79 a month, you only need 126 members. If you're charging, let's say, $150 a month, you only need 66 members. Okay, 67 actually, if you round it up. 66, 67. So the price that you choose and the niche that you go after is going to make a substantial difference in the amount of business that you can get. Consistency is the most important. So if you make a lot of videos on YouTube, if you make videos on TikTok, stay as consistent as possible. Definitely post on a daily basis, or at least bare minimum a weekly basis. And don't just post about, hey, here's this cool CRM on how to, where you could do SMS automations and email automations and build up. Don't do that. Give them strategies and then bake in Go High Level as part of the process within your strategy. So for instance, I want to teach realtors how to get more listings. So I'll say, here's a quick video on how to get more listings. Let's say there's TikTok. How to get more listings in your first year and have a listing per month. Okay. Then I'll start to break down how I use Go High Level. Okay. Notice how I'm not saying, here's a CRM where you could build out automations and build out funnels. No, I'm saying, here's a strategy for getting more leads, getting more sales. This is what I do. This is what I actually do. Okay. Or here's a strategy as an accountant to get more leads and actually have conversations with more leads and make them come back. My clients come back year after year. Okay. Or here's how I upsell my clients as an accountant, right? You'll create videos like that. You can also run advertisements. Okay. If you're charging less than $97 a month, you can actually position yourself as a competitor with HubSpot or these other CRMs, right? Or you can compare yourself to ClickFunnels and you could say, hey, listen, stop paying for ClickFunnels. It's going down the drain. People are tired of using ClickFunnels because it's so expensive and they're not really upgrading any of their software stuff. Use Go High Level instead because it has all of that for a cheaper price and significantly more. Okay, you could do videos like that and run advertisements. Do you know how easy it is to run an advertisement on Instagram just by clicking Boost Post? You can post a reel, click Boost Post, and pay literally $5 a day and start getting sales like that. I recommend obviously you use an ads manager because you'll have more options, more settings you could choose as far as targeting and things like that. So do that. But if you want to start running ads, it's actually very, very easy to start off and start running ads. I have plenty of videos on how to run advertisements, so I'm not going to dive too deep. But these are just a few strategies on how you can actually start building up your SaaS business and get to $10,000 a month. If you have any particular questions, put them in the comments. I'll be more than happy to answer and make more videos on it.
All right, I can't believe it. You're such a dedicated real estate agent that wants to see massive success to the point that you've gone to the end of this video, which is nuts. Which means you're probably gonna get Go High Level or already have Go High Level. And I'm sure you've seen the massive value that I put within this course. And I hope that you enjoyed it. Definitely like, definitely subscribe, because I make more videos like this to help real estate agents just like yourself with scripting, with cold calling, with hiring virtual assistants, with overall advancing your real estate business, because I wanna see you succeed. I'm also giving more free courses here on YouTube, so definitely subscribe. Again, use my Go High Level affiliate link or sign up under my white labeled Go High Level if you want to get access to all those free bonuses that I talked about earlier in the beginning of this video. If you already have Go High Level, but you still want to get access to my courses, you can just sign up for $37 a month at school.com/GHR and get access to everything right there. And the price is going up for that soon to $197 a month, so definitely get it now while you can. I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you in my next video.